uneven distribution and contamination pose significant hurdles. Increasing waste generation and energy dependency on non-renewable energy sources contribute to environmental degradation. Though Andaman and Nicobar administration has been making sincere and significant attempts to work in tandem with the fragile ecosystem, but challenges remains and mid-course corrections are inevitable. We at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Institute of Technology, Port Blair has always assumed our responsibility to set sustainable environmental goals through various initiatives for the institute in specific and the islands at large so as to produce responsible engineers for the society. With the lead and direction of CII, the BRAKE team is fortunate to host this consultative conclave, which is a significant step towards addressing the pressing environmental challenges of our islands face. As we delve into the substantial discussions, let us acknowledge the presence of our esteemed guests. I, on behalf of Confederation of Indian Industry and Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Institute of Technology, Port Blair, extend a heartfelt welcome to our respected Chief Guest, Shri Keshav Chandra, Chief Secretary, Andaman and Nicobar Administration, to the inaugural session of this 2 days consultative conclave on moving towards sustainable water, waste management and energy in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Welcome, sir. With much delight, I welcome the dignitaries on dais, Shri L. Kumar, Secretary Education, Andaman and Nicobar Administration. I welcome Shri Arjun Sharma, Deputy Commissioner, Andaman and Nicobar Administration, Brigadier Ashish Bhattacharya, Principal Advisor, Northeast and UT's CII, and Shri Shabbisachi Nayak, Councillor, CII Water Institute. I welcome Principal in Charge, D-BRATE. A warm and cordial welcome to all other dignitaries and senior officials from defense establishments, members from Andaman Chamber of Commerce and Industries, Builder Association, Institution of Engineers, and participants from various government departments and educational institutions. Heartfelt welcome to the representatives from media and to all our dear students. Your presence here underscores the importance and future of this gathering. Respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us commence this auspicious occasion with the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. May I request the dignitaries on dais to please join for lighting the ceremonial lamp. The lamp, a symbol of knowledge, wisdom and prosperity, dispels darkness, illuminates our mind and invokes knowledge in all of us. It signifies a new beginning of a new journey filled with hope and aspiration. Dignitaries on dais joining for the lamp invocation. Let the invocation of this lamp fill happiness and success in all of our lives. Now, I would like to request Shri Shankar Rao, Principal in Charge, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Institute of Technology, Port Blair, to officially welcome the gathering. Shri Shankar Rao, Principal in Charge, D-BRATE.
Namaskar. I consider this to be my privilege to welcome the respected Chief Guest, Shri Keshav Chandra, Chief Secretary, Andaman Nicobar Administration, who has in last 2 years taken lot of initiatives to address the challenges faced by Andaman Nicobar Island, which we will be discussing in next 2 days. I also welcome Shri L. Kumar, Secretary Education, Andaman Nicobar Administration. I welcome Shri Arjun Sharma, Deputy Commissioner and Secretary RD. I also welcome Brigadier Ashish Bhattacharya, Principal Advisor Northeast Region and Union Territories, CII, and Dr. Sabyasachi Nayak, Councillor, CII, Water Institute, Delhi, and all other dignitaries and senior officers from CII, Andaman Nicobar Administration, Defence Establishment, member from Andaman Chamber of Commerce and Industries, Builders Association, Institution of Engineers, media personnel, and participants from various government departments and educational institutes who are present here. Sir, under the support and guidance of Andaman Nicobar Administration, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Institute of Technology is completing 40 years of its establishment, and in these last 4 decades, apart from taking care of skill upgradation and producing competent engineers, this institute has also taken up lot of activities focused toward various challenges experienced by Andaman Nicobar Islands. To name a few, e-governance initiatives like development of common college admission portal, automated management information system for academic and administrative processes, environmental initiatives like implementing environment management system under ISO 14000, harnessing renewable energy sources for meeting campus electrical demand, establishing island water research center at Deep Red for creating repository of water resources and rainwater harvesting. As a matter of fact, for last couple of years, we have been planning to arrange such session addressing the challenges that are being faced by policy makers and discuss various options to mitigate them. We are indeed thankful to the Confederation of Indian Industries for coming forward under the patronage of our respected Chief Secretary, sir. Today we are here for inaugural session of 2 days consultative workshop on moving towards sustainable water, waste management and energy in Andaman Nicobar Islands. For a place like Andaman Nicobar Island, the challenges to address certain issues which otherwise are not that critical in mainland requires a continuous approach and time to time mid course correction in our approach. In next 2 days, 3 broad areas, namely water security, waste management and sustainable energy will be discussed, including the successful case studies where we have been able to solve the problem. With these few words, I once again welcome our chief guest, all dignitaries, experts, media personnel, guests and all participants of this workshop. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my distinct pleasure to call upon our next speaker, Brigadier Ashish Bhattacharya, Principal Advisor Northeast and Union Territories from CII, with rich experience in planning and executing strategic projects with special emphasis on Make in India, technology development, equipment management and evaluation trials. Brigadier Ashish Bhattacharya has been the driving force in conduction of such a high-level consultative workshop being executed by DBRATE. May I request Brigadier Ashish Bhattacharya, Principal Advisor Northeast and UTs, CII, to share his insights and set the context of this conclave. Sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Keshav Chandra, Chief Secretary, Andaman and Nicobar Island Administration, Shri L. Kumar, Secretary Education, Andaman Administration, Shri Shankar Rao, Officiating Principal, DBRATE, Dr. Sabyasachi Nayak, my colleague and Counselor in CII Water Institute, a Center of Excellence for CII, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers and participants. Good morning to you all and welcome to this workshop called the as we are calling it, a consultative workshop themed on moving towards sustainable water, waste management and energy in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. The workshop is a significant step, as was brought out by the earlier speaker, because of its unique challenges that Andaman faces. We are working towards to find a sustainable solution to all the issues over here. The Andaman and Nicobar Island holds immense strategic, ecological and economic significance for India. The islands are not only crucial for India's maritime strategy, but also from the point of view of Indian economy. It is nearly 30% of India's exclusive economic zone. However, due to their geographical isolation and environmental sensitivity, over the years, ANI has been facing, I would say, unique challenges in water security, waste management, and energy sustainability. In this context, I would like to dwell upon the background behind organizing this workshop in collaboration with Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Institute of Technology and guided by our Chief Secretary over the last almost 6 months. Over the last year, in line with CII's last few years, I would say, in line with CII's developmental agenda, we have been closely collaborating with the Government of India in their efforts to bring about socio-economic transformation in the aspirational states, led mainly by the northeastern states and the union territories, to ensure that inclusive growth is achieved by the country. Our Honorable Prime Minister, in many of his interactions with industry associations, has been reiterating this over and over again. And the last one was held just 2 days back in Delhi in Vigyan Bhavan, which was again organized by CII. As part of this exercise, CII carried out an extensive study involving all stakeholders, which included the industry of Andaman Nicobar Islands through Andaman and Nicobar Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and created a research report on the economic development of the Andaman Nicobar Islands. Going further, some identified focus areas like tourism and fisheries, etc., were taken up for detailed study in collaboration with the administration and for further interventions. This further led to the understanding that areas like tourism would require building better infrastructure, for which basic amenities like water, waste and power are important contributors. This workshop is an effort to initiate the process of consultations with all stakeholders to map the ecosystem, the good work already done, the milestones already achieved, identify new challenges, look for possible mitigating strategies, and then find the correct technological and management mix that can help create a clear roadmap for its sustainable and ease of rollout. In the workshop, we have 3 sessions, one each on water, waste management and energy, spread over today and tomorrow. The spirit of the workshop is to build around consultations between various stakeholders who are all here today. And not only are they physically present, there are many of them who have joined online. In this workshop, in fact, I would also say that DBright has made it possible for us to live stream this over the internet. In this workshop, I would request each one of you to contribute to a free and frank discussion on all the subjects, that is the water, waste and energy, and we look forward to taking this initiative forward. The program the agenda has been jointly put together by CII and DBright over the last about 2 months. As far as the water is concerned, we should be discussing the capabilities as they exist today, the gaps and possible and available technologies that best management practices to address these gaps in a sustainable manner. We are indeed fortunate that Mr. Keshav Chandra, the chief guest with us today, with his immense knowledge and experience in this field here, will be able to enlighten us on many of these things that many of us don't know. In fact, yesterday we had a talk with him and we were really impressed about all the things about management of water, especially what we learned from him was really great. Similarly, when we come to waste, while discussing this, we would be talking about current situation and the challenges, the good work already initiated by all stakeholders, the future challenges that follow due to the increase in the base population that is likely to come up very soon, the industry and academic body which brings out global best practices centered around innovative technologies and digitization, including monitoring mechanisms and management. The idea is to look for solutions that meet the goals of a circular economy. Creating wealth from waste is an important consideration. Energy sustainability is another crucial area for ANI, which we will discuss in the third session tomorrow. There we will explore renewable energy solutions such as solar, wind, hydrogen-based power and sea waves to make ANI a net zero energy region, ensuring energy security for both civilian and military needs. We will not stop at that, with the 2024 Union Budget setting aside funds for setting up setting up more than one medium and small modular nuclear reactors for power generation. We feel the time is right to discuss nuclear power as well. This is gaining added importance in view of the GNI project, which includes creating an international transshipment terminal here. While this project is set to transform the region by improving connectivity, boosting trade and providing economic opportunities, it will also pose added burden to the current system, especially in the three focus areas under discussion now. A little word about CII. It is a not-for-profit industry association that has been pivotal in shaping India's developmental journey for the last 127 years, collaborating closely with industry, government, academia and civil society. CII's engagement extends beyond business. Through its dedicated centers of excellence and with about 35 departments covering almost all sectors of the industry, CII promotes innovation, technology, adoption and sustainability. We assist industry in executing corporate citizenship programs across diverse domains such as affirmative action, livelihood, diversity management, skill development, women empowerment and sustainable development. In conclusion, I would say that this workshop provides an excellent opportunity for stakeholders to collaborate, share knowledge, and develop a comprehensive roadmap for the sustainable development of the islands in the related areas of water, waste, and energy. Together, we can work to make this happen. With this, let me hand over the mic to the chief guest, Mr. Keshav Chandra, to deliver his keynote address. We from CII once again thank him for his unstinted support to this workshop ever since we conceived it in the beginning of this year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Address by our chief guest, Chief Secretary, Andaman and Nicobar Administration. Sir.
Respected Brigadier Ashish Bhattacharya, my colleague Shri L. Kumar on dais, Shri Shankar Rao, and Mr. Sabyasachi Nayak, who is also from CII, all my colleagues sitting here, the faculty members of debate, students who are present here. Let me confess that, in fact, I came to know that yesterday itself, though it was on my radar that it is going to happen sometime soon, but not required. But sometime soon, but yesterday itself I came to know that it is going to be held today in the morning. Entire day we were busy, so I have gathered few thoughts about all these sectors, and I'll be sharing with you regarding these three important topics, which is probably every city and every state in the country is grappling with, and we are still striving to reach upon a tangible solution which can address these three problems. I'll start. How much time do I have? Okay. So I'll start with water, and I'll start with the fundamental principles of water, because what is happening is that unless until we understand the nature of a commodity, we cannot govern that, we cannot administer that, and the nuances are far-reaching. So we must understand what is the nature of every commodity, how it should be governed, and what should be the best practice, and in which manner should we tackle it. Slightly scholastic, those who have studied economics and those who are studying economics, there are 4 kinds of goods in the entire world. 4 kinds of economists have categorized into 4 parts. One is called public good, second is called private good, third is called common good, and fourth is called club good. Briefly I'll touch upon that, and then you'll realize that how water is so important from this economic point of view. The public good is something which, and there is 2 criteria on the basis of which these 4 categorizations have been done. One is whether you can exclude somebody from using these goods, and whether these commodities are rivalrous. Means only few people can enjoy, then it becomes excludable. And if the use of certain commodity excludes somebody else, then it becomes rival. I'll just give you an example to simplify it. Suppose you have 1 liter of milk and there are 4 people in the house. So if everybody drinks 2 glasses, then the 4th person and 3 people drink 1 glass each, slightly more, then 4th person is left with little less. Or if all 3 decide to drink all of it, then 4th person is left with no milk. And so this becomes rivalrous. So this commodity becomes rivalrous commodity. So as I told you right in the beginning that all the commodities are categorized into 4 parts. Where does water figure? Public good is something which is available to everybody. There is no rivalry. You cannot exclude anybody, like national defense. You cannot exclude anybody from national defense, isn't it? If the country is protected, everybody is protected. You cannot exclude somebody from enjoying sun, can you? It is available to everybody. You cannot deprive somebody from using street light. Street light is available to everybody. So that this becomes a public. Second category is private good. That where you will find that limited cars are produced. So limited number of cars are produced. How everybody is excluded? A section of it is excluded from buying or enjoying a car only because companies levy a price on the car. That only if you have 5 lakh of rupees you can buy a car. Otherwise you cannot buy a car. So there is a market mechanism to prevent somebody from buying a car and enjoying it also. So this becomes a private good. And suppose only 100 cars are produced, but there are 150 people who have got 5 lakh of rupees. Then it becomes rivalrous because first 100 will go and buy a car, 100 available cars. So 50 are excluded from that. So it is both excludable and rivalrous. Now third category is club good. I'll just give you an example that recently you have seen Mr. Ambani had a huge party, big party, and lakhs of people entered that party, and he has a banquet laid out, different kind of cuisines. But me and you were not invited. We cannot go and eat the food which is laid out there. But all the guests who are present there, the guests are not deprived that you cannot eat South Indian food or North Indian food and you cannot have continental. Everybody is free to have anything they want. That becomes a club good. Means you are not excluded, you are not, there is no rivalry, but it is, some section is excluded, we are excluded. But all those who are permitted can enjoy as much as they want. Similarly, like Netflix, somebody is excluded only on the basis of price, but once you are the member, then you can enjoy any family that you want to, and if you are of certain age, you can see any film that you want to, isn't it? So that becomes a club good. And the fourth category is the common good, where there is a limited resource, but that limited resource, so you are nobody excluded from that, but it becomes rivalrous. So suppose there is a grazing land and the entire village has that property, but somebody has got 1000 sheep or goats and other guy has got only 2 goats. So the guy with the 1000 goats, he grazes all his goats there. So the amount of grass left for others is very limited, isn't it? So it becomes rivalrous. Everybody is allowed to use that, but since somebody is using it more, so the availability for the fourth or the rest of them becomes less. Where does water figure in the entire schema of things? Anybody? Just make a guess. Common. And what is the characteristic of common? It has both the qualities. It has qualities that it does not exclude anybody. And I'll come to that. There is further qualification on that, whether you can exclude somebody or not. And it is rivalrous also. So if somebody is using more, then somebody else is deprived. Somebody at the higher reaches, whose house is on elevation, will get deprived if somebody's house which is on the flat land consumes more. And so this is a particular characteristic. Here both government and market together will have to decide the regulation of a good. Is it clear? Now why I am saying this right from the beginning, ever since I have been writing on the water sector and also interacting with experts on water sector, I have been championing this view in all fora, though lot many do not agree with me. But I am a firm believer that this should be the principle in handling the water. Then there is a concept in economics. It's called indifference curve. What is indifference curve? It says that suppose I am happy with 6 apples and 4 banana. But somebody comes and tells me that I'll give you only 4 apples and 6 banana, will you be happy? I say, okay, fine. It's fine with me. I get all my protein, all my carbohydrates, everything is satisfied. I'm happy with that. So both the bundles of goods, they fall on the same curve, which is called indifference curve. But in water, if you see, the curve is vertical. What does it mean? It means that you cannot trade bundle of water for anything else up to a certain amount. So suppose 4 liters of water is important for you to survive, then you cannot trade that 4 liters of water on a daily basis with even Mercedes Benz. Somebody comes with a Mercedes Benz, tells you that okay, you give me your 4 liters of water, I'll give you Mercedes Benz. I said, you say no, go away, I'll die. In another 10 days I'll die, so what will I do with the Mercedes Benz? So that's why that graph is vertical. But beyond certain amount, that graph becomes downward sloping. What does it mean? It means that beyond certain amount, if you give it to somebody else, then the marginal utility factor, the amount of happiness that person gets from that amount, extra amount, that decreases. And that decreases at the cost of somebody else who is not getting. So suppose I draw 200 liters of water in my house, I wash my car, I also irrigate my lawn, then somebody else is getting affected, isn't it? And even if they reduce it by 20 liters, it will not impact me much, because I require maximum 50 liters only. So these two concepts, please remember. water is the only commodity, only sector which has these two peculiarities. And in administering this sector, if you lose sight of this, the entire sector becomes extremely problematic. So where do you go from here? After understanding these two concepts, the most important thing is, in urban water supply, water meter is the most important tool for the governance. Somebody who is using more than what is warranted and what he should be using should be charged exponentially. And if you do not have water meter, which is the case throughout the country in every city, then all the distortion in the supply side will come, which we are facing. Unfortunately, it's a political issue and no politician will allow you to have water meter and consumption according to the meter reading. And the problem we all are facing. So you come outside, demonstrate कि CS तो कुछ करता नहीं है, पानी नहीं है. But that पानी नहीं है is because your water meter, because you are not using water meter. Entire society is not using that. So we need to understand that. So that is the most important factor, one. Now water has its own cycle. We all have read in the school time. And what is the cycle? Is that if you are supplying water to a population of say 1 lakh, then you need to have a tangible, good, concrete source of water to supply that water, isn't it? If the population of 2 lakh is there, 2.5 lakh is there in Port Blair, then we need to have a big source of water somewhere placed near Port Blair. And we have that in the Nicobar Dam. So that is the first thing which is indispensable. What is second thing is that how that water is being used. Fortunately in Port Blair, the agricultural practices and other industries or economic activities which consume more water is very less. So the entire water is going towards consumption of people and households. If the water, suppose it is Diglipur, then Diglipur 70% of water would go in irrigation. On an average, in the northern India it is going up to 80%. But I'm saying because Diglipur is, the population is not that dense, but still 70 to 80% of water produced there might be going into that irrigation purpose. So the human consumption has got another rivalry with another economic activity, and that is agriculture. This is true for the entire world. So if you are governing water, then you have to see that how much of it is going towards agriculture and how to reduce it. I'll give you example also that how countries have actually grappled with the entire thing and how economists have proposed certain solutions also. So that is second. Third thing which is extremely important is that, and to my mind it's the most important thing which impacts the water supply and quality of water in the municipal and non-municipal area, is how are you tackling your black water and grey water. So if your black water and grey water you are not tackling, you are not processing your grey and black water, then the fresh water is also impacted. And this is true for almost entire world. So you let your sewage flow the way it is flowing, one day will come that you will not have any water resource anywhere. Your groundwater will be contaminated, your other sources would be contaminated. So if you are thinking of having that water, fresh source of water, then you should be investing your money and resource in tackling grey and black water. That is the third important thing. And fourth thing is that identifying your resource, that where will I get my water from. So every place has its own peculiarity. There are places where there is hardly any rainfall, but still they are surviving, aren't they? You go to Middle East, hardly any rainfall. Whenever it rains, probably it washes away the entire city. Otherwise, there is hardly any rain. Places like Saudi Arabia, places like Israel. I'll give you extensive example of Israel, because to my mind, Israel is the most important country which has tackled water in a big manner. So how do they do that? So we need to understand that what is my biggest strength as far as the source of water is concerned. Now I'll give you example for all these four things which I've talked about. The source of water, I'll start from there. The source of water, as I told you, we in Andaman and Nicobar, we get a precipitation probably second highest in the country, 3000 mm. That is second to Bhausinram in Meghalaya probably. But still, for 4 months, we are suffering from drought. And almost 200 demonstrations, fortunately no buses burnt, but lots of shouting and abuses hurled towards everybody is seen. Why does it happen? Because we have actually shut our eyes that what is our biggest strength in water. What is the biggest strength in this, as far as the source is concerned? The biggest strength is the precipitation. Whatever water we are getting from as rainwater, that is our biggest strength. We are just letting it flow back to the ocean. And if we capture it somewhere, then you have no shortage of water. And so government of India or government of Andaman probably in some point of time came up with a policy that everybody should be having rainwater harvesting structure. So I'm not going to the economics. To my mind, it has both positive and negative. But rainwater harvesting is the solution which nobody can deny. Isn't it? People in the areas in the world where there is hardly any precipitation have come up with tremendous innovative solutions. I was talking about Israel. The northern part of Israel has a big pond. That is called Sea of Galilee. From there, the Ashkelon project brings water all the way down south. That was the first one. And also, in 48 when they got independence, you know the first law which they brought about? First law they brought about is extremely simple. Is that the rainwater or water in any form is a national property, period. They did not say anything beyond that. But if you misuse and mistreat the national property, you are liable for the punishment. So if it is raining and you are not capturing the rain because it's a national property, rainwater, if you are not capturing, you are letting it flow, you are letting it go down the drain, then you are liable for the punishment. Simple rule. But they enforce it to the hilt. So everybody is having that rainwater harvesting structure. It's a national property, it's a common good, everybody is using it. And Israel was in short supply that time. So they came up with that. Later they realized that agriculture is obviously eating away lots of water. They are already water starved and almost 75-80% of it is going towards agriculture. And I tell you what, they are fighting with all Arab nations, but at the same time, the largest exporters of vegetables in all Arab nations is Israel. I was reading some 10 years back that $4 billion worth of vegetables are exported to Saudi Arabia and other countries. So what have they done? I'll just give you a very interesting short story about what they have done about agriculture. There was a chap called Simcha Blas. in Israel. So Simcha Blas, once he was walking towards his home, he saw that there is a row of seedlings which have been planted there, and one seed, one particular plant was much bigger than other plants. So he was quite intrigued that what is so unique about this particular plant. So he realized that there is a perforation in the pipeline which was going nearby, and the water was dripping out of that perforation. So then he came home, he experimented, and he planted some seeds with a pipeline with certain perforation and few seeds without perforation. And there he used to flood the same way as we irrigate our fields. He realized that with the drip thing, the growth of plant, yield of plant is much more. So he was quite convinced. So he went to the Secretary Agriculture that time. Secretary Agriculture in every country, bureaucrat would be a bureaucrat. So he must be somebody like me who said, you go away, you are an imposter, fly-by-night operator. I don't want to waste your time. So he said, please listen to me, I have a very good solution for Israel. He said, no, you go away. So he went to the agriculture minister that time. And agriculture minister that time was Levi Eshkol. Levi Eshkol, who became president of Israel later. Another, because all the water, you will realize that almost 80% of their water infrastructure is named after him. So Levi Eshkol, being a politician, he said that he came to secretary, he said they gave him an opportunity once. He said, no, he's just wasting a time, he's an imposter. How can the drip thing can cause a seedling to grow faster and have better yield? He said, give him a time, give him a chance. So he said, okay, fine, you go on the rooftop of the same building and you show us. So Simcha Blas, he went out of enthusiasm, he placed the pipe too close to the seeds. So all the seeds died. So there was a tremendous glee on agriculture, Secretary Agriculture. He said, I told you, he was an imposter, he was wasting our time. But Simcha Blas was very convinced. He went to Levi Eshkol again. He said, give me another chance. Secretary Agriculture was not budging, but then Levi Eshkol, he told him that give him another chance. So he was given another chance. And this time it was perfect, and he showed that the yield is much more. The plants grew better, they were healthier. And so this was the story of the birth of one of the largest firm in the world called Netafim. Netafim revolutionized agriculture. It is drip irrigation system. So our company Jan Irrigation has gone and acquired that. So this is how they have tackled the use of water in agriculture. And now this has been copied by most advanced countries also. We are also doing it, but probably in a slightly more orthodox manner. It's not that rampant and ubiquitous as it should be. Third thing is, I was talking about, is that how do you treat your water? Because if you do not treat your water, then not only you do not have availability of water, but also your water sources are contaminated. And the entire science of treatment of water is almost 200-250 years old. Started in France. They used to just spread it on the field, and then from there the entire science evolved. Now you have 5-6 different technologies. But the magic which can be done with the treatment of water, again I'll take the example of Israel itself. There is a town called Beersheba. There is a desert on the western side of Israel. There is a huge desert. It's called Negev desert. And there is a town called Beersheba. So entire Beersheba town, and there in the Beersheba, they have developed a huge lake. And around the lake there is a huge park. And that park is bigger than the Central Park of New York, which is probably the largest park in the urban agglomerate. So how did they do that? They have done that only with one thing, that they treated water, all the sewage water, and they built entire city and the entire park and the entire lake with that. Can you beat that? And so the potential of that, just imagine the impact. Not only they saved their traditional source of water, but they also built a new city altogether. And fourth, as the population went northwards and there was a crisis of water, obviously they rationed it. In fact, there's another story, I must share it with you quickly. Around 2009, they came up with the advertisement, TV commercial. There is a Israeli model called Bar Rafali. I don't know how many of you must have seen a very internationally famous model, Bar Rafali. She used to come on TV and she used to say that how important it is to save water. And as she is speaking, her face would become drier and drier and drier and it will start peeling off during that commercial itself. And hardly 1.5 minutes commercial. But after that commercial, it ran for a month. The entire consumption of water in Israel dropped by 18%. It has such a powerful impact on the society. Bar Rafali was obviously, there were three fellows rather. Bar Rafali, there is another singer called Ninit, and there was also film director Igvi or something. So that is the importance of water. And the strategy, if we are not clear in our head that what should be the strategy to have water supply in what manner, in which city, then it is going to be problematic. And you can see the live example is Delhi. Though I also headed Delhi water supply for almost 2 years, so my contribution towards that chaos is also there. But then there is other problems. There are much bigger problems. So in the nutshell, to summarize entire thing, I have already taken more than 25 minutes. To summarize the entire thing, actually in Andamans, what we are trying to do in last 1.5 years, we have realized that precipitation is our biggest strength. And what we need to do is to not look beyond the traditional method of water conservation. And what is the traditional method? That for time immemorial in our society, we have built ponds. Simple. Wherever the water is draining, you build ponds, and also to save it from the evaporation, you plant trees. You plant neem trees all around. Also, Dhanikari is a success. Dhanikari has sustained the city for 25 years. So some structure of that kind will again supplant the entire supply of water. So we went around, no fancy consultancy or nothing. We went around ourselves. My colleague is sitting here, a deputy commissioner. Deputy commissioners, me, others, we went around. We found 5 locations where a similar structure like Dhanikari can be built. And we went ahead. Then we hired some engineering consultants. They came and then they said, no, fantastic place to build. Where? So at present we are going ahead with building of 5 years. Another it will take a year or so if we work with the same vigor. Once these are built, let me assure you that there will not be shortage of water in entire Port Blair for another 30 years. And we are working towards that. But the single most important factor in coming years in the entire country, not in the entire country, in the entire globe would be water. So once you lose sight of this, everything will suffer. Your economy will suffer, the societal unrest would be there, then there would be too much of friction. So water is the ultimate good that we should be thinking about. So in nutshell, I have talked about water. There are many other facets which I do not want to dwell upon. Quickly coming to power, because everybody, and the moment I say power, everybody, I can see the frown and scowl on everybody's face. So what is the problem in Andaman? Problem is very simple. We are producing again the same problem, but we are producing it one of the worst possible way of production of electricity, most environmentally unfriendly, and the costliest way. That is one. Then, second element in power sector is your distribution, the transmission, and third is your distribution. So whether your infrastructure is up to date, even if you are producing very costly power, highly environmentally unfriendly power, but whether the entire infrastructure is good enough to take the load of growing population also and aging infrastructure, we do not have that infrastructure. Our infrastructure is 30 years old or probably 40 years old. So the first question you will ask me that why aren't you changing the infrastructure? There are problems. The government of India has come up with the policy that in this sector, as I told you, the privatization has done wonders, and there are examples. Delhi itself is example, and live in front of my eyes. When I joined the service within 6 or 7 years, and I was secretary to one of the chief ministers, and I've seen that happening, that magic happening. So this is one sector where privatization can actually bring around a complete change. So government of India came with that plan, but everything takes time. There are processes involved, and so we cannot change that infrastructure till a new player comes and invests. So that is the mandate, and that is the whole aim of that privatization things. In between, how you can manage, we are trying to manage that. Let me assure you that we are trying to manage with whatever resource that we have by simple basic management techniques. First thing probably we lacked is that the computation of demand and supply in the entire sector. We did that. We found that there is a tremendous gap, and there are methods to bridge that gap. We did that, and now we are trying to revamp the entire infrastructure bit by bit. But we cannot overhaul completely because I told you privatization will be unfolded and it will take some time. Unfortunately, our generation plant which was supposed to come at Bamboo Flat did not materialize. We are again taking up with Government of India. We cannot build it, so we have to rely upon Ministry of Power. Once it is revived, then probably coming 2-3 years we'll have a sustainable power supply, and which will also be environmentally friendly and much more cost effective than the diesel based power supply. Now other source could be renewables. So you will ask me that why aren't you working on renewables? We are working on that. In fact, every week we sit, we try and solve all the problems towards construction of renewable plants, and very soon we are going to have tender. So 120 megawatt worth of power generation plant at different parts of the entire UT is being planned. Stuartganj and Mitakhari probably will have more than 60 megawatt. Similarly, other places, Kalpong River, there you will have hydel based plant, and so we are working towards that. It will take time. It will take 1 or 2 years for entire thing to come and then supplant. But then once the process is started, then obviously it will be done. Third thing briefly I'll touch upon, because it's almost going to be an hour, is solid waste management. So solid waste management, as I told you, it has a similarity with the grey and black water. So if you do not take care of that, it will damage your water sources, it will damage your environment, it will also damage your green space and public space. And so the most precious thing in an urban environment is the public space. If you do not have a place where people can freely come, enjoy the evening, or children can play, then what kind of city is that? So the most fundamental thing in building a city is to build that public space, parks, gardens, playgrounds. marinas where people can just walk and everybody can enjoy good air and good time. Children can play. So this waste, solid waste, has the potential of damaging that. It can damage your public space, it will damage your traditional water source, and it can also damage your greens, which is there available in limited amount in different cities. So there are certain principles in solid waste management. What we are doing, in briefly I'll tell you. Municipality, you must have realized that recently municipality and the district administration both are doing tremendous work. They are going in different parts of the city. They are trying to lift legacy waste which is there. And also in collection of waste, the most important formula in your city would be with solid waste. If segregation is not good, no matter what you do, it will never be managed. You will always have a landfill, somehow bursting with all kinds of waste, which you probably totally would be aghast that how to tackle this huge heap of mountain. So segregation is the formula. This is the mantra for solid waste management. We are trying our best, and there is a tremendous success also. So at first place, we are trying to encourage people to have that segregation done at the household level. Also, the collection facility and the assurance of the collection is to be foolproof, that somebody comes to collect, that should come every day at the same time. Otherwise, everybody has some work in the morning. People go out for the work. At times, both the husband and wife, they go out for the work. So it has to be matching with the demands of the society. Also, whatever little is not segregated, you should be having some additional facility to segregate that. And here we have DRCs. There were tremendous gaps in the DRCs. For past 1 or 2 months, we started targeting. You must have realized now, the city is a bit cleaner, garbage are lifted, everybody is coming and telling you that, segregate your garbage before giving it to us. DRCs are being revamped. The entire landfill site has been mended. And so there is no rocket science involved in solid waste management. But if it is not done properly, then definitely rocket would fall in the entire city in a couple of years. So thank you so much for giving me time, and we all together in all 3 sectors, and this is my feeling that in all 3 sectors, especially first to water and power, where citizen can contribute tremendously is by saving. You can save water, you can save power. It's probably much better than generating power and water. And solid waste, you can segregate and help the entire city. So with these words, I thank CII again for holding this workshop here and enlightening us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Listening to your keynotes were absolutely enriching. Your resounding insights on the societal basics in terms of economics has truly actually laid the right foundation for the upcoming consultation. Water in any form is a national property, and we are responsible for it. We are responsible, and we should revamp the power generation sector, and managing solid waste through segregations are the key takeaways of the inaugural address of our chief guest. Sir, we look forward that this collaboration of academicians, practicing engineers, students and industry partners through CII is working hand in hand to understand and implement practices that contribute to the long-term sustainable goals and balance the environment, economy and society in these islands under the support and guidance of Andaman and Nicobar administration. Thank you once again, sir. I would request Brigadier Ashish Bhattacharya to please present a token of thanks and acknowledgement to our chief guest. A plaque as a souvenir to our Chief Secretary, Andaman and Nicobar Administration, the chief guest of this inaugural session of the two-day consultative workshop on moving towards sustainability. I would also request Brigadier Bhattacharya to present a green memento to our chief guest, sir, as a token of gratitude and shared responsibility, as we say that together we care for the island and the nature, a nurture to flourish with sustainability. It serves as a living reminder to this special event evolving over time and adapting to the environment. I would request Brigadier Bhattacharya to present a memento to our Secretary, sir, Shri L. Kumar, Secretary Education, Andaman and Nicobar Administration. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Dr. Sabyasachi Nayak, Councillor CII Water Institute, to officially thank the gathering. Dr. Sabyasachi Nayak.
Thank you, Madam. Mr. Keshav Chandra, Chief Secretary, Andaman and Nicobar Administration. Mr. L. Kumar, Secretary Education, Andaman and Nicobar Administration. Mr. Shankar Rao, Brigadier Ashish Bhattacharya, delegates, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. We heard some excellent views and perspective from our speakers at the inaugural session, and it is indeed a privilege for me to offer the vote of thanks. Our relentless demand for natural resources is spiking its depletion and degradation. And this is having widespread impact on the environment. And if you want to thrive, we must ensure conservation of these resources. Water, waste, and energy needs to be looked through the prism of integration. Let us remember, spike in economic activities, current consumption pattern and population growth will demand more water, will demand energy, and also will generate more waste. So how to tackle this? So going forward, the mantra should be creating maximum impact with minimal resource utilization. For this to happen, an enduring partnership with all stakeholders will be very much imperative. I would like to recapitulate what has been very rightly pointed out by Mr. Chandra. Yes, we should have an integrated approach towards water management. When I say integrated approach towards water management, we should look at both fresh water and wastewater, because if you neglect the wastewater, it is going to pollute the fresh water which is available in scarce quantity. Not only that, he also provided an insight to bring to the focus the sustainable management of quality. The water quality management is also of prime importance in today's context. And very nicely put, we should also learn from the good practices which are prevalent in other parts of the country, like he mentioned about Israel. And one thing was very striking in his speech. He mentioned about reviving the traditional wisdom which is existing in this island in order to ensure water security for the island. To start with the basics, he also mentioned measuring and monitoring. Yes, if you don't measure it and if you don't monitor it, then how are you going to take corrective actions for ensuring water security for this island? Obviously, participation of all stakeholders will be very much imperative in bringing about change in mindset and behavior of all stakeholders and in emergence of a transparent approach towards water conservation. With respect to power, yes, the time is right now. We must make a transition towards renewables. And segregation is an important component with waste management. With these words, I would like to extend a special thanks to Mr. Keshav Chandra, Chief Secretary, Andaman and Nicobar Administration, for his illuminating address. I also would like to thank Mr. L. Kumar, Secretary, Department of Education, Andaman and Nicobar Administration. My thanks to Mr. Rao and Brigadier Bhattacharya for their perspective. I would also like to thank our speakers from the government, academia and industry who will deliberate on these issues at various plenaries today and tomorrow. A special thanks to DBRIT faculty and students for the support and cooperation in organizing and conceptualizing this workshop. My sincere thanks to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, who are present here and who are also present digitally. It is important that all of us should come together in addressing these challenges collectively. May I request you, all of you, now to join us for tea and reassemble in this hall for the next session on water security for Andaman and Nicobar Island. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Refreshment has been arranged in the foyer. Dignitaries and delegates are requested to please join for the tea. Students may remain seated. Thank you. Jai Hind.
the non-monsoon recharge by poles will be 68 out of 125 days of non-monsoon period. So these are the position which will say what way we should go ahead while we are looking for the Andaman water resources, Andaman Nicobar water resources. Local Andaman and Great Nicobar have much higher per capita water availability as the population is here not much. Local figure says below 20 cubic meter indicate water stress and below 9 cubic meter indicate water scarcity, but here the water is available in these two islands much higher than the 1700 cubic meter. Only 20% of water from rivers, lakes and aquifers can be effectively used for drinking. Other users in Andaman Nicobar Island in a different situation. So the remaining 80% was through overwhelming soil, evaporation and filtration due to the hydrothermal conditions and high intensity rainfall on Lowland Mars. Assessment of present surface and groundwater availability is to be conducted and currently carried out with various agencies through satellite imaging and secondary data, and the assessment aims to identify the major payments water availability, including reserve areas of the island in my succeeding slides. But I would say that definitely we should reduce the water use. There should be community participation. There should be climate resilience as a factor and increase water recycling, develop new sources, and this will go to the complete responsible use of water. Now, actually spacing in water physiology is formation of island is, then it is formed by above sea extension of submarine mountain ranges, great island arc, 7 feet on North Andaman, which is around 2,418 feet, and Mount Clear on Great Nicobar, which is close to 2,000 feet, and Mount Harriet on South Andaman. There is a conservative anchor on Terran Island in the Andaman Sea. Terran is Andaman, where its level is limited flat land, and that is somewhat available on Beta 4 and Digital, and Terran flat terran surfaces of terran formation and Great Nicobar healing near soft flowing stream significant size surface water. Now if we see what is the drainage takes place, then no major perennial rivers, South Andaman major streams include Nicobar, Nicobar, and Barmanda. North Andaman, the major streams include Kaplan, where there is a little hydro potential also, then Kaplan and Nicobar. Nicobar district has got the major streams in Great Nicobar, include Galatia, Alexandra River, Devan Nala, Mother Nala, and Nicobar. Leading into streams are there, Chavara, Miller, and these are the names of these streams. Those are there. So we can say there are various blended channels actually. Now, coming back in what will be rainfall pattern, so the rainfall is much higher before actually the decade 1990 it was much higher, but now it has got shifted in the month of June and thereafter June and goes up to December. And the rainfall in my district was closely narrowed into time so the economic state 7 River Island have not received significant rainfall. River Island also significant rainfall variation, creation of an isolated lake is almost not visible. If we see then Andaman Island in 3 other islands, that is Main Island, North, Middle and South Andaman, other than Swan Island, Internal Island, Sentinel Island, these islands to the Channel Island, these are the over 300 islands, and the other one Nicobar Island, the commerce, non-recovery, these are elements are there. So these elements will shape the potential where being informed and all can be addressed. Now, if we say in what way the water development in whichever element should be done, we should go for small dams and desalination. Now, you say in desalination and energy intensive, I'll take it after that. But in what way we should do small dams? Small dams have to be storing water, which is the primary source of fresh water. And there are various streams, various nalas, we can plug them and it is all possible. They provide a relevant supply of water during the dry season. These wells can have recharge groundwater levels supporting both human consumption and agriculture needs. Location where we should bring all the considerable locations are identified based on topography, rainfall patterns, and community needs. Design and construction areas are designed to minimize environmental impact, save energy very high value, and maximize water storage capacity. Maintenance will by annual maintenance is essential to prevent saturation and ensure the longevity of the tank.
Dr. Avinash, please put it on presentation mode.
Okay, I'm sorry. Is it okay now?
Yes, Bashir. Yes.
I'm sorry, so far actually, not in the proper way. Then numerous smaller dams scattered across and continue, they will continue to local security. Only one voluntary dam is there, which is the local example in South Andaman. So, general approach for surface water sources development and building small dams and reservoirs, dividing in relatively watershed areas that we should do first. Islands are divided into various watershed areas, which serve the basic units for planning water system development. And watershed for planning storage structure should be, we should adopt a watershed approach, considering each stream's watershed as a basic unit for studying and formulating proposals for water storage structure. Since for the rest of the country, we are dealing in this particular area where we are not getting much wider, longer stream, so the hydrology and the watershed approach should be studied in a very careful manner and in a very precise manner. Optimized studies the maximum returns of some locations structured the subsurface blocks to the evacuation. Then watershed development in Nicobar we should do development to small drainage areas, local drainage gullies, where water concentrate, ensure the drainage area size is reasonable for utility management, then site-specific factors like shape, cultivation, shape of land, so on is to be done. So it's very the feeling that why I'm just reading all this, really saying because in case of development, this is the future, but actually the approach which needs to be adopted in case of Andaman Nicobar Island, where each island, each location will be different, will be only small scale, and we need to consider it in that way. Then whether student identification should be the first job, then potential site for small children should be the second one. Assessing water availability, we should do it in a very careful manner, and managing water availability by assessment, arrangement of water availability due to various level intervention will be the third. Now, utilization of captured surface water, the water which we could capture, which is agriculture uses are there, which is there, then in that case it should be on a micro irrigation based or in a very economized manner. When runoff generation is stream flow, we should understand runoff is generated from the watershed area between hills, flowing with the river or stream and discharging into a major river or the sea. Before it joins the sea, actually maximum storage and usage should be there. Maybe the series of check dams or dikes in such a way so the water can be stored more in the land part instead before joining to the sea, which is as on rate 80% is there. Then construction of dams and storage reservoir. Construct dams across river streams to create artificial storage. Use storage reservoir primarily for domestic irrigation, industrial high power generation means these factors should be there. The drinking water, the food self-sufficiency, then for hydropower, and then for other uses. The stored water, excess water during large rainfall, flows and release it gradually. As I told you, it should be in that way. Now actually, urban area, where the Dhanekari dam, which Chief Secretary has also spoken, is to be raised by 5 meters. Sweet water lake at Chittigarh, we should really actually think on that. The reclaimed water supply project, desalination plant at Port Blair is there. Then here is there, where to go for that, and then 14 meter higher than Indra Nala, Karika Swami Nala, and procurement of barges, where we can really think to solar based desalination. Then 14 meter high dam on Kamsat Nala in the rural area, 13 meter high dam on Koila Nala, Nicobar reservoir for 100-day storage that we have to think of. So far, by pond, the irrigation is possible only for 409 hectares. By Nala, it is 985 9 hectares. That RK Ramkrishnapur project, which is quite long back and it has become now non-functional, we should really revive it. And then by wells, today actually irrigation is happening around 116.5 hectares. So actually we should see that whether the used water can be put for irrigation purpose. It will definitely be a proper strategy and need a pragmatic approach and policies for water sewage development for irrigation. That is what it is needed. The groundwater estimation report of Andaman and Nicobar Islands, which got completed in March 23, it has indicated that still there is a groundwater stage of development is 1.37%, and it's safe. I think we should see in what way, very rational way, the groundwater should be used. So this being a vital resource over there. Now considering the per capita availability of water, then we find the Andaman Nicobar Island can be divided into 3 major part districts, we can say Andaman, Nicobar, and then the Nicobar and Middle Andaman, North and Middle Andaman. So the total potential is 26.2 million cubic meter, and out of that, if we project the population, still the per capita water availability comes to around 22,380 meter cube per year, which is quite good, quite substantial. And in case if we compare with other countries like India, other part, then it is 1400 cubic meter, China, Pakistan, Bangladesh, UK. So the water availability in Andaman is much higher. Only the management problem is there, where we are allowing 80% water to flow down. So that is to be stopped.
So sorry for interrupting, sir. 1 more minute is there, sir.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, sir.
So, okay, then I will come down immediately. You see, these are the blue locations are the area where the water resources are being tapped presently, and there is a big gap even in the urban part. And these are the sites where we should go for the development, and it will be 25.73 million liters per day would be the development potential. So I'll go closely immediately to the final slides. We should go for desalination. This should be the solar-based desalination. Also, the ocean thermal-based desalination can be adopted. On another way, the ions conclude combining small diamond desalination, utilizing both and reusing the wastewater for agriculture purposes. These should be the measures what we should adopt in case of the Andaman Nicobar Island. So the major takeaway here is this, that there should be a very precise topographic study for calculating the water availability at various locations, at various possible geological formation, and in what way we can go for stopping the dam or stopping the water which is going down to the sea, and we can harvest water and make it physical. Thank you very much. Thanks, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really indeed a very delightful and very knowledgeable insight in your presentation, sir. I am sure we have got senior officials from APWD here. They have also tapped all those nalas and all those water resources which you are indicating, sir. They are also coming up with projects. Next, our presentation is by Shri Arun Kumar, Executive Engineer, Andaman Public Works Department. I'm sure, sir, Arun sir will be putting light on those projects which we are coming up under Andaman Nicobar administration. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Now I invite Shri Arun Kumar, Executive Engineer, Andaman Public Works Department, to speak on water scenario challenges in Andaman Nicobar Islands. Sir.
Good morning, all office bearers.
So before we start, I would like to correct, sir. Arun sir is now superintendent engineer. My apologies that I have just said executive engineer. He is a superintendent engineer in APWD. Thank you, sir. Please.
Thank you. Good morning, all office bearers of the CIE, all participants, my friends. It's a great pleasure to have here the CIE members, office bearers, and it is really nice to see all the academics, industries, and the students all interacting here. Especially also some of the higher administrative officers from the ministries are also present here. So it's a great pleasure for me to present whatsoever the efforts we have made in ensuring the sustainable water supply to the Andaman Nicobar Island. Let's start, please. As that agenda was mostly related with the sustainability of the water supply, so we have arranged the projection in a manner that we will present the initial water supply scenario presently. Then whatsoever the efforts we have made an action plan to ensure the sustainable water supply over the year in the Andaman Nicobar Island, in the urban and rural area. Thereafter we shall go to the effect of the climate changes we are expecting in the future, and then how we will try to mitigate it. And later on, I have tried to deal with the expectations we have from the industry to contribute to this sustainable water supply. So, sir, as we have been just in the last presentation, we have been already informed by our Dr. Avinash sir that the Andaman Island is, due to the climatic region, has a very huge advantage that we receive lots of participation. 3,100 annual participation is a very big assets to the Andaman, and what we need that we have to store it and use it during the summer when rain is not there. Most important challenges we have in the storing the rainwater is that due to the topographical region as well as the geomorphic regions, we cannot have much storage in the groundwater, and most of the rain, around 75 to 80% of that, goes to the sea. Because of the topographical region, there are small coastal areas. There we cannot make big structures to store the water, and most of the demand here is related to the domestic purpose only, for the domestic drinking water only. There is hardly any industry our agriculture is mostly rain fed, and whatsoever the small demand is there during the summer season, that is made by the small wells here. So mostly we have to plan for the domestic water to meet the summer shortages. And that also the problem in the domestic sector is only when we have the summer. There is hardly any shortages during the whole of the rainy season. We have plenty of that. But as soon as the summer starts, means like beginning from the October, I think that the end of the northeast monsoon, it starts around December, January, and then it continues up to the May when monsoon arrives. So these 4 months is very critical for us. And then most important critical parts start during the March, when we have the initial storages which is available with us, that starts depleting. So that our most critical part is to maintain the water supply during the month of the March to May. So that is the 100 days water supply. Most of the time we will plan for that 100 days supplies only. Next one. So that, sir, these are the groundwater, these are the different sources we are tapping at present. Among them there are springs. We have already constructed the ponds in various places. We have dug wells also, bore wells also. Now lots of that has come up. And so we have around 5,342 structures in all the 3 districts. Out of them, sir, 265 of the water sources, including the springs, ponds and bore wells, are used for water supply, public water supply, to maintain the water supply, drinking water supply into the rural area as well as the urban area. And among them, one of the major sources for the urban water supply is the Nicobar Dam. That has the, as present, its capacity is 8474. When we have, in 2013, we raised the height to the 5 meter. That doubled the capacity of the Nicobar Dam. So that is the major boost to our water supply in the Nicobar Dam area. The Kalpang hydroelectric power projects is totally dedicated to the power supply generation. So there is nothing related to the water, drinking water from there. We have small dams like Pansala Dam, Kadamtala Dam in the north middle to supply the rural water supply need of the north middle area. Similarly, we have the similar small dams in the Nicobar groups also. The Car Nicobar is totally based on the groundwater, that is from the open wells. Saura and Champion, they do not have any water sources, so there we have to depend on totally on rainwater harvesting, and there that is totally managed by community there also. Recently, we have completed the Rutland water supply project. That was the very ambitious project, and almost it took 20 years to become feasible. So in 2022, we completed the Rutland water supply project. From that, since the commissioning, we are continuing to receive 6.6 MLD of the water to the Portware area, and that is a very big support for us during the summer season. As we have concluded from the various measurements and studies, that total utilization of the water per year is around 12048 ml, while the Nicobar Dam capacity is 8474 only. And now it is supported by 24019 ml of the water supply from the Rutland water supply schemes. Rural water supply requirements is very less because their norms is only 55 LPCD. So it is around 4,000 some ml. So that is around 50% or like that of the urban water supply. So major demand is in the urban area, especially to the port area, because whole of the population is concentrated. 50%, around 60% population is concentrated in the port area. Even the floating population is mostly concentrated in the port area. So that is the big challenge during the to meet the demand during the summer season. Next please. So this is the Nicobar Dam. At present it is full, has the level of 66 meter, and then the bottom of that there is a Rutland water supply. The water coming from the Rutland through a submarine pipeline. So that we have, as per the recommendation from the CGWB, we integrated their 5 sources, and at present we have laid a submarine pipeline below the sea level, 72 meters below the mean sea level, and that is supplying the water to the RM point under gravity. From there we are pumping the water to the Nicobar Dam and then supplying to the Portware area. Next. We have estimated the sector-wise demand of the different sectors into the Andaman Nicobar Islands, and we find that the domestic use in urban area is around 2048 ml annually, and in rural area it is only 4522 ml. That measure the farm sector demand, which is the major demand here, that is totally rain fed, and it hardly we did not need to consider that when we plan for the water supply schemes. So that our total consumption is on to meet the demand of 12048 ml and 4522 ml in the rural area, especially during the summer season. Next. Sir, we have this is the population distribution into the urban area and rural area. Only the southern Andaman has the urban population. In the Port Blair is concentrated mostly into the Port Blair city. So that around 50% of the population of the 4,700 that resides in the Port Blair, and we have to supply around 33 MLD of water to the Port Blair city. And that the major supplies from the Nicobar dam supported by Rutland along with the some 4-5 traditional water bodies there, Jawahar Sarovar, Nayagaon, Chakargaon, Dollyganj. These are the small reservoirs which is supporting the water supply into the small pockets around there, these reservoirs. In Nicobar group, sir, we have around 4,600, that is the least populated area, and there during the, especially when we supply the availability of the water supply, we see that there is no problem into the normal monsoon season. We have sufficient 4672 ml is being collected from the existing water supply sources, and we are distributing it to the public domain. But during the summer, most of the sources has either they get dry up or their yield reduces to around 50% or much lesser. So especially when it is a prolonged summer, means when summer starts yearly in December and continue up to the May or beyond May. So it becomes very difficult to maintain the water supply in the small pockets in all the rural area as well as in the Port Blair area also. So we have, so there is during the summer season, which is the mostly March to May, we have only supply of 22.03 ml, which is around 50% of the total demand in these areas. So we have made various plans, as our Chief Secretary sir has already informed that in 2023 we faced lots of problems because of the long summers, and there was hardly any reserve for us to continue with the water supply. So we have a committee of all the departments. We decided to explore the sites, various sites, and construct the ponds, wells, bore wells, wherever that is feasible. We have various consultations also with the different departments, and we plan some works to be taken up in the phase 1 manner, phase 1, and then to be phase 2. So we have planned, means from 2023 we have planned around 67 schemes into the phase 1 to boost the water supply during the summer season, and that is mostly 61. Out of 61 we have only 32 schemes are now ongoing, remaining has been completed. So that's why during this summer we were able to supply the water supply normally to the Port Blair area even during the summer season. So that is a very big satisfaction for us that our efforts we have made that have started giving the results. Similarly, during the second phase we have also planned some of the work to additional augmentation these sources, so that we can have when in the future we need some more water, that will be added to that based on their capacity. Next please. So that major action plan, we have planned that we will have the development of the ponds wherever feasible. We have at least they must have a 100 days storage capacity. Development of wells at the places where there are good reserve from the ground we can get. There is a limited groundwater potential into the whole of the Andaman Islands, and especially the bore well can only be sustained into the one small pocket of the South Andaman, that is in the Bednabad area, and so that's why we concentrated our bore wells in that region only, based on the suggestion of the CGWB. Also in Port Blair municipal area also they conducted studies and identified some potential places where we can have the bore wells. So some of the bore wells are successful, and we are also that is also supporting the water supply into the urban area. We have similarly, as we know that there are very small channels, natural springs are there, so that water goes to the sea. So we have proposed additional check weirs on that stream, so that we can have more and more water there that can be used for the summer season. And then some of the major projects, means which will take 1 or 2 years to become ready for use, so that we have planned around 7 schemes are there, so that will be discussing in the next few slides. Please. Next one. So that here, sir, no, just one slide, more slide. Sir, as we have been discussing that ponds is a very critical part of our water supply systems here. Mostly even I think that in the older days, ponds were the most important component of the water supply system. So we have planned that wherever feasible, already under the Jal Shakti Abhiyan, we have rural department has constructed the 75 ponds, but they are not very large, but we have planned to extend their volumes to make it possible to support the water supply also in that area. We have planned additional water supply, additional ponds, consisting of additional ponds into the North, Middle and Nicobar districts, where they can be used to support the water supply during the summer season. 16 such ponds is in North Andaman, already work has started, and in Nicobar 18 ponds has been planned. So that is the purpose, is that that we will collect the rainwater during the rainy season and continue to support them. They will be used to supply the water during the summer season. In South Andaman, we have already constructed 22 ponds in places where we have some streams coming up and we have the revenue lands available, so that we should not have to adopt the costly method of land acquisition. So we identified lands. We have identified 22 potential sites, and these sites has been now they become spawn, and it has been very it gives immense satisfaction that they were able to support the water supply during this summer season. PBMC also has in the municipal area developed the 10 ponds here in the municipal area. So total we have already completed pond development of around 500 ml capacity. So that is just around half of the total requirement of the summer season. Next. So similarly, we have planned in some of the springs bed, we have good water supply yield during the summer season also. That is also CGW has already recommended that we can tap those springs by constructing the dug wells as an intake well. And so we have planned to construct 8 number of dug wells in the North Middle Andaman, 9 numbers in Nicobar, and South Andaman we have already 2 works has been completed. So that is in the Bamboo Flat area in the Fararganj Tahsil, because there is always water scarcity is there, because there is not much bigger sources. So that 2 wells has been completed, and they have also made operational. So total we have planned 19 wells into the area that will supply 1.075 MLD of water in these 3 districts. Now next one. The borewell, earlier we were not willing to go ahead with the borewells because there were apprehensions that they may not support the water supply much, but this time because of the scarcity in some of the area where the borewell, where the groundwater is there, we try to have the bores here also, and PBMC and PWD both together constructed around 38 borewells. Most of the around 10 borewells has been constructed in the Bednabad area of the Port Blair, 5 into the Fararganj, and 23 in municipal area. Especially
Excuse me, sir, you have 30 more seconds.
Yeah, 15 borewells in the area that has become very successful, and they are yielding good amount of water. So we are around 2.25 ml of the water we are getting daily. Next. So these are the weirs we have planned in the PBMC area around that will support around 48 ml of the capacity. Total 1.005 ml of the water will be supplied from the check weirs which has been planned and ongoing. Next one. Next one. So these are the major projects that we have already completed the first phase of the wetland. Now second phase of the wetland is proposed, that will end around 6 ml of water again here. The Karpaya Swami Nala, which we have already, Dr. Avinash sir has told that we are already 941 ml is planned here. We will construct 3 check weirs. Bachra Pahar already 1 has got these sanctions and we will be tendering that one. 2 is more planned in the future. Kula Nala projects is already under study in the Fararganj Tahsil to support the water supply in Fararganj. Kurang Nala is also under study to support the North Model. Khudiram is there for the for Diglipur, and Guptapara Dam, which was earlier abandoned, we have again started reviving the project, and we have started a study, and we will complete it, which can become a secondary dam for the Dhanikhari Dam also. Next one. So these are the second phase projects, sir. We are increasing the dia of the pipeline to support the transportation of the 12 ml water from the Rutland. We are also integrating 7 more sources of springs in the Rutland side up to the Komio Nala, that is the far end of the Rutland. Next one. So mostly the challenges in the industry, in the water supply sector, is that we have the very limited storage space. We do not have the big sites due to topographical region, so that increases the cost. So also due to the logistic region, there is a cost is very high. So when we compare to the cost per capita benefits, then it is very difficult to justify a project here in Andaman. But we have to rationalize it because there is no other way, but we have to construct such projects. We have limited energy available here, so we cannot go for desalination, which is very energy intensive also. There is a groundwater potential is there, but we have a limit to explore them because there is always chances of contamination, intrusion from the seawater, so that we have to be careful. We have to plan for the recharge when we try to extract from the groundwater. And our coastal and marine ecology is very sensitive, so we have to be very careful in construction, in planning the various structures also. The most important part is that we do not have much land to develop big ponds. Okay, and then we have also, we plan to upgrade our network systems to reduce the losses. That is a major part because our losses is more than 30%. That is the very worst type of the network. So we have to upgrade it by adding different type of the now IoT systems and other places. So that we have already, just go ahead. Very important part is that we have planned, whatsoever we have done, that we have tried to revive some of the construction has been done in the quarry, stone quarry area. So that gives a very big potential because already we have the hard strata at the bottom, so there is no losses from the water, and we have the good water reserve in those areas. At this time, we have around 6 ponds has been developed, which stores around 200 ml of the water. So that will be sufficient to support the newly added all the wards of the PBMC area. Next one. So these are some new ponds we have constructed and said that it is working already. All of them has become operational. Next. And one more, this is the one most important experiment. This is the submerged land during the tsunami. So we have drained it and developed it as a pond. So I think that the first year it will have some salinity. By the next year it will become almost operational and fresh water for use into the drinking water. Next. Similarly, we have planned other ponds also. So these are the quarries are almost around 6-7 abundant stone quarries was there. So we have closed the drainage of that quarry, and that becomes a very good pond. Around 200 ml of the water is there, and we plan to increase it by around 200 ml by next year, also by raising the embankments. Next one. So these are the also quarries. They are now full of water now at present. Next one. So we have to also improve our water management. We have to reduce the non-revenue losses by adopting the modern technologies. Some real-time measurements and monitoring has to be done. We have to promote the recycle and reuse, which is not there in us at present. So we have slowly that still it is mandatory with the industry, so they have to promote it more. Next one. We want better. So this is the one small trial we have given, that we have put up some meters. Based on that we are developing a dashboard there, so we can get the real-time water supply, which we are receiving from the dam and distributing to the command tanks. So we can get the real losses also. Similarly, we have also developed with the help of the DBRATE a small dashboard for but next one please. The small where we can get the volume of the water in the CWR and the water quality, which is being fed to the distribution system. So this is being extended to the other treatment plants also. We have already sent the proposal, and we will cover all the treatment plants with that. Next one. So that now the most important is that we should go, because here we are very in a eco-sensitive zone, so we will mostly go for the eco-friendly developments. We want some construction technology which should use the less water. We must have the household appliances which uses the less water, because the losses is very high. We do not have a metered distribution system, so that we make us very careless when we go for the water. So and
So
each
time
of the
is up,
households.
sir.
Yeah, okay. Think this. Okay. And then we have just considered the climate changes, what is coming up due to the climate. As we have seen that we have the good rain at that point. Next slide please. So these are the precipitation pattern here in the Andaman. We mostly get in July, August, that is the highest precipitation time, and then February is the least one. And so we have studies that there will be some changes in this rainfall pattern during the future due to the climatic changes. So we will I will list out those changes. Next one please. Next one. Next one please. So that there will be now number of dry days will increase, that the rate is expected to be 0.314 mm per year. There will be increase in temperature of 0.113 degrees centigrade per year. There will be increase in humidity as well, and sea level is likely to increase 0.1 meter to 1.9 meter by 2100. So all these are alarming, and depending on that we have to plan for. Increase in the decrease in rain day will increase that we have to increase the capacity to store the more and more water. Increase in temperatures will result in more evaporation, so we have to plan the control of the evaporation systems. And increase in sea water level, so we have to protect our groundwater by more and more recharges so that our groundwater remains safe. Next one. So as we have been discussing that the desalination is one of the technology that will support us because sea level is going to increase, but it can only be done when we have sufficient energy, because there is a limitation in energy availability. So we have planned that we suggest the industry to try to go for this solar thermal based energy desalination plant, because we will have more and more solar energy in the future, and that will be little, I think that at the experimental stage, but I think that it will become a very big technology in the future to have the use the thermal energy for desalination and use it for the water supply system. We have lot of humidity, so we may go for the humidifier based water generation unit also. There is a lots of big coastal area, we can plan for something like floating water bodies or like vessels like that. So we can float in the sea, and we can pump the water during the rain season and store it and use it during summer season. We can reclaim and restore water bodies which has already been damaged or contaminated. We must focus on more groundwater, because as we are industry is coming, more and more groundwater is being extracted without any arrangements for discharge. That is a very big concern, and we must try to get it right now. This is the time that we must, whenever we have groundwater extraction unit, we must have the arrangements for the groundwater recharge, and good groundwater recharge should be such that it must compensate the extraction at least. And so that this is my expectations from the industry, that they must, whenever they are planning a commercial unit, it must be self-sustainable. They should not see that we have to supply the water. They have to generate the water for their use, so that their investment should not put up a burden onto the public systems. So there will be more and more corporate social responsibility in the water supply systems, so that the people should be aware of that what is their contributions, and they should, whenever they are planning some units, they must have their own investment with one part to be on source development. They should have their sources, either some units to supply the water requirement for their units, and water supply, public water supplies use should be limited so that it should not overburden, and they should also control the wastages and the promote recycle and reuse in their units also, and they should limit the groundwater extraction to the extent possible so that it can be used for the public use. That is all. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. APWD being the biggest department and the parent department who has been supplying and who has the responsibility on shoulders to supply water right from the top of the Andaman Nicobar Island north to south. So sir has really extensively covered all the challenges and the present projects and everything. Thank you very much, sir. Now I call upon Colonel Alex Anthony, Chief Works Engineer, Andaman and Nicobar Command, to speak on challenges in water management to support the military garrisons in Andaman and Nicobar Islands.
Good morning, Jai Hind. At the outset, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to CII and Dr. Ambedkar Institute of Technology for inviting us to participate in the workshop and do brainstorming with the technocrats of the country. I take this opportunity to brief on the challenges in the water supply management. As being Commander Works Engineer, I am responsible for water supply and electric supply to all the military institutions in the Andaman Nicobar region, primarily Hado and the Mini Bay area. As you know, Andaman Nicobar has got a severe peculiarity. Being an island, it receives heavy rainfall to the tune of 3,100 mm, but entire runoff is such that 70 to 75% of the rainfall is directly wasted into the sea. There is no provision or there is no plan as on today to harness the water which is available as from the rainfall. At the defense, we have installed few measures such as establishment of desalination plant and water storage oblique borewell to mitigate the current issues. The stations which are part of Andaman Nicobar Command are few of the outstation as well as the station which are in the main Port Blair. So the outstations, as you can see in the view file, are partially self-sustained. A point to note is there's a Japanese well in the Car Nicobar area which was built by the Japanese during the occupation, which still survives and still sustains the water supply arrangement to Car Nicobar area. For the Port Blair area in the region of Bridgeganj, Mini Bay and Hado, the Chauldhari Dam and the Dhanakari Dam are the major source of water. However, during the lean season, that is from March to June say, we face severe critical issues in water supply. It is a matter of honor for MES that both the Chauldhari Dam and the Dhanakari Dam was constructed by MES way back in 1990s. The Dhanakari Dam was handed over to APWD for operation and maintenance. However, still we have the Chauldhari Dam under our control and it is maintained and operated by us. Point to notice, we have taken substantial measures to increase the capacity, which was the initial spillway gate was 15.2 meter, which was increased twice, and recently in the 2011 we have increased it to 17 meters. And with that 70% of the water goes to defense and 30% is given to APWD through their filtration plant installed at Chauldhari. The challenges, as the speakers have already enumerated, is pertaining to military area also. The runoff is as such, we are not able to store the water which is available during the heavy monsoon. We have felt that there is inadequate water supply from APWD since they have to cater for the growing population and industry demand, and this issue comes up in the month of April to June. Since the Chauldhari Dam is a earthen dam, there is no provision of further scope of improvement. However, I will brief you on these various steps which we are doing as MES to augment the supply oblique the storage capacity of Chauldhari Dam. The dam was built in 1990s and the pipeline which is running from Chauldhari Dam to Pothrapur filtration plant and to the Mini Bay area is of old vintage. So over a period encroachment issues have propped up and buildings oblique houses have been constructed on top of the, and we are finding it difficult to replace. The capacity was such that it is not able to sustain and filter more water. So we are undertaking few measures to augment the water supply arrangement to the military garrison. As I mentioned earlier, the prime source of water to defense forces in Mini Bay area is the Chauldhari Dam, for which consultancy services are already in. The tender is uploaded, which entails the scope for further improvement oblique further increase in the storage capacity, including desilting of the Chauldhari Dam. The lacuna or the shortfall lies at the filtration plant itself, which is at Pothrapur, which has got a capacity of only 4.5 lakh gallon per day, and the plant capacity is approximately 10 lakh gallon. So we are working on the enhancement of the filtration plant at Pothrapur, which will further enhance the filtration capacity from 4.5 lakh gallon per day to approximately 10. The problem doesn't end with enhancement of the filtration plant. We are running short of storage installation in the defense area, so we are working on enhancement of the storage capacity as well. As brought out, borewell and dugwells are the primary source of water. We are seeking the inputs from Central Groundwater Board, and a study is already ordered which will recommend the number of borers and the location for digging up of borewell. One point to note is the limitation in the aquifer in which the borewell gets punctured. So once the aquifer dries up, we have to find a mean to recharge the aquifer so that it can sustain. Some of the recommendation and way forward which we are looking and working closely and plan to work closely with the civil administration is augmentation of the Dhanakari Dam. As mentioned earlier, Chauldhari Dam augmentation consultancy is already on. So we are coordinating with APWD for enhancement of Dhanakari Dam, and we are hopeful that we'll be able to find a solution. As mentioned by SC APWD, the Rutland project is a major boom and it's a major backbone to the water supply arrangement in Port Blair. So phase 1 is already completed. We are taking up case with the civil administration for supply in the phase 2, which is coming up. As such, any infrastructure project involves participation of all the key holders, stakeholders. So we are coordinating with all the agencies, APWD, administration, other agencies to identify and propose a realignment of the pipeline from the Potrapur filtration plant to Mini Bay area. We have got 4 desalination plants which are working of various capacities starting from 80 KLD to 120, 160 KLD, which are supplying water to Mini Bay and Hado area. Only issue is the operating cost. It is a proprietary item of a firm called Rosham, which is the market leader in the, which was so-called the market leader in the RO desalination industry. And his cost benefit analysis says that the water which we are drawing from desalination plant, it is not economical. So we are finding a solution to identify vendors who has got Make in India concept to come and install these kind of desalination plant in the military garrison. We are coordinating with Central Groundwater Board for remote sensing / satellite studies of the catchment areas so that we can develop it as ponds, dikes, etc. The Chief Secretary has already brought out this point of community awareness and participation. Without the user involvement, we will not be able to reduce the consumption of / reduce the wastage of. So at grassroots level, we are taking up case to educate the user to minimize the water consumption and wastage at their end. With this, I come to the end of the presentation. I would like to answer any of the queries which you have, in case you have.
Thank you, sir. So we will be having the question and answer session at the end of the session. Thank you so much, sir. I, on behalf of CII and Debrade, thank Colonel Alex for giving such a beautiful presentation. As we know that in this difficult terrain, MES has really done a marvelous job in even the construction of ATR 2 dams and all other constructions in the difficult terrains. Thank you so much, sir. Now I invite Mr. K. Chandrasekhar, CEO, MS Group Engineers and Associate Companies, CSC Construction India Private Limited, Vice President, Andaman Nicobar Chamber of Commerce and Industries, to speak on water needs of expanding local industry.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And good morning to all of you present here. This is my great pleasure and opportunity. I got this opportunity to say something about water management in Andaman Nicobar Islands. Through this, I am grateful to CII and the Debrade Institute. टेक्निकल मैटर्स में बहुत सारे स्पीकर्स ने अपनी राय रखा है, प्रेजेंटेशन भी दिया है. मैं अनफॉर्चुनेटली आई वाज नॉट ए स्पीकर दिस ईयर. मेरे को यहाँ आने के बाद पता चला कि नहीं, आई हैव टू से समथिंग अबाउट द फ्रॉम द इंडस्ट्री साइड. सो दोस्त जिसका नाम आया था शायद अनफॉर्चुनेटली वो इधर प्रेजेंट नहीं है, इसीलिए मेरे को इस बारे में बोलना पड़ा है. सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई वुड लाइक टू टेल यू दैट क्या नाम है, जैसे कि हम सब जानते हैं इस धरती का 74% वाटर से भरा हुआ है, जिसमें पोर्टेबल ड्रिंकिंग वाटर अप्रोक्सीमेटली 3% खाली है. बाकी जो 71% है ये साल्टी वाटर है, समुद्र का खारा पानी जो ह्यूमन कंजम्पशन के लिए यूजेबल नहीं है. तो जो 3% अवेलेबल है इसमें भी शायद 1.2% जो विजिबली अवेलेबल है, बाकी जो है बचा हुआ है वो ग्लेशियर्स और डीप ग्राउंड वाटर के तौर पे उपलब्ध है, जो कि हम पर्टिकुलरली उसको यूज़ नहीं करते हैं. सो वाटर तो बहुत ज़रूरी है, नॉट ओनली फॉर ह्यूमन बट आल्सो फॉर द ऑल जो इस धरती पे उपलब्ध है, प्राणी, पेड़ पौधा, किसी भी किस्म का जानवर, इंसान, सभी के लिए. तो वाटर का इम्पोर्टेंस ही इतना अधिक है कि वी शुड नो व्हाट इज़ द नेसेसिटी ऑफ द वाटर. एक दिन भी अगर हमारे जीवन में पानी अगर ना हो तो ये पानी हमारा जीवन नष्ट हो जाएगा. नॉट ओनली ह्यूमन, आई सेड ऑल पेड़ पौधे, प्राणी जंतु, जितने भी जानवर हैं सबका. तो वाटर को कैसे अब प्रिजर्व किया जाए. तो जैसे कि हमारे ऑनरेबल चीफ सेक्रेटरी साहब ने अपने स्पीच में बोला था कि हम पानी बचाया, पानी सोर्स को डेवलप करने के बराबर है. जितना हम सेव करेंगे दैट मीन्स कि वी हैव डेवलप सम सोर्स. तो हमारी ज़रूरत यह है कि हम पानी को कैसे बचाया जाए. मेरे पास पर्टिकुलरली हमने कोई डाटा कलेक्ट नहीं किया, बट फिर भी हम अगर पोर्ट ब्लेयर का डिमांड को ले तो हम करीब 2 लाख पॉपुलेशन को पकड़ के चले, इंक्लूडिंग MES एंड लोकल पॉपुलेशन को मिला के चलने से 2 लाख पॉपुलेशन है. और WHO और ब्यूरो ऑफ इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड का स्टैंडर्ड के हिसाब से पर हेड 135 लीटर पर डे का कंजम्पशन करना चाहिए. तो वो अगर हम उसको मान के चले तो 2 लाख का करीब 27 मिलियन लीटर पर डे का कंजम्पशन है हमारे यहाँ पोर्ट ब्लेयर और एडजॉइंट शहर में, जैसे आसपास के इलाके को मिला के. Whereas PWD alone supplying I think around 32 million लीटर पर डे. तो 32 मिलियन लीटर है, बट हम लोग का रिक्वायरमेंट है 27. तो ये गैप कहाँ आता है. उसके बावजूद भी हम उसको डेली सप्लाई ना करके एक दिन छोड़ के एक दिन सप्लाई कर रहे हैं. दैट मीन्स देन अगेन वी हैव टू रिड्यूस 27 टू हाफ, मीन्स अराउंड 15 मिलियन डे इज आवर रिक्वायरमेंट इफ यू आर कंज्यूमिंग एज 135 लीटर पर डे पर कैपिटा, जो कि WHO और ब्यूरो ऑफ इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड में स्पेसिफाई किया हुआ है. तो हम इससे साफ जाहिर होता है कि हम पानी को वेस्ट कर रहे हैं. पानी इतना वेस्ट कर रहे हैं जितना हमारी ज़रूरत है, उसका हम मेरे हिसाब से लगभग डबल से ज़्यादा हम वेस्ट कर रहे हैं. उस वेस्टेज को बचाने के लिए मीटर ही एक ऐसा साधन है जिसको कि लोगों को लगेगा हम ज़्यादा कंज्यूम करेगा तो हमको चार्ज होगा. इसके अलावा हम और एक और कर सकते हैं, अगर उसमें कुछ दिक्कतें आती है तो एक और कर सकते हैं. हर जितनी टैंकीस है, चाहे वो क्या नाम है ओवर हेड टैंक हो, चाहे बेस का टैंक हो, कोई भी टैंक हो, उसके साथ में हम लोग एक फ्लोट वॉल लगाया जाए ताकि वो पानी ओवरफ्लो ना होए, पानी ऑटोमेटिकली बंद हो जाए, ओवरफ्लो से बचाया जा सके. ये पानी को अगर नहीं बचाएगा तो मीटर लगाना पड़ेगा. फ्लोट वॉल तो शायद PWD और म्यूनसिपल और एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन एक ऑर्डर जारी करके कंपलसरी कर सकता है. हम अपनी आंखों से दिख रहा है कि जिस भी ऑफिस में जाता है उसका पानी का ऊपर का टैंकी ओवरफ्लो होकर वेस्ट होके जा रहा है. नॉट ओनली ऑफिसर्स, बाकी भी जितनी भी जगह है प्राइवेट घर्स में, जिस कहीं में भी जाओ तो ये पानी को वेस्टेज हो ही रहा है. यहाँ इसका एक मेजर प्रॉब्लम ये भी हमको समझ में आ रहा है कि कभी कभी क्या है ना कि ये धन्नीकारी डैम को रेस करने से पहले जब हम लोग का 60 मीटर हाइट पे था, उस टाइम में पानी 7 दिन में एक बार देता था. ये एकदम फेयर सीजन पे, फेयर मीन्स गर्मियों पे, मतलब अप्रैल मई पे 7 दिन में एक बार देता था. तो लोग पैनिक हो गया, अपने अपने स्टोरेज कैपेसिटी को 3 गुना बढ़ा दिया. 3 गुना बढ़ा दिया तो क्या है कि वो तीनों टैंक फुल रहता है और रोज पानी देने से वो वेस्ट जाता है, वो ड्रेनेज होके चला जाता है. तो इस पे एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को मेरा पर्सनल ओपिनियन है कि उसमें काम करना चाहिए. और जहाँ तक इंडस्ट्री का ये है, इंडस्ट्री में अभी मेरे ख्याल से अप्रोक्सीमेटली 5 लाख टूरिस्ट का विजिट करता है हॉटलियर्स में. अगर उसको हम लोग 135 की जगह में अगर 200 लीटर भी पकड़ा जाए तो हम लोगों को कोई 1 मिलियन लीटर ही पर डे का रिक्वायरमेंट है इंडस्ट्री का आज के इसमें. ये आगे जाके हो सकता है कि हम लोग का टूरिज्म बढ़ेगा, कोई इंडस्ट्री तो इंडिया एक्सेप्ट सम मिनरल वाटर्स, उनको जो ज़रूरत है, तो मैक्सिमम टू मैक्सिमम 1.5 मिलियन आज की रिक्वायरमेंट है. ये आगे जाके 2 मिलियन लीटर पर डे या 2.5 मिलियन लीटर पर डे है. ये जो कि इसके लिए बहुत ज़्यादा ये नहीं, अगर हम पानी को बचा लेंगे तो मेरे को लगता है कि हम लोग सेल्फ सफिशिएंट है. इसके अलावा एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन और ये पब्लिक हेल्थ इंजीनियरिंग डिपार्टमेंट जो PWD का है, इसके ऊपर में बहुत रिसर्च कर रहे हैं, बहुत हार्ड वर्क कर रहे हैं. उन्होंने अपना टेक्निकल प्रेजेंटेशन यहाँ दिया था, अपना डाटा के साथ में दिया था कि वो क्या क्या कर रहे हैं. तो लास्ट अप्रैल मई में मेरे को एक अपॉर्चुनिटी मिला था, हमारे चीफ सेक्रेटरी साहब ने बोला कि वो रेटलैंड का जो एनहेंसमेंट कैपेसिटी वियर्स है वो पर्सनली इंस्पेक्ट करेगा. तो हम सोच रहे थे कि ये इतना दूर, मतलब आपको पुंगी बालू से छोटा सा मोटर बोट में बैठ के 4 फीट पानी में समुंदर में उतर के आप किनारा में जाके उसके बाद करीब करीब 8 किलोमीटर जंगल से नाला होते हुए पैदल जाना, ये कैसे जाएगा करके. तो हमें बताया गया कि आप सुबह 5 बजे आ जाओ, चीफ सेक्रेटरी साहब 5 बजे आएगा. ठीक 5:05 में हमें देखा है कि चीफ सेक्रेटरी, उनका कमिश्नर मैडम, उनका सेक्रेटरी मैडम और सारे एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के स्टाफ के साथ में पुंगी बालू आया, बोट लिया उसको बीच समुद्र में हाल्ट किया। उसके बाद में छोटा सा जो फाइबर बोट होता वो बोट में बैठ के वो किनारे की तरफ गया। उसके बाद भी वो करीब 3 फीट पानी में उतरा। उतरने के बाद हमने सोचा कि शायद ये किनारा में ये लोग चाय पानी पिएगा चला जाएगा, बट आई एम प्राउड टू से द चीफ सेक्रेटरी साहब टोल्ड दैट आई वांट टू सी द वियर, कहाँ आप पॉइंट है जहाँ वियर बनाएगा देखने मांगता। तो उन्होंने करीब 8 किलोमीटर उस जंगल से नाला नाला, जिसमें कि पैदल चलना बहुत ही मुश्किल है, बट पूरा चीफ सेक्रेटरी साहब, उनका प्रशासन और इनका पब्लिक हेल्थ इंजीनियरिंग डिपार्टमेंट का अरुण साहब पैदल जाके जब एंडिंग पॉइंट तक पहुंचा तो वहाँ में वियर बनाना है। तो मेरा कहने का ये मतलब है कि लोग समझते नहीं है पानी को वेस्ट करने के लिए कि प्रशासन या कॉन्ट्रैक्टर तो पैसे के लिए काम करता है, तो कितना डिफ़िकल्ट है कि यहाँ से पोर्ट ब्लेयर से मटेरियल को डोंगी में ले जाना है, कहीं उतारना है, उसके बाद हेड लोड करना है। 8-8, 10-10, 12-12, 16-16 किलोमीटर को हेड सर पे ढो के वहाँ लेके जाके वियर बनाता है। वहाँ से पाइपलाइन खींचता है, उसको लेके अंडर वाटर से आपको पुंगी बालू लाता है, वहाँ से उसको पंपिंग करके दंडीगारी डैम में डालता है, वहाँ ग्रेविटी से आपको ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट में लाया जाता है, उसको ट्रीट करके आपको घरों में नल से पानी दिया जाता है। नल बोला तो याद आया कि ये गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का एक स्कीम है, हर घर जल, हर घर नल से जल, जल जीवन मिशन। इसमें ये शायद 2019 अक्टूबर में शुरू हुआ था। अब तक का करीब 12 करोड़ कनेक्शन पूरा देश भर में दे दिया। और मुझे बोलने में फ़ख्र है कि अंडमान उन स्टेट में है जो कि 100% नल से जल पहुंचाने में कामयाब वाला यूटी में एक आता है, जो कि इसका श्रेय हम पूरे एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन और इससे रिलेटेड डिपार्टमेंट को देना चाहता हूँ। बाकी और प्रेजेंटेशन टेक्निकल मैटर्स उन लोग बताएंगे। थैंक यू वेरी मच। आई एम वंस अगेन थैंकफुल टू दिस आशीष भट्टाचार्य जी and this deep great team to giving me an opportunity, and I'm sorry that I didn't have a presentation and technical details which I should show to। तो हमने जो ऐसे ही बिना स्टडी का आया करके जितना बोल सकता था बता दिया।
Thank you so much, sir. Being the representative from Andaman Nicobar Chamber of Commerce and Industry, sir, आपने सब बता दिया sir, क्योंकि the industry, the only industry, the tourism industry on which the entire economy of Andaman Nicobar Islands stays, for which you have really spoken very well, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I request Dr. Sabyasachi Naik, Councillor, CIA Water Institute, to speak on tools and techniques for water resource management.
Good morning, everybody. I represent the CIA Water Institute, Center of Excellence of CIA on Water Management. Today I'll be briefing you about a decision support system developed by CIA for water management. CIA has developed an integrated, IT-driven, GIS-based water planning and assessment tool called as WaterScan. The tool captures lots of satellite information. It is computationally very efficient. Millions of pixels are analyzed, and we rely on multiple data sets. The tool is also robust and sophisticated in nature. It can undertake analysis, spatial and temporal analysis at various scales. I think previous one. So this tool actually uses digitalized data sets which are captured from satellite sources. It captures information with respect to rainfall, soil, land views, topography, and other climatic factors. Apart from that, it also captures secondary information which are available on the ground, and this information is fed into the decision support system, which undertakes further analysis with respect to water availability in that particular area, and also undertakes analysis with respect to demand and supply gap which is existing at that point of time. Just to brief you about the various application of WaterScan. WaterScan facilitates water budgeting, which provides a local understanding with respect to the hydrological changes that has happened over a period of time with respect to water. Water budgeting is the fundamental aspect for initiating water management strategies in any watershed or any project area. So WaterScan can provide you with a water budgeting procedure and helps the decision makers to embark on the path of sustainable water management. If the second point is siting. We have seen lots of infrastructure projects with respect to water are implemented, but the efficacy of those structures are somewhat compromised. For example, let us take the example of a water harvesting structure which is created near the boundary of the watershed. So the efficacy of this structure is not sustainable in the long run. So SWATSCAN can take care of this anomalies and help in scientific siting of sites for the upcoming water infrastructure scheme. It can also undertake monitoring of schemes which are on the ground. For example, a canal system, if it is transporting water from a water surplus area to a water stressed area, there is no issue with it. But due to oversightness, we have seen in some cases water is being transported from a water stressed area to another water scarce area. So these schemes will not be sustainable in the long run. So apart from that, it can also help the line departments in aligning and realigning their strategies with respect to the initiatives or the projects which are under pipeline or under consideration. It will help the it helps the line departments with respect to strategic planning and also in optimizing resource investment by identifying strategies which are low cost to low saving, high cost to high saving. Thus it ensures basically phase-wise implementation of all the projects. 20 years down the line, 30 years down the line, what would be the impact of climate change on water resources? This tool can help you in guiding these decision makers to initiate actions today to make the watershed or the project area water resilient by undertaking various actions which may be demand based or which may be supply based. So once you make those community or this watershed water resilience, the risk is very much minimized to the farmers, to the community and also to the industry. This tool was launched in 2016 and until now it has been covered about 11% of the country's geographical area. I'll just brief you about a case study of SWATSCAN which was applied in Aurangabad district, Maharashtra. So we applied SWATSCAN in the project setting of Aurangabad and it provided insight into the following. A, water availability. Which are the pockets where water generation is high and which are the pockets where water generation is low. So water generation is an interplay of rainfall, soil, land use and topography and other climatic factors. So B, resource availability. Which are the pockets where water is being accumulated? Pockets of higher accumulation, pockets of lower accumulation. C, the losses. How much is the losses we encounter when we try to capture the water either above the ground or below the ground? So again, it comes up with pockets of pockets which are high in evaporation loss, high in low in evaporation loss. Other than that, is also provides an insight into the fluctuation that has occurred to the groundwater table. So this interplay of surface water and groundwater provides a health status of the watershed. Are we living in a safe water state or a stressed water state? So based on the health status of the watershed, we can design a series of measures which can be supply side and demand side. The implementation of supply side and demand side measures with the active involvement of the community ensure that the project setting which was drought prone is converted to drought proof area in Aurangabad. These are some of the demand side measures which were implemented in the project setting. Just to brief you about the pre-project scenario and the post-project scenario. So prior to the start of the project, the groundwater table in the area was depleting, erratic rainfall, and if you look at the demand and supply gap at the farm level, it was about 3,200 cubic meter per hectare. Remember, 3,200. So based on the application of SWATSCAN, we identified certain strategies, demand side and supply side strategies which should be implemented in the project setting. So with respect to supply side, we identified check dams, nala bunds at good water accumulation points. So that was the prime reason which helped in enhancing the water storage capacity, and on the other hand, it also stabilized the groundwater over a period of time. So if you look at, because of this supply side intervention, the water availability at the farm level increased by 1500 cubic meter per hectare. On the other hand, we also tried to mobilize the farmer community to shift to less water guzzling crops, and in this case particularly sericulture. So sericulture actually consumes 20 to 25% less water as compared to the crops that were undertaken in the project setting. So it not only conserved water but also provided high economic returns to the farmer. So it was basically a win-win situation for the farmer and the environment. So because of this demand side management measures, we saw that at the farm level, the water demand was reduced. I repeated, the water demand was reduced by 2300 cubic meter per hectare. So demand side measures enhance, optimizes the uses of water without compromising on the output. Again, we applied WATSCAN in another project setting. This is an urban context. So again, here we try to figure out which are the areas which are high in water generation and good in accumulation, and this was conveyed to the municipal administration, and they ensured that these identified zones are protected from encroachment, from pollution, because these are the zones which will be a source of sustainable water to the cities when they expand over the years. Again, another case study from a coastal belt. So here people were heavily dependent on groundwater. The groundwater was depleting. Seawater entered the groundwater. So again, we applied WATSCAN. So WATSCAN identified potential zones which should be protected to arrest salinity ingression. Apart from that, it also suggested measures where salinity has already taken place. So based on the experience of implementing WATSCAN studies in various parts of the country, we feel with respect to Andaman and Nicobar Island, data integration will be critical. Look, there are various agencies in Andaman and Nicobar which are working in the domain of water management. So to start with, what we can do is, we can, all the data from various organizations can be combined into a unified system, and these data can be stored in a common drive which may be housed with the Department of Water Resources. Post that, CII and the administration of Andaman and Nicobar can sit together and identify 1 or 2 islands where we can pilot the application of WATSCAN. So here we'll obviously have our data from the satellite sources, but we'll also use the existing sources which is emerging from the data integration. So both these data will be fed into the decision support system, and we will come up with sustainable management, water management plans for the Union Territory of Andaman and Nicobar. And these strategies will also ensure improvement in the water scenario of the Union Territory. We in CII firmly believe that the participation of all stakeholders will be important in making a change towards water management. So if you want to reinvent our trajectory with respect to water management, we need the active participation of all stakeholders. And we in CII would be happy to partner with the government to take forward the agenda of water security in this island. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was indeed a very enlightening presentation regarding this WATSCAN. Of course, sir, we have got so much of data and repository created in Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and we can really look forward to have it integrated with WATSCAN so we can develop a very good water management plans for Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Now, I request Dr. Amlan Jyotikar, former Regional Director of Central Groundwater Board, who is also a very good guide for us to create a Center of Island Water Resource Research Center in Debrade. Sir will be speaking on groundwater resources and hydrogeological challenges in Andaman and Nicobar Islands.
Thank you, Dr. Raji. Esteemed audience, especially I would like to thank former Vice Admiral Saab. He is here, and esteemed audience, as also my dear students. Today, actually, I would like to share you my topic, and prior to that, I would like to thank the organizer, CII and Debrade, and especially Brigadier Bhattacharya to invite me here. Andaman and Nicobar I consider as my own land. I spent here about 21 years, right from 2000 to 2021, and I could visit all the islands, all the inhabited islands, work there both in pre-tsunami, post-tsunami. For months together I was camping in the islands. So I would like to share my view on the water management challenges in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, a review. So first we see the ailing factors. What is ailing the water availability, fresh water availability in the islands? Let us have a review. That is main thing is geological factors. The islands are having very highly varied geological formations, which is even varying within the one island itself. Suppose I am giving you one example. Take the there is one after the bird line there is Calicut Junction. Before the Calicut Junction you won't get water properly, but after Calicut Junction, right side, left side, if you enter into the defense land in the Bridgeganj, you will get plenty of water, groundwater. So geological factors, this is very important all over the island. So this is actually ailing, one of the most ailing factors. Another is hydrological factors, hydrology of these geological formations. These are also varying. Some places these are yielding water, some places these are not yielding water. So further utilization for even harvesting of water, and then yielding water from those formations from groundwater. So these are also very much varied. Then climatic factor is also very much changing. Sometimes we are also noticing even that aberration of rainfall. Whenever there is aberration, the Andaman and Nicobar, especially the city of Port Blair, it receives lot of jolt because of paucity of water availability. Then absence of good number of perennial streams. This is also one of the very, very important factor which is governing the availability of water resources in this. And non-availability of bigger catchment, this is also important. Then environmental reasons, because since I will just tell you for quite long time there are a lot of studies by Central Water Commission, and then but many of the projects that could not come up because of this reason, because if we go to get big reservoirs, high reservoirs, that higher check wells may not be may not get the permission of the that environmental ministry. So that is environmental regions also, those are also one of the very much hindering factor in the islands. That another is demographic changes. Demographic changes, it has also made a huge impact on the per capita water availability in the islands. So these are important. Just have a look into this. Here the most important is that we are very close to the equator, so your evaporation loss is very high, and also the nature of these islands, it's slender one, very long, and there are a lot of variations as I was mentioning. Another thing is that lot of island area has been lost due to the tsunami and earthquakes concomitant that impact during 2004. About say some 178 square kilometer area was lost during the tsunami and earthquake. So this is the that locational this is the geology and hydrogeology. We can see that in the most of the areas we are finding that the top one, that type of rock is there. It is not yielding much amount of groundwater, so water is devoid. It is the main root cause of non-availability of groundwater in many of the islands, whereas we are getting good water in the second one, that is a type of igneous rock called ophiolite. There we are getting very good water. The Bridgeganj cantonment itself, that is actually having underlying formations, and I was telling you about that Calicut Junction, Makka, Pahar, Bidnabad, up to Chiriyatapu, we are getting good water. We are getting good water in the Saddle Peak and surrounding areas. We are getting good water in in Middle Andaman. That what is that called? I cannot remember that name right now. Huh? Pornosala, not only Pornosala, that Panchavati Panchavati hills, those are having good water potential. These are the basic variations which are totally governing the water availability in the islands, and also lot of hydrological studies and tests has been undertaken through Central Groundwater Board, and I was responsible, of course. So there, from that it revealed many of the intricacies and availabilities of the water, its yield, etc. And the third one, that is the bonanza of groundwater. Bonanza, that from defense they are telling about the Japanese dug well in Nicobar Island. Actually, Nicobar is the bonanza of groundwater. The volume of groundwater available in Nicobar, it is very, very high, quite high. And then of course there are islands like Little Andaman, that is also good water sources are available, both groundwater as also there are big springs, spring fed streams, and it is also a good area where we can go for good type of development based upon groundwater. We are having similar type of limestone that is based upon coral formations. It is in Neil Island and Havelock Island, but in Neil Island it is under stress. It is under quite stress, including that of Havelock, and these are highly, that is a very peak tourist destination. So some good, visual should be there on these islands. So this is the but in the entire stretch, the water availability in majority of the islands, especially we all know that in Great Nicobar, in no time there will be a big port. So there will be water availability crisis will be there, except Galathea and Alexandria rivers. There are in the geological formations, getting from water from groundwater would be a problem. So this in the Nankauri Islands, defense having some eye on that island for development, that it is there. So there are water crisis in many of the southern islands also, like main northern Andaman group of islands, barring Little Andaman. So this is the overall scenario. This is the climatic aberration. We are getting negative rainfall also in many years. It is my old from my old, even also in every year there are some in successive years we are getting aberration from the normal rainfall, departure from the normal rainfall, and also the steady evaporation rate. That is also very important in this idea. As I was telling you, demographic changes, these are creating havoc in the city of Port Blair as also in the Andaman group of islands. So actually, just in a nutshell, I would like to tell you that here the work on groundwater is continuing still 1851 when GSI was actually opened, because for the establishment of Ross Island and penal settlement, it was very much needed. So geological survey, they conducted some survey, but they did not find some construction of wells, etc. So they opted for construction of springs as also ponds for catering water to the limited population. But afterwards, then Central Groundwater Board, GSI, continued after that from 1972. My former department, Central Groundwater Board, that started working on groundwater. That investigation continued, and there was a groundwater exploration by Central Groundwater Board from 1984 to 1991. And CWC, they continued stream gauging works from 1970 to 1990 continuously in various islands. Here also in two islands, two streams they continued in Kamsarat Nala and in Bamboo Flat Nala they continued, and a few 5 dams were constructed out of their works. One is already mentioned, Dhanikhari and the Choldari, whereas there are 2 dams in Little Andaman, those were constructed, but those are not of good utilization because of some geological failure, because those are in actually on limestone. It was that dam axis was actually proposed, but unfortunately lot of water is leaking out through the inherent solution channels in the limestone, but indirectly it is a boon for the nearby villages because those wells are recharged. So that is actually serving the as a recharging source. Another big dam that is Kalpong. So these are the 5 dams, actually major dams or medium dams. Those have come up after those studies. And however, from 2000 onwards, that great deal of artificial recharge and rainwater harvesting studies was started by Central Groundwater Board, and it is a benefit for me to working here from 2000 to 2021.
Excuse me, sir. So you have got 1 more minute, sir. One more minute. Sir. Yeah.
Anyway, so this is the study. So there's several models were created. Several models are proposed for rural drinking water supply. This is for the rural drinking water supply based upon the artificial recharge and rainwater harvesting. So in many of the rural areas, APWD have constructed already some 35 to 40 sources, 75 recommendations were there, and then there were also in the hard rock areas where it is underlain by igneous rock, what I was telling, that which can yield groundwater. This was the model for those islands, and this is the it was 2002-3. All these were advocated series of check dams, and already 241 check dams were constructed in all the islands, and many areas were brought under irrigation by the agriculture department. So this is a few of the check dams, both in pre and post tsunami. So rainwater harvesting was also implemented in 2000-2001, and as regards the problems of the Port Blair city, there was raising of Donikari, but as was also opening by MES, also in administration for some time, for few months there is a lot of scarcity yet. So this Ratland Springs, those were actually studied by me in 2002, and ultimately in the Ratland the sources were found, and after the study, all these sources, this report was submitted to the then administration, and ultimately it was found that 180 lakh gallons 180 lakh liters of water, fresh water every day, it was flowing unabatedly to the sea. So it was advocated that it should come through combined pipeline through undersea or oversea. Now ultimately undersea pipelines are constructed very recently, but till then, it is still continuing. First it was started on 28/4/2002, that pipeline, that carriage of water through barges. From Chain Nala, it was started on 28/4/2002. Honorable Chief Secretary late Dr. Padmanabhan opened it. So this is the thing, and after the tsunami, there are earthquake. There are a lot of changes in the islands. We are having in the northern island, it was only rocked by the earthquake, but there was no tsunami. From Mayabandar, tsunami was very much limited. It was up to the level of 1 meter or so. From Middle Andaman to that South Andaman up to that Little Andaman, the tsunami was up to 2.5 meter or so. But in the Nicobar group, it was devastating, and earthquake was pervasive entirely from the tip of the Great Nicobar to East Island. Everywhere it has rocked everything. So there were a lot of changes in water and land, and many places were actually under the water. There was submergence as also upheaval of islands. It is not possible in such a small time, and there were in Andaman, especially where that groundwater is well available in a good quantity, there also a lot of changes were found. In the high altitude, there was no water. In the low altitude, there were springs, new springs were generated. From that, APWD was advocated to construct the Lalmitti Dam. So that is also now a supply source there. So so many changes were found in the high altitude as also low altitude. This is also one of the important factors. It should be looked into that the islands are disaster prone. So for going for any development, anything, we should also keep this thing in mind. This is, and another thing is that there was a lot of somewhat changes in the fresh groundwater resources. There has been some change. As already we have seen that about 280 or so square kilometer has been lost. So this has also caused the overall groundwater resources scenario in the islands. So if we look into this salinity figure, we can see this is the pre-tsunami salinity. Fresh groundwater salinity. It was very less. It was around 400 microsiemens or so. But after that, now it is 800, 700, many places it is like that. So this is indicating that because of the area loss or submergence, the groundwater resources has been reduced in the islands. So this is also another important thing, and this is what one of the models followed during tsunami in the entire world. So here same thing was noticed through our studies because of the loss of the loss of the islands and its concomitant groundwater resources that has been shown, and it was fully matching with Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So this is the tale of the comparative pre-tsunami, post-tsunami groundwater resources. There are some lessening of the freshwater resources. I would like to recommend the following to combat with the recent changes in the hydrogeological situation. The following recommendation are made. Detailed knowledge on pre-tsunami knowledge is very much required. What it was there and post-tsunami, still that changes are still going on in many places. In Nicobar, there is freshwater oozing, whereas in Chaura it is now saline water oozing is going on. So many hydrochemical changes has been taken place, which is not available anywhere in the literature of the world. Any of the islands faced tsunami did not have this literature, not in Malaysia, not in Thailand, not in even in Indonesia. This type of changes were noticed, but it is available in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. A cautious development in view of future sustainability, the groundwater development surveillance system that should be there, so that it can show that even salinity changes as also water level changes, so that some sustainable development and management can be done by the Andaman administration to augment the freshwater resources, as also to reduce the salinity ingress, large scale rainwater harvesting in the watershed, saline reclamation barns, tidal bars in the estuary and streams with subsurface dike as observed by the USGS. That should be tried to be implemented in these islands. This may help the administration as also defense and many other user organizations to stop the salinity ingress, as also to harvest the maximum quantity of fresh water, fresh groundwater, fresh surface water for utilization of the development of the islands. Since time was very less, because I had so many things to tell about for my 21 years of studies. Anyway, in a nutshell, this is my submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was indeed a very detailed study of the geology of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. We have been enriching the information about groundwater availability from the Central Groundwater Board and the immense experience which you have. Now I request Ms. Shikha Sahni, Senior Manager, Sales and Marketing, Danfoss Climate Solution, and Mr. Rajshekharan Jagannathan, Sales Manager, High Pressure Pump, Danfoss Climate Solution, to speak on sustainable technological solutions for efficient water management in Andaman and Nicobar Islands.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity for us to come and present on the sustainable technologies here. Before we really start, can you please bring the presentation? Okay. So so all of us are gathered here for some one reason. Can anyone tell what is that reason? Sorry, sir? Development, right? So what we want to build is an ecosystem which is scalable, which is energy efficient, sustainable, and ready for the future. That's what we want to bring to the table. So what we need to do is we need to invest in few of the activities which everybody has been talking since morning. It's about the rainwater harvesting, desalination, providing safe drinking water for the community, because industry here, so it is for the community. Then we need to have the right infrastructure development by ensuring that we secure our piping infrastructure. Then we also need to invest on the alternative sources like water and wastewater treatment plants, so that we can have a non-potable water. if we do this, what we get is enhanced water availability for drinking and non-potable water, sustainable water management in storage and distribution, economy improvement. Of course, it will enhance the tourism and create more opportunities for the community. And what we build is the future-ready solutions for ANI. Before we really start, now let's look into where Danfoss comes into play in building this. What we do as an organization is that we decouple the water usage and the energy consumption. Can you please remove my photo? Yeah. So what we do is that we work with the existing and the new water infrastructure, and we ensure that from energy consuming, they become either energy sustainable or energy surplus units. How we do that is that we work closely with the end users, and we see how we can harvest the true value of the energy from the various applications and process points in the water and wastewater infrastructure. So some of the products which are there is that we can do a process control and energy saving through a variable speed drive, improving the energy efficiency, thereby reducing the carbon footprint by high pressure pumps and energy recovery devices, ensuring that the processes are running at best efficiency point with the optimal output through our sensors and switches, and utilizing a software intelligent tools to support the whole process end to end. And what it does is, it brings a huge impact on the energy neutrality and low water leakage, thereby reducing the non-revenue water percentage. So how we do this? So far we have discussed about the energy neutrality and what we do in the ecosystem. But as Danfoss, we cut across various applications. So for irrigation, we have smart sensors, which helps in the balanced distribution of the water and ensuring that there are minimum leakages. In desalination, we have high pressure pump, which helps facilitating the seawater conversion to the drinkable water. And at the same time, with energy recovery devices and variable frequency drives in place, we ensure that there is a higher efficiency, when less energy, like energy saving can be achieved, and thereby making the system low in operational cost. Then in the water distribution, as everybody is talking, and we have also witnessed, there is a different terrain which is here in Andaman Nicobar Islands. We have higher altitudes, we have cross-island piping, we have varied landscapes available here. So it is very important for us to minimize the losses and secure and protect the infrastructure. And how we do that? So we have our sensors and switches, which helps us to secure to measure the flow rates and the pressure rates which is flowing in the pipes, so that we can increase the non-revenue water losses which are there in the system. Coming on to the drives, it is on the pumping side. So what it does is it maintains the right pressures of the pump to ensure that it is considering the real-time demand and adjusting it, making it more energy efficient. Coming on to the wastewater treatment plants, so it's basically what we are talking about is the aeration blowers, which are the energy guzzlers. So they consume a lot of energy. So in order to curb those energy consumption, we use our high power drives which are there, which also has a feature of back channel cooling. So which not only regulate the pump efficiency, it also reduces the cooling load. And then we have our plate type heat exchangers, which is this one, where it is gone. Okay, which is basically used to recover the heat from the treated water, or maybe even use it for the processing purpose. So now, let me now quickly take you through the product offering. So why Danfoss should be chosen for the products? So what we have is high pressure pumps, which is, it's not coming, okay, no problems. So our high pressure pumps are operating at more than 92% efficiency, and all-time low OPEX is the key. Then with using the energy recovery devices, we can save 60% of the energy cost, thereby making it more cost effective along with the VFD. Then our variable speed drives are 98% efficient, and it also has a feature of back channel cooling, which I just spoke about, which helps in reducing the HVAC load on the entire system. Our heat exchangers are make in India, so they are widest portfolio available, and they are make to order with exact fit to solutions. And then coming on to the sensors, which are more reliable, withstand corrosive environment, and ensure that we have all the measurement and control in place. So that was about a very short update about what Danfoss offers. Now we will take you through some case stories which Rajshekharan will take.
Good afternoon, everybody. So we are going to talk about this Coimbatore tertiary treatment plant. It is first of a kind in India. It is 45 MLD capacity, which is built in heart of Chennai. This is a first of a kind where from sewage almost a drinkable water, a ozone treated water can be generated. An idea was thrown to us and be able to serve the industry requirement, not for the drinking water application, but again for the industry applications. Our factory is located 50 kilometers away from this location, and we are getting this water from this plant only. So how drives plays a major role in industry, everybody knows it. Basically it controls the process, the flow and pressure. It is able to deliver the right pressure and thereby saves a lot of energy. And when you go for a long kind of a piping, water hammering kind of situation will happen. And with the help of VFD, that water hammering is avoided, and thereby extending the life of the pumps and other equipments basically. So that is one thing. And when there is a piping, there is obviously a leakage kind of situation will come. And with the help of Danfoss and with the kind of a software kind of an arrangement, we can able to identify that leakage, and thereby the leakage can be arrested, and thereby the energy being lost in that kind of situation can be identified. So these are some of the advantages of drives in general. But what is Danfoss as such? Where we stand? As Shikha told, the efficiency, when we compare what is available in the market, we are able to offer almost 98% efficiency because our losses is very, very less in our drives. That is one thing. And if you look at it, this itself, it is 45 MLD capacity, almost 6 megawatt of power is being utilized. And that, if you control with the VFD, yes, you are saving energy, but that will be dissipated as a kind of, that is being controlled by our back channel cooling. So 85% of the energy, the heat dissipated is being taken care by the back channel cooling, and thereby only very few kind of energy being utilized in terms of HVAC cooling, the air conditioning kind of things. So that kind of a saving basically being given to this particular plant. It is almost around 15 million INR have been saved in 15 months time. So that kind of saving is possible, and it is producing almost 1,600 crores of water, liters of water. It is saving from our water scarcity Chennai. So we will move to the next one. Okay, so we are almost seeing a situation like this in terms of highland. This is a real what you call story, basically what we done in Maldives. This we want to share it with you. We received an inquiry some 3 years before, basically from 4 kind of contractors across India, where it is the Exim Bank we have funded Maldives government. There were 34 islands involved, almost 64 pumps we have supplied basically, and it is catering a population of around 35,000, various islands kind of a thing. So what challenge basically we had is basically that it is different location. So obviously the water quality differs, everybody comes with a different kind of pressure or head, what we call it as in pump terminology. So that was the challenge, and what they were looking is basically reliable and simple kind of an installation. But moment as previously the gentleman told, he was concerned about the high energy cost kind of stuff, and also in terms of land, huge land being utilized. So, and again, there is the question of spares inventory. These are the challenges basically they faced. But with respect to our pump, it has got very small footprint, and with the help of our energy recovery devices, we can able to offer the best efficient, energy efficient solution in terms of seawater RO applications. Almost in the range of 2 kilowatt hour per metric cube is possible in terms of specific power consumption. That is possible. With respect to space, as rightly Mr. Ravi Kumar told, I mean, he is worried about lot of spaces being utilized in terms of desalination. We have a solution here. All these things can be containerized. Thus, every unit can be set in a container, so that you don't need a civil kind of things, I mean investment or space or land or those kind of stuff. That can be reduced. You can put it in a containerized, the plant can be built in a wherever factory is here and just located to the wherever location you are looking for, islands or something like that. So that is basically possible with respect to our product, because it occupies very less space and it is also offers very high energy efficient. So we know diesel is going to be consumed, and similar is the case with Maldives. So we are the preferred kind of a pump basically in those kind of countries where the diesel is being used as a fuel. So now coming to the challenge with respect to the pressure or head. In terms of centrifugal pumps, what is available in alternate things, so you have to go with a number of stages, and obviously because of that you need to keep a different inventory, basically more inventory I would say, more number of spares to be given. But we have axial piston technology, so irrespective of change in the pressure, irrespective of change in the pressure, the pump model remains same, so obviously it's going to be a less inventory for them. So what they received finally is an high energy efficient system in Maldives, and also easy kind of a maintenance with very minimum inventory. So this is made it possible, and we believe it can happen in Andaman Nicobar Island also. Thank you. Thank you for your valuable time. Yeah. And in terms of Andaman, we already have a presence. We have 125 KLD at Diglipur. Our plant is running since almost more than 2 years. And there is an oil jetty for Indian Navy. I think we have a containerized RO that is also running for almost less than 2 years, basically. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sure that Danfoss will be helping us to create green projects as far as the water supply and resource projects have to be developed. Now I request Mr. KVSN Raju, President, Elico Limited, to speak on application of digital technology for safe drinking water. I think he will be coming virtually. Yeah.
I'm audible and you're able to see my screen?
You're audible, sir. Screen is not visible.
I've
Yeah, we're just working on it, sir. Just.
Yeah.
But we can see your screen.
Okay. Can I go ahead?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the opportunity that was provided to us to talk about application of digital technologies for safe drinking water. I'm KVSN Raju, President of Elico Limited. Elico is an 63-year-old organization, indigenous organization based out of Hyderabad, Telangana. The subject that I'm going to talk to you is about more on the water quality front. So why is water quality important? The basic thing is because it is an essential for production process and also a key ingredient. It also ensures health and safety. It also is directly contributes to your product quality, And also what it also is, there are certain regulatory compliances that needs to be mandatorily met with certain standards in terms of drinking water, wastewater, water reuse and things like that. So water quality monitoring becomes a very, very important criteria. As some of the earlier speakers have mentioned in the morning sessions, that unless you monitor, unless you measure something, you would not be able to take any corrective actions on it. So what are the important contaminants, that common contaminants that you look in water? So we basically categorize into three. One is microbiological contaminants. Microbiological contaminants is basically different types of bacteria and viruses that are present in water. Chemical contaminants, this includes heavy metals like lead, cadmium testing. There are different techniques and technologies that you can do using that. Some of them are, I mean to say, when you do microbiological testing, normally it is a tedious and time-taking process. There are multiple technologies that are involved in that. Then chemical testing, use different types of spectrophotometers, chromatographic instruments, and mass spectrophotometers. And also you use physical testing. You do physical testing which is based on turbidity, color, order, and different assessments which you actually physically verify. So in order to test water quality, okay, there are certain regulatory standards that are available across, okay. Each country has its own standards, but there are also a lot of international standards like WHO guidelines, okay, ISO, APHA standards, and also regional standards. Okay, for example, regional standards, if you want to test drinking potable water, bottled water, then there are FSSAI guidelines, the drinking water guidelines and things like that. And also why it is required also in order to compliance with the local requirements and local documentation. So if somebody wants to say that what is the traceability of whatever you have tested, to ensure that whatever is meeting the necessary quality standards, you also needs to comply with certain statutory regulations. So what is happening is that if you see conventionally lot of testing has been done manually, but what we have seen is in the past few years there have been significant technology advancements. You can see that there are a lot of places where you are having real-time monitoring. Earlier what used to be done is you take one sample and you monitor at some certain point of time. But now you want to ensure that whatever water that you are providing is up to the necessary standards. So what you require is some continuous real-time monitoring systems, which are again based on IoT devices which continuously monitor and stream the data. Then the second part is that there is a lot of automation that is coming into water analysis. Okay. Earlier what used to be done is that people used to take a water sample, then add the necessary chemicals. There's a tedious process of sample preparation that normally happens. But now with the evolution of technologies and things like that, the whole process of water analysis is getting automated. And the third thing is that with, I mean to say again, with technologies like nanotechnologies and biosensors also coming into existence, okay. So earlier for some analysis which used to take a day, now you are able to detect that within an hour or so. So these basically technology and advancements are driving how you monitor the water quality at different levels. This is a small example of, I would like to share you with a water treatment plant. Okay. In a water treatment plant, this basically what it shows you is that from the surface water, the water when goes into from surface water, it goes to aerator, then carrier flocator, filter bed, chlorination, storage and distribution. So what it has to be done is the water quality has to be monitored into the different stages. Okay, one at the surface water stage, pre-chlorination stage, after chlorination stage, and then the distribution lines. And there are different parameters that needs to be monitored. But what you see is continuously, because you are taking water samples at different intervals of time, each stage is normally what we have seen in most of the locations, especially in the world water treatment. Since you are doing a lot of stuff manually, the regulatory compliance becomes a big issue. And whatever data that you have, so the data is used only for monitoring, but you cannot use it to take any necessary preventive steps because everything is done and manually records are maintained. Okay. So what we have been doing as a company is that we are trying to see how water quality monitoring can be simplified. Okay. So the left is a traditional approach where you set up a complete static water testing laboratory where you have multiple instruments and you have skilled manpower operating each of these instruments independently. For example, in a static water testing laboratory, if you want to analyze a sample profile, typically it takes about 4 to 5 hours. But what we have been doing as a company is that how do we take the water quality testing into the field, okay, where you can analyze on the spot quickly and you are able to get reliable results. So currently all the technologies that we have developed and we have deployed are all IoT based. That means that they have an inbuilt GPS and also an inbuilt data transfer modules integrated. So this data can be transferred to any central server. So few of those technologies are automated multi-parameter analyzers, portable multi-parameter water quality analyzers, online analyzers, and some biosensors. I will give you a few examples of these technologies. Coming to the IoT based online analyzers, unique technology which has been deployed in treatment plants like Ahmedabad, Bombay Municipal Corporation and other municipal corporations, where it is an automated panel where you can analyze 14 parameters, anywhere between 14 to 16 parameters of water, okay, simultaneously. Conventionally what you have is you have individual instruments or individual techniques where you take the water sample and analyze it sequentially, but here you can do a simultaneous analysis. It is using this technology you are able to analyze more than 14 parameters in less than 15 minutes, very minimal sample intake, low reagent consumption, and it also whatever data that you analyze can be transferred to a central server. And this is a small video that will give you in terms of automation how the things are getting simplified. So here if you see that in a water treatment plant, actually you can connect a pipe and also do a scheduling, but here the customer is actually manually taking a water sample and just starting the analysis process. So the basic thing what he does is an unskilled manpower will be able to operate this instrumentation. So he has poured the water sample and just initiated the water testing process. I'm just moving it. So once you see that here, you see that you would be able to see the water analysis results. Okay, pH is 8, residual chlorine is 0, alkalinity is 115. So all these parameters get automatically displayed, and these are also stored in the local system and also transmitted to any centralized server that is available. Okay. So what this is, this completely eliminates the complexity that is involved in the water testing, where it is simple to use, unskilled manpower will be able to operate that, and you get repeatable results. Okay. So where you're also all your data logging is keeping track of. And this is also one unique automation that we have executed in rural and urban areas. What we have is here, what you see is we have an analyzer where you are able to measure pH, residual chlorine and turbidity. What we have done is that along with that, what we have done is we have integrated multiple sensors in to an overhead tank. Okay. So what happens you see is that in normally any water distribution systems, you have a water treatment plant, then it is distributed, it goes to different distribution places, and it is stored in different overhead tanks near specific localities. That localities, what you have to do is when the water is getting distributed, you have to have a continuous monitoring system where you have to understand what is the chlorine level that is present in the distribution water. Okay, and also continuously monitor what is the water that is been, what is the volume of water that is being supplied to that particular community. So we have integrated a complete solution where you'd be able to monitor the volume of water that is being given to a specific community from that overhead tank, along with that, you've been able to know what is the residual chlorine level that is present in the distribution line. Along with that, you'll also know what is the level of what is the tank level at a particular instant of time. So what we have also done is, especially for measuring pH, turbidity and residual chlorine. See, residual chlorine is one of the very important parameters in especially related to the drinking water quality. The conventionally what you used to have is that there used to be methods where you used to use a reagent based or a chemical based analysis part of it. So what we have done is from that we have moved into an system where it is also a sensor based technology where you don't have to use any reagents and reagents, but what you have is they will be able to continuously monitor with very less maintenance, especially these technologies.
So you have 1 more minute, sir.
It's based on amperometric this thing, so this can be actually deployed in different parts of rural as well as urban areas. So a few of our practical implementation is this technology has been implemented as part of Jal Jeevan mission in more than 3,500 villages of Uttar Pradesh. And these technologies have also been implemented in different urban corporations. An example of that is in Bangalore Water Supply and Sewage Board. You can see the actual pictures of that. The other technology that we are talking about is portable multi-parameter analyzer. So these are different things. You have a portable multi-parameter analyzer with 30 parameters, 8 parameters, and also used for bacteriological testing. So this technology is actually empaneled by National Jal Jeevan Mission by the Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India. So what it does is in a lab typically you have different instruments. What we try to do is we have integrated all the technologies in different instruments into a single instrument. Where this device you will be able to test more than 30 plus, take it into the field, or you can use it in the lab also. So this technology basically it supports on battery and all those things, but when you take it in field also it is very simple to use. And this also has a unique thing of where you can transfer the data from this instrument directly to Government of India's water quality management information system. So we have integrated this with that. So whatever data that is being tested on this instrument, on a press of a button, if you require, it can be transferred to the Government of India server for monitoring and taking the precautionary steps. We have also some portable testing devices, what we call it as a mini, where these devices where you can test very less number of parameters. The maximum you can test is using 8. These are actually used for rural or urban water quality surveillance. Actually, your field engineers can take it. It comes with a carrying case. You can take it into the field and you can operate it using your mobile phone. You can put it on the spot on any location. You can take a water sample, test it, and the results are shown on your mobile. You can upload this data to any cloud server or any central server. This is another unique thing that we have done is, if you conventionally see, bacteriological testing is one challenge, because normally what it takes is it takes about 24 hours to get result of any bacteriological sample. But we have arrived at certain technologies where you would be able to get the results in anywhere between 12 to 16 hours. You just take a sample pouch. You'd be able to fill the water sample, add the reagent, and then put it into an incubator. Once it is incubated for about 12 hours, you would be able to see the results. Without the incubator also, the technology that we have is you can put it outside at room temperature and you would be able to get the results in 18 hours. And the other unique thing that we are also working on is something like biosensors.
So you have 30 more seconds, sir. You have got 30 more seconds, sir.
As biosensor space, where you test water samples. For E. coli, conventionally it takes about, as I mentioned in my earlier slide, it takes about 16 hours minimum. So what we are doing is using based on biosensors based technology, we are trying to develop, we have developed a technology where you can test E. coli and total coliforms in 1 hour. So all these methods which I have told on the instrumentation, all these methods and everything have been accredited in our NABL laboratory. The methods and everything have been accredited. So what we are working as a company towards is, the sustainability SDG goal of 6, where all our products related to water quality monitoring directly help to in achieving the water and sanitation goal. So we have products like online water monitoring systems, laboratory systems, mobile solutions, water sensors, portable analyzers, and also water reagents that are required for any type of water analysis. So the future is that what we see is that our objective is to provide innovative technologies in water quality monitoring. Okay, and this will be continuously working towards that. That is from clean water, illness to wellness to a healthy nation. So just one slide about our company. As we are a 7-decade-old company, okay, building indigenous technologies. All the technologies that I have showcased in my presentation are designed and manufactured by us in our facility in Hyderabad. Okay, we have 13 regional offices located across India to serve our customers. Okay, and all these technologies again have been patented and registered under our own brands, and we have been recipient of multiple national and international awards. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. This is indeed a very useful product for geographically isolated areas like Andaman Nicobar Islands, where we are creating resources in so much of outer islands where the continuous monitoring and checking of water quality is very essential. So such IoT-based equipments and the sensors will be very useful for us to monitor the quality of water so that the wealth or health can be maintained, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for participating in this workshop, sir. Now, I request Mr. Manish Gandhi, Senior Vice President, Infrastructure Business and Head, North and East Operations, Iron Exchange India Limited, to speak on packaged containerized desalination plants for Andaman Nicobar Islands and packaged sewage treatment plant for islands in small capacity.
Yeah, good afternoon to all. Can you see the screen?
Yes, sir, we can see this. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Respected Chief Secretary, Joint Secretaries, Principal Advisors, other higher government officials, respected officials from the MES, and friends and allied speakers, good afternoon to all. Namaste to all. It is indeed my privilege to make presentation to such an august gathering. Thanks, CI, for giving me an opportunity. Before I talk about the solutions for water treatment or for the wastewater treatment, which we have got very unique engineering, I do want to take 2 or 3 minutes to talk about the company, because it's very important to know about the strengths of the organization before you know about the technology or products information. So Iron Exchange India Limited is India's first water treatment company. India's first. So it started in 1964 and we just completed over 60 years of existence. Most of the technologies in India are by Iron Exchange. I'm proud to say that maybe approximately 85 to 90%. So we started manufacturing resins in 1965. We started implementing large industrial plants from 1969 onwards. And then we introduced reverse osmosis. Imagine that it's almost like more than, 45 years, we have introduced reverse osmosis into India. And Maruti Suzuki, at Gurgaon near Delhi, was the first plant who bought the RO plant in 1980. So they bought the first reverse osmosis. And we are the only engineering company who are manufacturing membranes also in India under Make in India. So this is the way our journey had gone in last 60 years, almost most of the technologies. And I like to underline desalination. Iron Exchange has put up the first desalination plant in the country in 1996. So it's again about 30, more than almost 28 years or close to 30 years, that the first desalination plant which was installed in Gujarat Electricity Board, Sikka. So, and by now we have got industrial desalination plants working in the country. So this is just brief about that. Otherwise, we are about 6 decades now experience with 1 lakh installations. We are Asia's one of the biggest company. We are engineering procurement construction company and also a technology company. So it's a very rare combination in the world, which fortunately we are in India. So we are about more than 500 installations in large refineries, petrochemicals, about nuclear power stations, steel plants, power plants, and a lot of other medium second plants, automobile, paper, sugar, distilleries and all. So this company is known for its engineering skills. We are also making some specialty chemicals and we are also into consumer products. So this is something, a unique company in the world. We have got 7 manufacturing plants in India for reasons, for engineering, for membranes manufacturing, for membrane assembly, for chemicals, and for hardcore water treatment engineering. So this is our R&D center. We invest heavily because this is our oxygen, In last 60 years, as I mentioned, that we have introduced most of the technologies. Either we have developed on our own or we have bought that technology from the global best technology suppliers and indigenized it. So this is what is brief about ion exchange. So I don't want to spend much time on this. There's a lot which I can talk about the strengths of this company. And we are very present in, as I mentioned, heavy industries, medium light industries, and in commercial sectors also. So what we can offer is different kind of, pre-treatments, all kind of different clarifiers. We got a lot of compact clarifiers. Places like, Andaman, Nicobar, where space is a very limitation. So my clarifiers are almost, less than half of the size of the conventional clarifiers. So you can save immense space. And then we do make, containerized clarifiers also, or packaged clarifiers also. So we similarly have got very smart filtration plants which are very compact and packaged clarifiers. So we have reverse osmosis, ultrafiltration, new nanofiltration, desalination, STPs, EDPs, and everything what we, it's required in the water treatment segment. I'm going to talk about Andaman Nicobar, what solution we can offer. Now, we can give large desalination plants as we have installed in Indian Oil Corporation, NTPC, and many of the large industries in both South India as well as Gujarat, western part of the India, where my plant are of the capacity 27,000 metric cube per day or 30,000 metric cube per day to about, as small as 6,000, or maybe now we are making containerized. Now, keeping into view the small islands which are there, what we propose is a small RO desalination plants, which we have supplied to Maldives also at number of places. This we can give in both the ways, skid mounted as well as containerized. Now, I like to underline it can be skid mounted or it can be containerized, or we can give for the entire city also. But right now, today, I'm focusing on skid mounting and containerized systems, because you can put up the decentralized systems, to ensure that you do not have to go for the long pipelines and all. So this is something very important. Then we can deal TDS up to 45,000 ppm, whether it's from 2,000, 5,000 or 10,000 or 40,000, it is no issue for us. We can solar power system for remote locations, and fully assembled systems with filter feed systems, reverse osmosis and everything, and semi-automatic or fully automatic systems. So as you know, gentlemen, there are two kind of, technologies which are popular in the world for desalination. One is thermal desalination, and second is membrane-based desalinations. Now, thermal desalination is not popular in India, especially for municipal level or for many of the industries, because you need a lot of fuel, you need steam to make it happen. So for steam, now this technology is very popular in Middle East. The reason being is they've got massive oil refineries or oil fields where they've got surplus steam available from their boilers, and that's why they condense it. They condense the seawater and supply as a RO water for the drinking application for the cities. Same fundamental, we cannot implement it any part of India in cities or coastal areas. The reason being is it's a very expensive and highly capital intensive exercise. So the best is reverse osmosis based technology, which is tried, rugged, proven and tested, and now very common in India about this technology. Now what membrane or RO does, it's a very general thing. I don't want to go into detail, but I would like to make a request to Institute as well as CIE that in case they want me to make a technical presentation to the entire government officials on and all, I can come down, because it takes time. It takes time to inculcate and explain everything about detailed technical engineering. So I'm just going to talk that what you need for desalination plants. So you need pre-treatment, of course, the seawater which comes into it. Then you need high pressure pump to make sure that reverse osmosis exists. Then you need semi-permeable membrane systems. And after that, post-treatment, you need chlorination as well as disinfection of the water to make sure that you supply potable. So the whole system is divided into 4 components. And I like to now show the photographs because this is going to build you confidence. These are the all containerized desalination plants which we are supplying to even other countries also, even to the Middle East also. Now this is one of the containerized desalination plant. The capacity is 60 meter cube per day. So it is like almost 2.5 or 3 meter cube per hour capacity desalination plant, and it is containerized. So you can put it at any place. It can run by DG set, and you can provide locally this drinking water. Now this is plant given to Hyundai. So these are the two different plants of 300 meter cube per day capacity. So 300 meter cube is good enough to take care of more quality of the water, and this you can see the engineering, you know. Then this is another plant given to Hyundai for 4 capacities. Whatever the population which is there, we can make 2 meter cube per hour desalination plant to 3 meter cube per hour desalination plant to 4 meter, 5 meter, any meter cube per hour desalination plant. Now this is for again one of the Oman side, 580 meter cube per day capacity, which is about 20 meter cube per hour desalination plant, you know. So this is something, this is for Hamriya. Now all these desalination plants are required by these Middle East very popularly. This concept is not prevailing right now in India, but abroad in all Middle East countries, you know, they do buy all these plants from Ion Exchange regularly. So I've got huge, list of clients, those who are regularly buying all these kind of containerized desalination plants. Now this is a 1 MLD plant, 1000 meter cube day capacity plant to Hamriya municipality for drinking water application for the people living in those residential areas. So these are the two containers. You see how compact it is, wherein you do not require any civil work to do it. Only you have to make the finish the baseline, and above that you can put up these containers, and seawater can be taken. Now I would like to underline one important thing, that I need to know the seawater quality, because herein the seawater TSS level are not much high. So simple, we have got one container which is pre-treatment, second container is desalination. So in pre-treatment we put up the filtration plant which can cater up to TSS level of 100. But if it is beyond 100, then definitely we need to build up some small clarifier which is required outside the container systems, you know. So otherwise, if TSS is not high, then this is a beautiful system by which you can solve the drinking water problems for all small islands which are in isolated places. Now this is another plant which is again 1200 meter cube. Before that I have shown 1 MLD. This is 1.2 MLD plants. So this is 2.4 MLD plant, 2400 meter cube per day capacity. So what I want to demonstrate over here is that we are water doctors, we are engineers. We can design any kind of engineering based on your needs and requirement. You tell us the water quality, you tell us the quantity. So water quality and quantity, you give it to us, we can design the system and can provide to you. So this is something very unique. And if somebody asks that how expensive these plants are, look, this is a filtration plant which is again inside the container. So this is a complete system which is built, can be, and herein I can show you a small, this is a 2.5 meter cube per hour desalination plant based on solar power. So you can see the solar plant in a desert and which are giving power to a desalination plant. But then I like to underline, lot of area is required, and it's very expensive here also to put up the solar plant, you know. So the capex is very, very high, but it is feasible. But in case in Andaman Nicobar, if there are a lot of rains for few months, then solar plant may not give you, will not solve your purpose in terms of solution on operating the plant on daily basis. So you need to have a backup of DG sets to ensure that a plant runs on consistent basis. So these are some of, see how beautiful this plant has been put up in a desert to get the desalination water from there.
So you have one more minute, sir. One more minute, sir.
Yeah, I'll take 2-3 minutes more for very important application. Now we are also talking about the rainwater catchment or groundwater. Now in rainwater also you need to do the purification of the water. How are you going to filter the water? Right, that is also very important, because otherwise a lot of microbiological growths are over there. How you remove bacteria, virus and E. coli and all coliforms and all. So I can also provide ultrafiltration plant which can remove all those viruses, colloidal particles, suspended impurities from the water and make it as good as the bottled water. So there is no need to have a separate kind of, a filtration system for that. Simply, this is again a skid mounting systems for treating any rainwaters or any groundwater which you have having TDS less than 500. So this is also a very beautiful unique. You need to have a multi-gate filter followed by an ultrafiltration system. See how beautiful these systems are. Ultrafiltration system simply treating the rainwater or the groundwater which is of less TSS level and removes all biological impurities. The job which it can do cannot be carried out even by chlorination also, because it removes virus also from the water. So this is again a very beautiful system. So for desalination plant or rainwater plant, you can have a skid mounting system, or you can have plant open exposed to the atmosphere also in case it is of big capacity. Now last but not least, the STP, which is again a big challenge at all locations, So Inaugural has got portable sewage treatment plants also. Now I'm talking on wastewater solutions. So we have got skid mounting systems. As you know that COD or BOD of sewage across India is almost uniform. So COD is around 450 to 500. This is from residential area. And for BOD is around 250 to 300. Now if you want to convert into drinking water standards, we can convert that. Of course, application is not for drinking, but yes, we can do that also by using MBR technology. But as such, if you want to use for the gardening or for any secondary application, we can go for many other STP technologies. So I'm going to talk about FMR, fluidized media reactor, which convert sewage into like BOD is about 250, it can bring down to less than 5. Can be used for any gardening or any secondary applications, for car washing and any applications. So these are the treatment schemes. Again, it makes almost 2-3 hours on each technology when we interact with clients, when we make technical presentations. So it is very in short time, we cannot explain. I can demonstrate that, look, this is the smart STP plants which are installed in many parts of India, in many states, for residential areas, for hotels, for buildings, and for even isolated places also. These are all automatic systems. They run so beautifully and give you good quality water. See, this is a complete containerized STP plant. So there is no smell around it, no disturbance of environment, and it runs successfully up to 120 meter cube per day capacity. So there are many examples. These are small 10 meter cube per day to 100 KLD per day. These are the small package desalination plant. Only you have to make the civil platform, that's all, and provide me the sewage, rest all nothing has to be done. Now one clarify, we developed for army about 25 years back, which is so popular. This is approved by IIT also, and IIT Kanpur has got about 12 plants of such. So this is a complete, robust, one of the finest technology in the world for STPs, You add it and take out the best quality water of less than 5 NTU TSS and 5 ppm of BOD and COD less than 50 out of these STP plants. So this is called NGP STP. These are the package units, very compact. The length is about 8 meters, width is about 2.3 meters. You can put at any place, and it doesn't require any aerator to run it. So herein there are rotors, and through motors only it can run. So power consumptions are very less. So these are very, very smart solutions which are available. Last but not least, again I like to show a small pack-in system. In case अगर आपको अल्ट्राफिल्ट्रेशन भी नहीं चाहिए, कुछ तो एक सिंपल मल्टीग्रेड फिल्टर चाहिए. सो देखिए आप कितना स्मॉल पैकेज हमने एक फिल्ट्रेशन सिस्टम को डिजाइन किया है, which you can put at any remote area, and it can filter the water, rainwater, or it can also filter any groundwater having TSS less than 100 into it. So these are all what beautiful solutions which are available from India's one of the best companies, and we have designed all these to cater to all challenges which are faced by all union territories or remote areas wherein they find simple, smart, robust solutions on sustainable model. This is all about my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It's indeed a very good packaged systems and projects which will be a remote area of Andaman Nicobar Islands. So your point regarding technical presentation is noted, and of course CII will work on it to materialize with it, and we will have future association also, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
sir.
madam. Why I want to emphasize on that is because, the department officials, those who are having, KRAs to work on this and provide solutions to the, people. So therein, they would definitely like to know more about the technology and how it works and how robust it is, capex, opex, everything. So that is the only way by, we make technical presentations and share all these technical inputs to build up their confidence and trust that how these solutions are feasible and practically possible for, public applications. Thank
Definitely,
you
sir.
very much.
Definitely, sir. We will bring all the stakeholders, sir, and we will have a future technical sessions in future, sir.
Yeah.
Very near future, sir. Thank you, sir.
It was my
Thank you,
pleasure.
sir. Thank you so much. Lastly, I know everybody is hungry now. We will have just a small presentation on the research initiatives which has been done by DBRIT. After that, we will have the question and answer session.
Indra, the screen is frozen. We cannot hear anything. Is there a problem?
We are working on it, sir. By the time it just gets restored, I would like to just say that in Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Institute of Technology, just before COVID, in 2020, we had a very dry condition because of the recession of the monsoon which happened in November, December. Because we are dependent on two monsoons, as we all know, that one is the southwest monsoon which comes during this June to July, and then one monsoon which we expect in November, December. So in 2019, that monsoon receded, so resulting in a very dry season in 2020. And the same time we had faced this COVID condition also. So at that time also we had a supply of water from once in a 6 to 7 days. At that time we thought, with the guidance of Dr. Amlankar, who was the regional director for the Central Groundwater Board, and he has been guiding us as a mentor, and we thought of creating a island water resource research center in our college. As the charity begins at home, so we also thought we should be first doing things at our campus, then we should be proceeding for others. And the students were at home because of the COVID, as it was a lockdown. So we just trained the students through webinar, and we asked them to take the repository or the GIS mapping for the water resources which are available in all the panchayats where they are staying. So that's how we just created this Island Water Resources Center. The constraints which we felt is the rain dependent surface sources, as many speakers have already spoken about it, less potential for groundwater, and recurrent recession of monsoon. This was the reason why we wanted to have this. And need for IWRRC, that is Island Water Resources Center, was to create a repository, absence of MIS of existing water sources, though we have got data collected by various departments, but it is not in a consolidated manner. Sorry. And then we have to do the analysis, the demographical impact of water resources, as the earlier speakers have also spoken about the hydrogeological conditions here. And of course the augmentation, that the clasping copious rain wasted as runoff. So the mandate of IWRC was the requirement assessment, the qualitative and quantitative assessment of potential sources. We went to the villages, and from the students and through the villages we came to know which were the earlier water sources which is now dried up and which is not used, which is in the bank of watershed areas, so that we can develop it, and then that can be augmented as a water resource for that particular localized area. Then obtaining expert support from INIs and of course the Central Groundwater Board bodies or some other research laboratories. We also raised small grey water as treatment process also, so that it can be portably placed in the local villages. I'll just come on. as I was already spoken about this. Now this was the mandate of IRRC, GIS mapping of water resources, developing MIS for water resources for all panchayats, identifying probable sources, selecting potential sources as per hydrogeological conditions, and water requirement assessment. We just, as we know that APWD is the major supplier for all the drinking water in all the panchayats, so we just calculated from the population what is the present water requirement and what is the demand, what is the gap, and how we can just fill in the gap by creating the potential sources or developing the potential sources for augmenting the water requirement. Then obtaining expert support. As I've already, sorry. Then the research methodology which we adopted included data collection, survey through primary and secondary potential sources. We had a two-way approach. We went to the sources, all the groundwater sources through the students, and we did the, we collected the lat long for GIS mapping, and also the focus group, that is the PRI members. Then we took all the inputs from them, what was the water requirement, what is the water treatment plant available, what is the water source and how the water is supplied there for the drinking water, and of course the agriculture water requirement and also for the livestock. And then we collected all the data, primary and secondary, then qualitative and quantitative data of sources, and then GIS mapping of all the sources were done. Analysis of data included hydrogeological analysis of potential sources, because we had the groundwater report which has been provided by Central Groundwater Board. So we didn't go into deep into that. We just surveyed through the Google Earth map which was available at that time to find out which were the watershed areas, so that the banks can be created and the low-lying area which could be converted into what you call a total resource. Then validation of quantitative and qualitative data of the sources, and demand projection and gap assessment. Of course, recommendation of mitigating the shortage, detailed study of each panchayat based on data and its analysis was carried out. Now we started with our institute. So we had a low-lying area just behind this auditorium. So with the help of Central Groundwater Board, we just felt that area was a marshy area. We were not able to use that area. So the experts also, Amlankar sir and other people also suggested that it should be converted into a pond. So we converted this as a pond, and then this marshy area became a big pond for us. And now we can see that this is the pond which is now supplying water, and I'm very happy to say that from 2021 November onwards, we were self-sufficient in drinking water. We were not taking any drinking water from the Port Blair Municipal Council. Of course, in the dry season, we have to take the supply from them. Otherwise, we were taking this. We also created, with the help of APWD, a filtration plant and a UV plant for treatment in our campus itself. So we have got 80 quarters here, and also we require a huge quantity of water, about 1.2 lakh liters per day for the campus, entire campus. So this was the fresh pond in first monsoon. So the area include this, and the mean height was 5.5. So total volume capacity goes about 1,43,000, and then 43,000, and daily consumptions of 80,000 liters. So still we are able to supply it. Of course, during the dry season from around March to June, when the monsoon doesn't come, at that time we have to depend on PBMC, otherwise we are self-sufficient with this water. The Gram Panchayats covered under GIS survey for water source and demand analysis include these. In South Andaman, for Farargan Tehsil, we have covered 19 panchayats, and in Port Blair 6 panchayats, for Diglipur 15, and then Mayabandar 8, and for Ranga Tehsil the 14 panchayats were covered. And the GIS mapping included all the APWD sources also, so that we can analyze the demand which is required by the local population. So this is a consolidated data. I am not taking much of the time for this. So the potential sources were not available in Diglipur Tehsil. They have got all these surface sources which are there, which is already been used for their agriculture as well as for domestic requirement. Then Mayabandar Tehsil also. The other areas, which is a Pokadera and the Karmatang source, which has already been tapped by APWD, they are also developing it. So these were the sources which we also substantiated with the GIS mapping. And this in Ranga Tehsil also, the potential sources are all identified. And this was in Farargan Tehsil. And we also had interaction with Panchayati Raj institution members and villagers for rainwater harvesting and also to promote these grey water treatment plants. So this is the small grey water treatment unit, exactly the way it has been developed by NEERI. We just created it with a locally available material, so that we just named it as a karotar, which in Sanskrit means filter. So this can be just created by available this filtering material for a household, and then they can place it in the what they call the panchayats. So we also demonstrated in various panchayats, including Choldari, Manarghat, and this Namunagar, and of course in Diglipur area. Now the next, the developing an integrated IoT based solution will be explained by Dr. Shabani Malik.
Namaskar. So before we disperse for the lunch, I'll take a very short session on this. As ma'am has already said that DBRATE being the only engineering college in the islands, we have the responsibility to extend the technology that the students learn here to the society. And moreover, in the absence of state-of-the-art industries in the island, we always see to it that thrust is given on hands-on real-time projects, so that the students develop the knack and skill of real engineering, which they generally don't get in the absence of the state-of-the-art industries. So the solution is like implementing an IoT-based solution for monitoring the quality and quantity of the water in the water treatment plants. 11 water treatment plants were identified wherein this project was supposed to be deployed, but as a pilot basis, we have taken the Jawahar Sarovar treatment plant under the APWD for implementation of this project. So water quality monitoring, it takes care of water quantity monitoring and water periodicity monitoring. So this is the treatment plant skeletal overview of the Jawahar Sarovar treatment plant. We have placed sensors at the sources and the distribution outlets, and quality sensors for monitoring the quality like pH, turbidity, chlorine, and TDS. So this is the integrated water supply management smart solution, wherein we will have end nodes, we have concentrated gateways, data loggers, the sensors, what the data will be acquired by the sensors will be transferred through the concentrated gateway. It will be dumped in this server, and there will be an application server wherein the data analytics part will work for the data analysis part of the acquired data. There are different alerts and notifications that has been inbuilt for giving, suppose the pH goes beyond the range, the level of water in the clear water reservoir in the sedimentation tank, so that it generates alert time to time. What is the capacity of the tank, if it is going below the threshold, if it is full, so different alerts which can be customized based on the requirement of the water treatment plant officials. So different alert mechanisms have been made. Then this is the use case, like we have used pH sensor, IoT based pH sensor, chlorine sensor, TDS sensor for monitoring the quality of the water. We have ultrasonic sensors installed in the various tanks for measuring the volume of the water. We also have, as per the suggestions of the Chief Secretary, we have installed flow meters to see to it the volume of water that is flowing in and out of the reservoirs to monitor the loss. Then we have IO sensors at the pumps, that what time the pump was on and how long the pump was running, so that we can measure that time and see that how much water was pumped out from the reservoir. So we have created a dashboard which will show, this is a dashboard demo which will show all the sensors installed in what locations, and the data analytics part is being worked upon, but this is a preliminary analytics what we have given. Raw water inputs, processed water inputs, so different graphs can be generated based on the continuous monitoring by the sensors. Water discharge daily, monthly reports. So these reports and the analytic parts is being customized as per the requirement of the stakeholder department. Then the time series chart for the water flow, the processed water, the stored water, and the discharged water. Way forward is that based on the success, we have already implemented this project and it's successfully rolled out. For 3 months, it has been kept under supervision, that whether these sensors are working fine and what analytic we are going to do with the data. And based on this successful implementation of this pilot project, we are going to roll it out for or replicate the technology for 11 other water treatment plants. And the plan is like we will have an SLA-based kind of implementation, so that the O&M is also taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shabana Malik. Now the session is open for question and answers. Anybody is having any questions can ask, as the experts are also there, online as well as physically. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question for Dr. Alex. You were mentioning that you had a desalination plant and it was given up. What is the reason? Was it only for cost or anything else? Okay.
Desired output is not available.
Okay, my suggestion would be two-pronged. One is that ROCAM, what you are mentioning, is extremely costly, and now we have indigenous solutions, totally indigenous. You heard ion exchange. In addition, we also have some other small timers, comparatively small timers, who are much cheaper and totally indigenous. So we should go for desalination is a very good answer to the problem that we have. And secondly, in one of the presentations, somebody had said that thermal desalination is not an answer because of our cost, etc. Yes, it is extremely costly if you are using, you do not have a thermal power plant or any other means of energy close by. But again, like them, I also marketing my thing. Tomorrow I'm going to talk about nuclear power plant for Andaman Nicobar Islands, where some waste heat actually can be used for desalination. And even if you use very small amount of live energy from there, I think cheap sources of desalination of seawater for use in large scale can be used. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any more questions? Students, participants, nominees from other departments?
Madam, I'm Manish Gandhi side. Can I add on? Can I add on what sir has said apart on this question?
Please, sir. Please.
Yeah. I just like to mention that technology are now very common across globe. Desalination is not something a new thing, which is like I mentioned that in 1996 we have put the first desalination plant. Look, where lies the difference? Technology gets a bad name if suppose company who has supplied the system is not good on that. They're not good engineers. So where lies the difference is the design engineering capabilities. So design engineering is one of the heart of the successful operation of anything across the world for any engineering work. So why we are known and why our systems work on sustainable model. Like when I have put up system for IOC or NTPC, all these companies, use water as a raw water for the production of, in power plant, only coal and water is required to produce steam and then run the turbines, So even for a 1 hour, if the plant water stops, the whole power plant will stop down. So and so is the repercussions of any, any break in the systems, So we need to design a very rugged systems and all. And so the kind of desalination plants we are designing it are very, very, very sustainable basis, to ensure, and we are not very expensive also. And one thing I like to share with all is, do you know the cost of the drinking water which is produced from the desalination plant? We all buying, I think it may be water bottle may be lying on the tables of the, each and every, during the conference also. It costs 20 rupees per liter, which we buy, maybe Kinley, Ecofin or Bisleri or any kind of bottled water, But the cost of desalination water will cost you only 6 or 7 paisa per liter. Only 6 and 7 paisa per liter. Though we buy 20 rupees per liter, it will cost only 6-7 paisa liter. So see the magnificent difference between that. So, and many states like Chennai is going for very large high capacity desalination plants for drinking water application for people. They have already got 100 MLD, they are going for 400 MLD, which are quite massive. The whole Israel, whole Middle East drink water because of this basis. So this is what these are very robust now on sustainable, but provided the company should have a design engineering capabilities and good in engineering to make sure that products are sustainable and user friendly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Anybody else would like to have any questions? Yes, sir.
I have a question for Danfoss. If you could just let us know this project, the country that you're talking about, Maldives. So, a little more details about how the gridding is done between islands, and what is the savings you are talking about. You talked about some savings. So where was the saving? Because obviously such a gridded thing across islands it will be through the sea route. So it will be a costly affair, but the savings come where?
Thank you, sir. Oh, sorry. Sir, now we would like, any question? Yeah.
No, I like to answer it. Yeah. The saving comes only with respect to comparison. Basically, what is the pump what we are offering, and the same power, how much it will be consumed from the other pump is what the comparison basis. So what we offer is an efficiency around 88 to 90% efficiency. So obviously the power what is consumed is very less when compared what is available in the alternative product. So that is the saving is all about. It is on that. And as you said, we have only supplied a product here. So it is what you call powered by DG sets. So this is the minimum information I am having it. Of course, Ion Exchange supplied that one of the unit for so they know very well about the Maldives project. We supplied as a package to Ion Exchange among this 34 island. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for the answer. If you would allow me to make a comment.
Please, sir.
All the stakeholders, including the government officials, DBRIT, the industry, whoever is present, we have industry rep over here also. I think it is time that we, in these presentations, we have seen that a lot of work has been done by all, but they are in pockets.
Exactly, sir.
So the pockets need to be integrated in a manner where all the people who have some stake in it, starting from the user to the people who are going to provide the technologies and the people who are going to set up those technologies or the products on the island, all of them need to have some sort of an access to the data so that they can plan and then work out as to what the costing is going to be, because without that, no organization, government organization can take a decision.
Exactly.
So the decision making will come only if we have this data shared properly. So I know the constraints that are there in data sharing, especially in an island like Andaman Nicobar, which is prone to hacking, which is prone to security issues. So keeping that in mind, how do we make a framework under which authorized people are able to get access to the data in whichever form, limited form, full access or whatever, or there could be, DBRIT could take this thing as being a nodal agency who could, in case the security things become too restrictive, in that case, be the repository of such this thing, or you can also have this thing of sharing or you know, we in CII also we have got this Water Institute, which is like the last speaker is the chairman of that committee we have on Water Institute. I think we can, sir, on your taking a decision on your behalf, I think we can also maintain the repository with foolproof probably security issues. So we can offer that service to them, and at the end of it, provide it to everyone for whoever is planning anything. Like I'm sure for your planning of finances and everything else, you will require such data. So we could also do that. So DBRIT, if you could just take on this as a project to push for data integration. Yeah, that's why I said the government department is very important in this. So, but you being located here, it will be easy for you to push.
Yes, sir.
this as a
We
project?
will work on a process, sir, where we
Yes.
can have the data shared with the government department, because all the government departments are under.
No, government data and you are already sharing. I am
Yes.
talking about sharing it with the industry people
Sure,
who
sir,
need
sure,
to.
sure, yeah. So that the technology integration can happen with the
Yes,
data,
yes.
so that it can, it can result into a roadmap of implementable projects, sir, definitely.
In fact, that is probably one of the biggest takeaway that can happen from
From
this
this
part of the
workshop.
consultative
Surely,
workshop
sir,
that
we
have
will work
had,
on it, sir.
probably.
Surely we will work on it, sir.
You agree with me?
Thank you so
Because
much.
if he doesn't agree, then it doesn't happen. Okay. Sir, anything you agree with?
Thank you, sir. Now, we would like to present mementos to all the speakers. I request all the speakers to come onto the stage who are here, and we will have a what do you call, combined photograph also. I also request that all the virtual speakers also to come on camera, so that we can have a combined photograph. And I'm really feeling very bad that we are not able to present the mementos to the speakers who have come virtually. But we will look forward to have a meeting with them in future, when we will have a large-scale presentation or large-scale seminars or conferences here. First, I would like to request Shri Arun Kumar, Superintendent Engineer, APWD. Sir, please come to the stage. Colonel Alex Anthony from MES, Dr. Sabyasachi Nayak, Counselor, CIA Water Institute, Dr. Amlan Jyotikar, former Regional Director, Central Groundwater Board, Ms. Shikha Sahani and Mr. Raj Shekharan from Danfoss. Please. I request Brigadier Sir to come on the stage too, and also Vice Admiral Sir.
Hello. All the virtual presenters are requested to turn on their cameras. All. Sudeep ji. Hello. All the virtual presenters are requested to turn on their cameras, please. Mr. Ashish Ba. All the virtual presenters are requested to turn on their video cameras, please, for the photograph. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Mr. Vinod, Mr. Kannan, Mr. Vibin Varghese, kindly turn on your cameras, please. Yeah. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
As we have noted down all the proceedings with all the speakers, with the technology and all, just to conclude very quickly so that we can proceed for the lunch. The technical session on water security for Andaman Nicobar Islands offered a comprehensive exploration of innovative strategies and best practices aimed at ensuring the efficient and responsible use of water resources. The key takeaways of this session are integrated approach, innovation and adaptation, collaboration and education. This session has provided valuable insights and practical knowledge on sustainable water management, equipping attendees with the tools and understanding needed to address current and future water challenges. The exchange of ideas and experiences has underscored the collective responsibility and opportunity to advance sustainable water practices for the water security of these islands. Thank you so much for active participation. I really thank on behalf of DBRATE as well as CIA all the presenters and the experts who are virtually present here and took time from their busy schedule to be the part of this conclave and workshop. Thank you so much. Now we proceed for lunch because we started a little late, so I request all of you to be here by 2 o'clock so that the next session on waste management, it's already 2, okay, sorry.
It's already 2.
2 o'clock. Now we will then, I think 2:30 will be a little late because at that time we will be just prolonging it to 6 o'clock I think, and we यहाँ पे जल्दी अंधेरा होता है, तो मैं सबसे चाहूँगी कि 2:20 तक 2:20 by 2:20 we should be back, and all those presenters who are here for the second session please load their PPT here so that we don't waste time in for that. All of you just please be back by 2:20 to the conference hall so that we can. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
कल मॉर्निंग देने से भी चलेगा। नहीं ना हुआ ना, हम देखा। अभी दिखाएगा इस तरह, अभी यूज करने से एक में आ जाता। इसीलिए कट हुआ ये देखो 5 मिनट में।
ये यूनुस वाला क्या नाम से आरिफ
Mr. Pankaj Tanwar. Mr. Pankaj Tanwar.
Mr. Pankaj Tanwar is joining in 2 minutes. He's about to log in.
Mr. M.S. Bansod.
So we'll go accordingly for as per the
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from a refreshing lunch. We are delighted to kick off our post-lunch session. Our sincere apologies, we are running a bit late, but we hope to cover up the time. We are focused on this critical issue of waste management in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So you all know this beautiful archipelago with its pristine environment and rich biodiversity faces unique challenges when it comes to managing waste. So thank you all for coming, and our session today aims to delve into these challenges, explore innovative solutions, and discuss the path forward. So to begin with, I would like to invite our first speaker for the day. I hope you all have the session details with you, but we have to start with Ms. Soma Biswas, Communication Advisor, Waste Management GIS. She's a Senior Communication Advisor of 3 GIS projects, and she has implemented behavior change communication projects for World Bank and many internationally accredited agencies. With a vast work experience of 25 years, she is here with us to talk on the topic Success Stories, Management of Waste in Ecologically Sensitive Geographies. Ms. Biswas, we welcome you.
Thank you so much.
Are you there? Okay, before we talk, ma'am, your time will be 10 minutes, and we are really, chasing up the time, so I would really appreciate 10 minutes of your presentation. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, please go ahead. We can hear you. The screen is not on.
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you so much. Thank you, CII, for inviting us here today. Jazer, actually, thank you for inviting us. With me, I have my colleague Aviral speaking today. So we are 2 speakers today. And Aviral is the, as we call, our star performer when we talk about waste management in Port Blair. So as ma'am, you rightly mentioned, waste management, amongst other 2 topics which you have already taken in the agenda, is a very critical one when you talk about development in Port Blair. And one of the section, waste management, how to improve it in the city and in this Union Territory, is a subject that we have been working on for now last 3 years there, from 2021 actually. 3.5 years, and so I'll share the PPT. Abiral is here, I think. I think Abiral is here. Yeah. Actually, last week we were in Port Blair, and this week again traveling was a little issue, so we couldn't travel. Otherwise, would have been loved to be there in the physical meeting. Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Okay, so we bring to you a story that on waste management that we implemented in the city. And before we go quickly over the GIZ, we are a global organization. We are a federally owned organization by the government of Germany, and we are mandated to support government of Germany in achieving its development objectives. We are across the globe, and in India, in last 2023, we have accounted 71 million euro projects across the country, and we have right now more than 100 projects running across, and more than 500 professionals working with us. And it is part of and as part of this collaboration, which is going more than 60 years now, we had built recently a partnership on green and sustainable development, where both the countries help in implementing and achieving the Paris Agreement and the commitments made there. Out of that, it is 4 thematic areas and we work on. One is the urban and industrial development. And here, from here, the cities combating plastic entering the marine environment was created. So this is part of a commitment where both the countries say that we have to reduce plastic pollution in the marine world, actually the water bodies. And here the government had signed a contract, and as part of that, this project was done. There are many projects which is working, actually 3 projects in GIZ working on marine pollution. One of this is on reducing the and improving the waste management in the urban spaces. This is implemented through MOVAN CPHEO, and at a national, state and a city level we are working. So we have 3 zones here working on. We are working for on the in Kanpur, which is on the bank of Ganga, then Kochi being the coastal city, and Port Blair being a island city which is waterlogged. And quickly to take over at a national level, it's more like a digital platform for monitoring, recycle and reuse we are talking about. In states, it's more like capacity building at a policy support, and the cities is more like a demonstrations. I'm quickly going so that I can keep time for the actual story. So in 2020, though we started working from 2021 in Port Blair, and but in 2022 we signed an MOU between Port Blair Municipal Corporation and us. The aim was to actually prevent plastic waste at source, and through sustainable waste management, so that it can go for appropriate recycling and reuse, so that it can be managed, and the reduction it can reduce the marine pollution. So this is the journey of the CCPME project. As you rightly said, ma'am, the Port Blair is a beautiful city, of course, but it also has its own unique challenges because it's waterlogged. So you get to get plastic somewhere coming up to when you are bringing things from mainland. There's a scarcity of land. There's climate uncertainties. We all know it's. Every time it's just you do not know when anything natural disaster will happen. So you have the climate uncertainties there. You have influx of tourist population. We have seen it is just increasing and increasing and increasing. And with tourists, you have its own kind of pollutions which is coming in and in. So increase in solid waste, which is generating 76 tons per day as per the calculation recent one. And we have increasing plastic litter in the city. And of course, the internet connectivity, which kind of bring in the digital divide between the mainland and the city, which also is, when you talk about the achieving the smart city goals, there are some things which is like really hindering it, but something that we are working on. The key activities we are working on is research, guidelines, capacity building, the demonstration projects, and then development of many outreach and launch products. So for here on, I invite Aviral to take us through the implementation on the ground. Aviral, I hand it over to you. Aviral is a colleague of mine working with GIZ for last 4 years now. Yeah. I think he's here.
Welcome, Aviral sir. Sorry I missed your introduction. And he's the technical advisor of Waste Management GIS. Over to you, sir.
GIS, sorry. Somehow I think he is missing. There's no connectivity here. Okay, so maybe I'll just carry on with it. So we did a study when we started working there. We did a study which with our international institute and RWA, and then we kind of mapped the whole waste management characteristic of the city, the waste management scenario, and out of that we identified 3 hotspots area, one being Jangli Ghat, which is the fish landing area, the Carbon Coves area, and the Arcamation area. 3 has its different kind of communities and characteristics, and the waste that's being generated, how it is generated, what kind of waste. So keeping in that mind, 3 hotspot area we selected along with PBMs. And this whole intervention was done along with PBs. We were kind of a supporting hand to them. So understand a little, a quick view on the understanding the leakage points. So you can see that it is from at one point it starts from the generation point where it is starts getting into the drains. Then of course the secondary storage, which is the transfer station that you have in the city. If anybody has visited the city would know that it is the waste is collected from the households, and that at a secondary point it gets segregated and by our sanitary workers, and then of course there is a leakage point there. And then our MRF decentralized processing units there, and then centralized. So these are the overall leakage points. And then when we talk about the road blast, this is specifically the Jangli Ghat, because our focus has been in Jangli Ghat, the area. What you see now and 3 years back, if Oma is still here, will have can share pictures like what it was. So and then this was our focus area because it was a hotspot and a hugely waste management critical place we can talk about. Say.
Ma'am, you just have 2 more minutes.
Oh, okay. So quickly to go about, so we, you can always go through the presentation, so we have characterized it. We did a lot of awareness and behavior change communication activities throughout with PBMC, and this is one of the reasons for the success today. We see the changes. You can see the people, when you talk to the people, you'll see there's a lot of hand holding, door to door monitoring and activities that happened in the city. We did a lot of capacity building at all levels, from councillors level to the beneficiary levels. All levels we have been able to do capacity building. The recently MRF that we inaugurated, which you can see in Brokshaba, which is unique because it was customized to handle the kind of waste characteristic of the waste of the city, and to close the loop. And then we did a lot of green interventions. When we talk about the eco festival that you see in the city today was started from us, and we are very grateful to PBMC taking it forward and making it a yearly activity. And then we did the green star rating with the hotel industry. There were a lot of plastic lao, upahar pav kind of activities, and we actually did more than 64 cleanup drives in the city. And then we did the world ranking. You can see some of the visuals, what from fisherman community to the fisherman to the policy level, and bringing together all the departments together to work towards it is something that we have been able to do, and it kind of became a Jan Andaman in that city for last 3 years. Have been able to bring the waste management discussion and the priority level at the government level to the beneficiaries level to the other departments level. So that's just one of the success I would see when we talk about this. And the lessons that we learned, it was intensity and the strategic engagement. That's very important. It has been continued. So continuity is very important, policy intervention and monitoring. So and then customized solution based, we kept on customizing. So that is something that really helped in the bringing in the success story. And then we of course work together, and therefore we have been able to achieve it. And with this, I come to the end. And if anybody has, I think we are within time. And if anybody has any questions.
Thank you very much. And the question and answers from the audience part is reserved at the end of the session. So I would request your patience till that. Thank you very much, ma'am, for this informative session. And as you said, plastic waste reduced right at the source requires a crucial approach demanding community sensitization. And working on hotspots and your intimate collaborations with PBMC and community is the root cause of your success. Wishing you many such more. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shri Uma Maheshwar Rao, Junior Engineer PBMC, and he has been managing the solid waste management and especially on organic and dry waste fractions, and he has been leading the 3R team for cycling of the waste.
A gentle reminder, 10 minutes, Uma Maheshwar.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, P. Umameshwarrao. I am working as junior engineer in Port Blair Municipal Council. So, since 7 years, I have been dealing with solid waste management. So, today, as part of the conclave, I will be discussing what PBMC is doing in terms of managing their waste. So, these are the highlights, today's highlights I will be going to discuss. So, coming to the overview of Port Blair city. So, in order to manage, in order to design a city for the waste management, we have to look into the details of a city. So, that is the Port Blair, which is mostly surrounded with sea, and we are having good beaches. So, this is the geography, demography of the city. So, we are having around 46,000 households and comprising 24 wards in different parts, and the area is stretched around 41.22 square kilometers. So coming to the climate, so as you know, we are receiving 3000 mm of rainfall every year, and economy, we are majorly dependent on fisheries and tourism. So these are the major type of waste in which today we will be going to focus on municipal solid waste. Government of India has notified different rules for different type of waste. So in which the solid waste management rules 2016 has been designed for municipal solid waste, which comprises both municipal as well as panchayati and other institutions. So what is municipal solid waste? The waste other than industrial waste, industrial chemical waste, electronic waste, biomedical waste, any radioactive waste. So who are the stakeholders? Who are the generators? Municipal solid waste only deals with the households, commercial, parks, public places, streets and garden, institutions and offices. So as per the MSW 2016 rules, the waste category has been divided into 3 parts: dry, wet and domestic hazardous waste. It has been given a color coding like wet, green color for wet waste, blue color for dry waste, and domestic hazardous waste, which can be categorized in black color coded bins. So as you can see the hierarchy, so as per solid waste management rules, it is emphasizing the 5R principles: refuse, reduce, reuse, recycle and recover. And you can see the most preferred and the least preferred. Least preferred is the disposal. Now you can see most of the states, they have shifted this as most preferred is disposal and least preferred is refusing. So now what PBMC is trying to do is we have to achieve these targets. So coming to the legal provisions, PBMC is abide with some legal provisions like solid waste management rules, plastic waste management rules, electronic waste management rules. So these are categories based on the type of waste, like construction waste management. For construction and debris, there is a separate rule for construction and management rules, like for electronic waste. So these are the rules we have, PBMC is abiding and being implemented. Apart from this, in order to manage effectively, efficiently, we are following CPHU manual, which is released by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Apart from this, PBMC is implementing agency for Swachh Bharat Mission urban area for Port Blair city, and other than this, we are also abide with various courts direction which comprises honorable NGTs. So these are the notifications. So the highlights of solid waste management rules, it speaks about the responsibility of individual stakeholders, which comprises everyone who generates the waste, and it also emphasizes on waste processing and involvement of rag pickers, segregation of waste. So as Chief Secretary in the first session, sir has emphasized on the segregation. So without segregation, we cannot do any further treatment, because all the facilities, all the technology will fail if we cannot segregate and if we give the mixed waste. So that is our biggest challenge, and from 25th onwards, PBMC has driven a challenge like we will take only segregated waste from the household establishments, and it is being monitored by higher authority. And coming to the present scenario which PBMC is following, so this is the line chart. PBMC is generating around monthly average, this is the daily average of 70 ton per day. So in which PBMC has conducted one waste characterization study in association with the GIZ. So as per the report, we have obtained the 40-60 ratio. 40 is being the dry waste fraction and 60 is the wet waste fraction. So this waste from the generators, it is being collected by our Safai Mitras from the doorstep only, and that is further segregated at the secondary points and then transported through our vehicles, and it is being sent to our processing facilities. Processing facilities has been divided into two: dry waste processing facilities, which is we usually call it as dry resource center, DRCs, as Chief Secretary sir has already mentioned in morning session. So you can see that pictures, and that final whatever the leftover is being sent to the landfills. So this is the present status of waste management scenario, in which PBMC is now accurately measuring all the waste which is generated from the household and commercial establishments. So all these vehicles, all the staffs has to weigh, and all this vehicle has to go through the weighing bridges. So in order to get the details, once we get the accurate details, we can manage what steps of waste management practices we can do. And PBMC is having our own Swachhata awareness team. So the team is being goes to every corner of the cities and create awareness to among citizens, schools, colleges, in order to emphasize the segregation of the waste. So, and all these vehicles which PBMC is operating is being monitored through GPS tracking system, and digitally all the waste collection recorded are being sent to our central team, and it is being monitored by our senior officials, including the secretary. And for the grievance redressal, PBMC has implemented Swachhata app, in which anyone can post any grievances, in which that certain grievances will be tagged to the concerned area inspector. So coming to the waste processing, the for dry waste management, we are having dry resource centers. It is in decentralized. Presently we are operating at 10 locations, and right side is dry resource center. So left side you can see the centralized composting facility. So we are operating with 3 facilities for horticulture waste, organic food and market waste, and fish waste.
It's almost time.
So recently on 25th of July, Chief Secretary sir has inaugurated our state-of-art facilities, that is integrated material recovery facility, which is being set up in collaboration with GIZ. So all this machinery has been provided by GIZ. So it has everything is in mechanized form. So now we are in a view to transform it to the other dry resource centers. So presently you can see the graph. It is before implementation of this material recovery facility. We have achieved around 49% of waste processing, and in right side you can see all these in sanitary waste, sanitary napkin, diapers has been sent to the GB Pant for incineration. So now PBMC is focusing on 100% waste management. Presently we have achieved 62%, and some of the projects are being in pipeline. So by the end of this year we can achieve at least 80%. So these are the present challenges. Especially I would like to highlight the challenges like packaging waste, the packaging waste which includes single-use plastic, Tetra Paks, thermocols. So these are non-recyclable, and due to which it is now being accumulated and piled up. So we need the solution from the industries, and other environmental factors, like since most of the rain time is rainy seasons in Andaman Nicobar. So whatever the composting facilities and all the dry resource facilities are being faced difficulties in terms of transportation of these waste to the mainland, since we don't have any recycling facility here. Coming to the funds, yes, we are having fund constraints since we are limited with the population. So fund is being allocated based on the population, and there are some challenges I would like to highlight. Especially I would like to highlight the Jangli Ghat, which is coastline area. So you can see the pictures, and right side is Abadin Bazaar. It's a low lying areas, and in the bottom it's a Hado and Dilanipur area. So it is terranean area. So the challenges which PBMC faces in terms of waste collection. So most of the terranean area, the Safai Mitra has to climb the steps, and whenever there is a slippery, he met with some accidents. And you can see the Jangli Ghat area, this is the most vulnerable area, and we need special attention. And this is the last slide. Actually, I would like to invite the industries as well as academia like Debate. So from industry, I would like to focus on give some solution to PBMC as well as entire Andaman Nicobar, since we are far from mainland India and we are the remotest, and whatever the waste we are generating are still here only, and we cannot transport to anywhere. And since we don't have any recycling facility here, especially for the non-recyclables, so incineration is the only solution. But because of the quantity, no one is investing in Andaman. So please bring up some ideas for eco-friendly packaging materials, collection equipments, like PBMC workers is facing difficulty due to different terrain condition, different locality conditions, and possibilities like waste to energy, marine littering collection, bioethanol, since we are having good biomass. So, and rag picker integration, because most of the other parts of India, they are having some smart mobile app in which households can sell their waste. So we can integrate the rag pickers through that app. So I would like to highlight some of the points. I would like to highlight to institution like Debate. So research work can be carried out relating the health and single-use plastic, since most of the even though government of India has banned, administration has banned, now the issue is with enforcement. So PBMC is trying to enforce, but it is coming in our daily life. So Debate can have a study so that it should publish in the paper, and people should know what are the ill effects of the single-use plastic in terms of our health. Marine microplastics, since we are surrounded with marine area and we are eating fishes, so 100% we are eating plastic only in terms of microplastics. So polluted stretch surveys and reports. So these are the highlighted areas. I would like to have some better interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, sorry, we slightly exceeded his time. So the island-specific waste categorization, it's very useful for civil engineering students. So strict adherence to waste hierarchy stands a key challenge, not only for PBMC, it's time we realize our part too in waste segregation at source level itself.
Now I call upon Shri Mohammad Arif from Rural Development Department.
He's a state program manager, rural development and urban bodies, Andaman and Nicobar administration. Sir, your time is 10 minutes. Kindly adhere to the time. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So this is the basic structure of the PRI institution. We have Zilla Parishad, two Zilla Parishad, mainly in South Andaman and North and Middle Andaman, and there are 7 Panchayat Samitis and 70 Gram Panchayats. In the year 2018, we have achieved the status of ODF plus as well as the Swachh Sujal Pradesh in the country. So this is the basic mechanism which we are following in rural areas. In the first step, the door-to-door collection has been, the door-to-door collection of waste has been collected by the sanitation staff from the household, commercial establishment and government institution. Then the waste has been brought to the solid waste management cluster. There are 26 solid waste management cluster which have been mapped to 70 gram panchayats. This segregation waste have been collected by the recycler and further it is transported to mainland for further processing. In an average, the solid waste generated in the islands in the rural areas is 5.7 tons per day and the same has been processed. So this is the basic mechanism which we are following for the waste collection. At the beginning of the month, all the Gram Panchayat have been directed to prepare a waste collection calendar. According to that, the waste collection have been collected from all the Gram Panchayat, household, commercial areas and other government institutions. Basically, there are 26 solid waste management cluster in which there are baling machines and shredding machine. Baling machine are utilized to compress the bundle bulky waste material such as cardboard, Tetra Pak, packaging, plastic, multi-layer plastic and metals into compact bales. And shredding machine, the shredding machines are employed specifically for processing plastic, PET and multi-layer plastic. MLP, which is challenging to recycle due to its complex composition, is shredded into smaller fragments using shredding machine. There are mainly 2 authorized vendors. CM Scrap has been authorized by Directorate of RD in South Andaman and Greenworms in North and Middle Andaman for collection and transportation of waste from rural area to mainland. So this is the main, basic structure monitoring mechanism. Andaman and Nicobar State Water and Sanitation Mission Committee is being constituted to review the implementation of solid waste management in the UT on regular basis. District Water and Sanitation Mission Committee has been constituted to review the waste management in district level. Special task force constituted for elimination of single-use plastic and effective plastic waste management in the rural areas under Andaman and Nicobar Island, Panchayati Raj Institution and Tribal Council area solid waste management bylaws, and at the last the monitoring hierarchy of the solid waste management from the grassroots level are as follow. At the state level it has been monitored by the Secretary RD, and at the district level it has been monitored by the Deputy Commissioner of the district, and at the block level it is being monitored by the Block Development Officer and Panchayat Secretary and Pradhan at the Gram Panchayat level. During the year 2021 and 22, 755 metric ton waste were collected, which came up to 1191 in the year 2023 and 24. And according to that, in the year 2023-24, 582.67 metric ton was processed from the islands to the mainland for further processing. And through this waste, 10 lakh rupees was generated from the waste during the year 23-24, and 19.95 lakhs in the year 22-23, and 15 lakhs during the 21 and 22. The sanitation, the user fee has been imposed on the household at rupees 50 and 150 rupees for commercial in rural areas. These are the basic capacity building and enforcement drive being conducted in the rural areas in the recent times. And there have been regular beach cleaning drives in rural area in every week. 140 awareness program have been conducted during the year 23-24, in which 4,000 participants have been participated, and 54 number of beach have been cleaned up. In future there are going to be 2 new solid waste management cluster in Nicobar district, basically in Nankori and Nicobar. So these are the basic issues and challenges in rural area. Poor source of segregation. Despite regular awareness campaign and behavioral change efforts, source segregation remains inadequate. User fee hesitation. Public and commercial institutions exhibit reluctance towards paying user fee for waste management services. Maintenance challenges of baling and study. Limited availability of local repair facility for baling machine result in maintenance difficulties. So basically in rural area, the system is the sanitation staff goes to household, commercial and government institution for collection of waste, and the waste has been brought to the solid waste management cluster. There are 26 solid waste management clusters mapped to 70 Gram Panchayat for collection and segregation of waste. The basic issue that we are facing is the non-payment of user fees. Most of the people available in the islands are not habitual of paying the user fee, and the ministry is also taking initiative for to resolve this issue. Maintenance challenges of baling machine and shredding machine is the major challenges that the Gram Panchayat are facing. Actually, limited availability of local repair facility for local machine result in maintenance difficulties.
So last 2 minutes for you.
Have been transported by the recycler to the mainland for further processing. Mainly the waste are used in the cement factories, and the shredded plastic have been used by the rural development, have been used in the road construction by the rural development, and most of the Gram Panchayat are following the SUP as designed by the Department of Science and Technology. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for elaborating the local practices to open up the experts' opinion on the scope of upgradation and enhanced community participation to address the challenges of the island. Our next speaker will be Srimati Rita Biswas, who is a lecturer in Civil Engineering Department in Debright. She has been a faculty in Civil Engineering Department for the past 25 years. She has received our Best Engineers Award in 2008. And she has been instrumental in setting up the paper recycling plant and windrow compost of the institute. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Our Chief Secretary, sir, rightly said that waste management does not require any rocket science. That is very true. What it actually requires, that is the will. Now, once we know the character of the waste, we can adopt a correct strategy which can be easily implemented and which can be sustainable. In our institute, we first of all characterized the waste, which was actually taken up as a student project. And it was seen that the major waste component of our campus was the food and the kitchen waste, as our campus, the institute campus, has 4 hostels, lot of residential quarters, and the paper waste. So these two are the main waste components of the institute. Therefore, it was thought to first of all address these waste. So addressing these waste, that is the kitchen waste, food waste, and the paper waste, we set up a paper recycling plant, a windrow compost plant, and a biogas plant. Now, for your information, all of these projects have been student projects. Paper recycling plant, in the paper recycling plant, we saw that the use of this plant led to a reduction of 15% of the paper that was generated. That means of the papers that is generated because of per day calculation of around 500 kgs of waste. So we have seen a 15% reduction of this waste. And by the use of the compost plant, we saw a reduction of 25% waste in the kitchen waste, which had to be disposed. Now, this was the project which was undertaken by our student, which is still functioning, and this is the paper plant where we not only recycle 20 to 30 kg of paper regularly, but we also set up, make file covers which are used for academic purposes. The kitchen waste from the hostels, this was the window compost plant which was set up, which addressed to around 40 kgs of waste regularly. The biogas plant, which is functional now, is addressing to the hostel requirement of gas. Now, how did these projects help us? Now, they reduced the quantity of paper that had to be disposed. As I already said, they also added to our resources, that is, file covers were made, and food waste and kitchen waste were turned to compost and this compost was also used and also sold, benefited the students because most all of them had been student project, so therefore it benefited the students. How did this project help this environment? By addressing the waste management or doing a waste management of the campus, we had a cleaner campus, which you can see, a healthier campus, empowered student, as our students have been involved in this, promotes sustainability. All the technologies that we have utilized are not very high-tech technologies, but they are sustainable and they are catering to reducing the waste of our campus, saves money on the resources, and overall it is protecting the ecosystem and conserving the resources. We do face some difficulties because as this is an educational institute, availability of skilled manpower, that becomes a constraint for us. Sometimes when there is a non-availability of manpower, the plants come to a halt, and when it comes to a halt, the piles of paper, they pile up and leads to an unhealthy situation, and the equipments also get damaged. So these are constraints which we need to address so that the good work that is started can continue and can benefit the environment for a long. How do we manage the liquid waste? Now all I have spoken was about the solid waste, but we also address the liquid waste of our institute. Previously, the sanitary sewage was managed as we had the septic tank system, but all of us know that septic tanks lead to groundwater pollutions. And the sullage and storm water, it was allowed to flow through the surface drains. So that was a wastage of the very important water resources. Presently, we have a sewage treatment plant which treats all the sanitary waste as well as the sullage, and some portion of the storm water of the campus is allowed to be collected in the pond as mentioned in the first session. So this is our sewage treatment plant. Now we have a scope of improving on this. So the paper plant will be shifted to a spacious area to make it more productive, as it's a small paper plant catering to a small quantity of paper regularly. The capacity of the sewage plant will also be increased, and more number of stormwater reservoirs are to be constructed. Thank you. So it was a small session.
Thank you very much, Rita ma'am, on in bringing out the students' role in implementing the waste management practices in this technical institution. We have a long way to go, but hopefully with mutual collaborations.
So, transition from a linear take, make, waste mindset to a multi-life cycle circular approach. We are looking at how waste can be utilized in full potential. So 1 second. Sorry for the interruption. Next. So it is a conviction that we have no right to snatch from our future generation, but it is their right to have a clean and beautiful earth. So it is part of our thinking, and for that reason we do not believe in exploitation of nature. We people do not have the right to take more than necessary from nature. So this was a small quote given by our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi in St. Petersburg International Economic Forum in 2017. So friends, what are the type of solid waste? There are three type of solid waste: municipal waste, hazardous waste, and infectious waste. So I'll be not going in much detail about it. I'll be coming to waste generation. So how this is a flow chart showing how the waste is handled from generation point to the disposal, how it has been handled, the collection, processing, and everything. So who are the stakeholders? The major stakeholders for the solid waste management are technology, citizens of the area, recyclers, waste pickers, who are also called as Safai Karamchari or Swachhata Sainik in Andaman and in Port Blair, and also government agencies. Without government agencies, nothing can be taken forward for a clean and bright location. So how does this move forward? This move forward from first the waste is generated, then it is being collected, and the segregation occurs at the source point, that is our home, from where the waste is generated. Then it is being collected by the waste pickers and everyone. Then after that it moves to the material segregation facility where the materials are segregated for reducing the waste and reusing it. Reusing as in, first the plastic waste. Plastic, for example, they are being used in road construction. जो हमारे घर पे प्लास्टिक वेस्ट होता है वो मटेरियल रिकवरी फैसिलिटी में जाके प्रोसेस होके श्रेड प्लास्टिक वेस्ट बनके उसको बिटुमिन के जगह पे यूज किया जाता है. सो फॉर द पीडब्ल्यूडी डिपार्टमेंट, अंडमान पीडब्ल्यूडी डिपार्टमेंट, अराउंड 8.5% ऑफ द बिटुमिन कंटेंट can be saved from plastic of the total bitumen content. So that's how the plastic is utilized and processed in waste management. उसके अलावा कार्डबोर्ड यूटिलाइज किया जाता है पोर्ट ब्लेयर से ट्रांसपोर्ट होके डिफरेंट एरियाज जैसे चेन्नई या कोलकाता जाके फिर डिफरेंट इंडस्ट्री में जाके प्रोसेस किया जाता है, जस्ट लाइक in some factories. So the important thing is circular economy is value realization potential. What is the value of the waste which is generated and how it can be utilized and again put back in the economy. So what we are looking at is sourcing, manufacturing, logistics, marketing and sales of the same, how the product use, end of life disposal, and reverse logistics. Again, this is a vicious cycle. It has to be used again and again, and it can be put into the economy. So I have done a little very small SWOT analysis on the circular economy. What are the strengths, opportunities, weaknesses, and threats? So waste collection and segregation, that is a good strength of Andaman and Nicobar. Since it is a very small place, the wastes are collected by the municipal department or the SLRM centers, which are also called as MRF facilities, and then it is put to circular economy. That is, people who are picking it, they take some fees from the waste generators, and it is put back, they are giving it to the municipal council and subsequently to the SLRM centers, and from that the value is created for that waste also, and this has been utilized by the process shredding facilities like plastic shredded for put back to be utilized in the market again, such as for road construction. And the strength is limited landfills is available in Andaman and Nicobar, so that the waste can be utilized again and again. Then opportunities. It is a form of a job creation. If people in Andaman, in Port Blair can think about it, what can be generated, what can we get out of the waste. So there is no better opportunity than this. So there are many friends of mine who are doing, who are utilizing this waste, processing it and making money out of it. Then recycling industry, the plastics and everything can be recycled again so that it can be put to a better use. So what are the threats? The major threat is landfill. If it is not done properly, if the segregation and the utilization is not done properly, it will be all the waste will be put into the landfill, and landfill which will again degrade the environment. So what are the weaknesses, the present weakness situation of solid waste management? The first and the foremost thing is transportation. It costs about 80,000 rupees from Port Blair for transportation of waste from Port Blair to Chennai. There are some subsidies given by the administration, but it is not enough. The people, for encouraging the people, some more subsidies or some more opportunities to be given so that it can be taken care of in a better use. Then fluctuating mainland rates. This is the major thing. As just like the steel industry, the recycling industry is also volatile. So there is not fixed rate when it comes from when it is transported from Port Blair to mainland to be back to a proper use. Then machines for processing waste, as my friends told earlier in their presentation, the spare parts, the cost of transportation of machines, the repair and etc. things, it is very costly. So there should be some initiatives by the local people and the administration so that this can be put to a better utilization.
So you have 2 more minutes left. And
Okay, no, so sorry for
Yes, ma'am.
interrupting.
Yes, sir.
You got 2 minutes left, so that is why I said that I must ask you. What we are looking from the industry is when the industry expands. Today the industry is in a state where it is looking to expand. When it expands, what are the problems that you are facing today, and then in future what are you going to face as far as solid waste management is concerned? If you have any data, we would love to hear that, because that is very important for us to plan ahead.
Sir, I'm sorry. Sir, please.
So you see, this is understood, but we need to have the industrial perspective on what is going to happen with this solid waste. How are you tackling it now? How are you tackling your solid waste problems?
So we are tackling it.
And when the industry grows, if today your tourism industry takes off, you will be, inundated with work. The industry will expand. What problems do you foresee? What does the government and the rest of this thing need to plan so that is mitigated, that problem? So if you can in this 2 minutes just tell us something.
So first thing is segregation, the collection and segregation.
No, but what do you do in the industry, in your part of the industry? Or the industries, talk of the hospitality industry, talk of your transportation industry, talk of your, I'm talking of those, manufacturing industry, fabrication industry, fisheries industry. ये सब का कुछ अगर बता दें तो we'll be very much enriched.
So for the fabrication industry and all, minimalistic waste is generated, and the waste which is generated, it is being taken care of by the rack pickers, and they are being transported to mainland. So they purchase it for like around 25 to 30 depending 25 to 30 rupees per kg depending upon the cost of raw materials, that is steel, and then it is being transported to the mainland. It is every time when so for the transportation, sir, when it comes from mainland to.
So yours is a steel industry.
So mine is a construction industry.
Construction industry. So similar this thing for other industries and all, any data that you have available, like for the यहाँ पे the biggest this thing is your hospitality industry. How is that working?
So for hospitality industry, the main waste generated is glass. What I feel, glass and food waste. The food waste, it is used in composting, again putting back into the landfills so that the soil is enriched, and the glass waste, it is being shredded and it is being transported back to...
Landfills is not an answer. See, landfills may it gets wasted. If it is converting into soil, it is converting into soil and remaining there for hundreds of years. It will remain. It is as good as plastic only. But, if there is there a formal method by which the industry is taking care of that? Is it going into a formal industry, or it is not going into a formal industry?
So it is not going into a formal industry as of now. Only the glass waste, which is utilized as a formal industry, which is being shredded, which is being broken into pieces and sent back to the mainland so that it can be processed again and again in some other form of material, in some of other form of glass material. So it is only for the glass industry, I suppose, not for the any other thing. And for the food thing, the food waste and everything, it is being converted into the landfills again and enriching the soil surface with its nutrients and decomposition. And for the way forward, all the schools should be equipped with solid waste management education. We are in this juncture right now. If we are told to do a segregation and throw away things in a segregated manner, it is very difficult for us to adopt a new thing what we are planning for the past 20-25 years. But if we are being taught in the grassroots level, like schools and other education department, then this can be taken care of. The segregation and the utilization of the waste can be done properly and be achieved more significantly. The second thing is, what we can do right now is twin based for waste segregation, so that the wet waste is different, the wet waste and the dry waste both can be segregated from the source itself, and then they can be transported and sent to recycling unit. And the way forward, the last thing is bin free city. We shouldn't use any bins or anything. The waste comes through the source, it should be sent directly to, it should be dumped directly into the trucks, so that there is no waste at all littering in the city. Thank you. Thank you.
On behalf of DeBright and CII, I have a small request. Specifically to you, because firstly, I see a lot of josh in you.
Thank you, sir.
The way you... And the second thing is, the backing that you have is colossal. Why do I say that? I know that ACCI, whatever you try to get out of them, you will be able to manage that. So ACCI is got all the major industries in Andaman, Nicobar with you. So taking their help, leveraging their strength, I would request you to put together data on groups of industries or the verticals of industry. Like you talked about your type of industry. There is the food industry, there is the hospitality industry, there is fisheries. There are a whole lot of these things, agriculture, waste is generated there also. So each one of them, what type of waste they generate, and currently how is it being utilized? Very, very important data points are, if you can just put them together and either give it through us, share with DeBright, and let us work on that data, because tomorrow you can multiply it by whatever to see 10 years hence. If the industry is going to multiply 10 times, the waste will multiply 10 times.
Definitely, sir. It will multiply.
So you will have a figure on which to work on. And once you know that this waste can be commercially recycled, then you have a formal industry coming up around that. If tomorrow you compost today, you are not selling, you are putting it into landfill, means it is finished. But people are buying compost made in Delhi or some other place. It is being imported over here and being bought. But that compost, if it is generated here and sold commercially, it makes sense. If the food recycled, if we are talking about, let us say, cardboard recycling, can we set up an industry which makes something else out of it? Can the plastic which is generated out of waste from this thing, I am so happy to see that all the hotels over here have stopped using one-time plastic. They are using glass bottles, you know. So that's a good thing that has been done. But still a lot of plastics are generated. Now that plastic, if tomorrow, if it is in sizable numbers at a given time in future, then probably a plastic reprocessing plant can come up here. Today no one is investing in it, because they don't know the figures available, because there is no concerted effort, there is no figure available, there is no data available for the entire industry. The day you put the data together, you will realize someone from here itself will set up an industry and not put it into the roads alone. There will be 20 other places where you will find this thing. So this circular economy, agar if you've got to ensure, we have to make sure that the industry's data, which is the most important data, is collected and known to everyone. If anyone has any comments on this, just let me know.
So industry data is there. Industry data
Ask
definitely.
the industry, they will give it to you. You just, it is waiting for you to ask.
Definitely. Sure thing, sir. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Dr. Sunil Kumar.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Senior Principal Scientist and Head.
वो सबकी जरूरी नहीं. Our, I think, time we are lagging behind the time, so I will finish it in scheduled time 10 minutes. So before going to presentation, I will, because everything has been explained by Mr. Rao, Pondicherry Municipal, this Port Blair Municipal Council, what is happening about solid waste management in Pondicherry, it is Port Blair, and what are the challenges and what should be the future. And this program has been fixed by D. Bright as well as Confederation of Indian Industry, and its aim, I have seen that paper, it was written that for improving socio-economic condition of the Port Blair, as well as to achieve this sustainability, this program has been aimed. So my vision will be to highlight what industry and this D. Bright can do with the support from other institutions as well as industry, as envisaged in the presentation of Mr. Rao. So first aspect is presentation title is different. I am not going into details. My institution, I belong to National Environmental Engineering Research Institute, Nagpur, which is a constituent laboratory of Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, working under the umbrella of Ministry of Science and Technology. So in 21 years ago, this Port Blair Municipal Council, under the standing committee chairman of Damdam Madam, she has visited our institution, and we have developed the detailed project report for municipal solid waste management for Port Blair. All the design of garage and transportation system, landfill, all these things were designed by us. But that was 21 years back. Things have changed. As you explained that many rules have come under solid waste rules 2016, and many other factors, municipal, this biomedical wastes, construction and demolition, plastics, battery, electronic waste, all these have come. So all the things which we have carried out 21 years back, that is redundant. So it is the right time that Brigadier Sahab, that Confederation of Indian Industry and D. Bright have come together, and the we have to devise the action plan. What action plan will be required for developing waste management system in Port Blair. So many projects are being handled, like I have seen one GIZ project is going on under the Mahua, and other projects on plastic waste, and all these things are going on. So why not to develop D. Bright as center of excellence with the support from other institutions and finance from industry as well as other industry, so that local problem can be solved by D. Bright. Other institutions are carrying out their study, giving the report, GIZ is giving, and we have young minds in these institutions, that Ambedkar Institute of Technology. So industry and other institutions can support D. Bright as a center of excellence for developing waste management comprising solid waste and this liquid waste managements, with the support from other experts, whoever may be decided by the government. So this should come out from this conference. Coming to the presentation, can you go? As I heard from Mr. Rao, there are a lot of issues on that. He told that segregation is going on. Everywhere people are telling that segregation is going on, door-to-door collection is there. Sometimes this community bin system is there. But ultimately, once, even in Nagpur, I have seen this collection is there door-to-door. It comes and then segregated, and then finally it reaches to dump site where everything gets mixed. So this is the situation. So all the aspects of waste management, please go to the next. Like solid waste has 6 basic elements, whether it is generation, this segregation, collection, transportation, processing and disposal. Everybody knows that all the waste should be segregated, collected, transported, processed and disposed. And technologies are also, everybody knows, composting, anaerobic digestion, pyrolysis, gasification, but problems are there. None of the technology is working in many of the cities, even in other cities also. This is island city. We are generating 1.5 lakhs metric tons per day of municipal solid waste, India. And this Port Blair, I think 70 tons per day. So we are unable to manage 70 tons per day in island city. You see the Pacific islands, whether it is other Japan, Philippines, other aspects. So we should see what they are doing. There is a failure also in other parts, whether it is Philippines, whether it is Indonesia, whether it is Japan. Everywhere failure is there, but they have come up. Like Indonesia, I have one collaboration, one professor. He has developed one incineration technology, and they have set up in Indonesia. It is working fine with the support from Chinese Zhejiang University. One professor is there. He is also my collaborator. So like you told that waste to energy system is required. I don't think waste to energy is required. If we carry out the segregations and utilization at source itself, most of the waste can be disposed of easily without going into development of sophisticated technology. Like Swachh Bharat mission has come up in 2014. Now you can see earlier there were very limited experts on waste management, but now everybody is experts. Even after 1 kilometer you will find one consultant has come, he is telling that he is expert in waste management. He can develop feasibility report, detailed project report, he can design the systems. But most of the reports which are coming up, they are not being vetted. While tender is going on, there is a milibhagat between municipal council and all other things. I am telling straightforward. But things are not happening properly. Like our institution was vetting the detailed project report of municipal corporations, all the municipal corporations of one state. But we have seen the reports prepared by many of the so-called consultants. I don't want to name those consultants. Most of the reports were rejected. How they have developed, even quantification was not carried out properly. Quantification of municipal solid waste and characterization, which is the prime aspects for design of any solid waste management system for any cities or something. So this is happening. So this needs to be done. Like Port Blair Municipal Council, they should discuss with CIA, Brigadier Sahab and Deep Right, and they should come out what are the issues and how it can be strategized to resolve those issues, identify the problem, then what are the solution worldwide, and then depending upon the climate and weather situation of this and as well as geographical locations, then this design should be carried out, and then implementation part can be done. Coming to the next, just I will see the presentation. You can see this is the global waste scenario. Please go ahead. Jara fast chaliye. I will not go into details. All these things are available in the internet. Please go back. इसके आगे Port Blair Municipal, this generation is 89, collection is 82 metric tons per day. I think most of the waste which are generated is being collected, and treatment is 75 as per the records, but actual treatment is not there. It is very less. So these are the challenges which other speakers have also explained about the major challenges of solid waste management in Andaman Nicobar. We have the two things are very important. I have seen Port Blair. these tourism fishery activities. If these two things are being promoted, and for that solid waste management is very important, only this thing can be done. Fishery activities also, there are a lot of waste are generated. Like if you go to Calicut area, there are a lot of waste. We have devised appropriate waste management system for Calicut area, and this CII can play a major role. That is human resource development, and considering into weather, water and natural disasters, the things can be planned. So these are the challenges which Port Blair faces, and depending on these challenges, this future vision should be envisioned. Next. And this transportation cost, you see share of logistics cost in nation's GDP, like in India you can see how much, and coming I have given example of Indonesia. So these are the hurdles for this major challenge, particularly for waste sector. Next one, there are these current practices, Mr. Rao has already explained dry waste and all these things. Next, waste collection and transportation, this has also been explained. Next, plastic pollution and this sea beaches are also very important, and single use plastic ban and all these things. If we are finding the solutions for plastic solutions, beach will be cleaned, then people will come more, then more revenue will be generated. So ecological, this fragile ecology as well as ocean currents, like if ocean currents are very fast, so it will not come on the seashore. So this is also one of the problem. So this plastic solution creates a lot of issue. Next. This is the innovative global strategies for waste management on islands, how they have solved adoptions of advanced technology. Like I have developed one that is in the process, will come out next year. One Canadian institution is there. You see in many cities, legacy wastes are piled up. So how to increase the life for the legacy waste, so that most of the waste can be put up, life can be increased for 5-10 years. So we have developed biocell technology that we are design will be coming out next year. That is, we are working under the collaboration of Department of Biotechnology. Then landfill is there, fire is taking place, landfill fire. Like you must have heard, Cochin, there was a lot of fires. Everywhere, in Punjab, Delhi, Calcutta, even Northeast, fire is there. How to prevent fire, how to monitor and how to control. This landfill fire is one of the important aspects, and Prime Minister is focusing on net zero emissions, and this waste sector contributes 3 to 4% towards greenhouse gas emissions. So this is very important. So we are targeting for developed nation. So all these things, climate change, net zero, considering all these things, we should come out with the plan, which technology should be adopted, which will have less emission towards carbon emission, so that this net zero emission can be achieved. So focus should be on that, like Brigadier Sahab was telling, circular economy, climate change, net zero, all these things should be taken into consideration. So landfill, that fire one is one of the important aspects, then legacy waste, then plastic waste, electronic waste. Presently, as per the records, number 2 India is there, first is China, but inventory has not been done in India. We have insisted Ministry of Environment and Forest several times that we go for nation-wise inventory, like we have done under the instruction of Honorable Supreme Court of India in 2004. All the states inventory was done for municipal solid waste, but MOEF has not cleared till now. So like Pollution Control Committee will be there, I think Andaman, Nicobar and Island, they are not doing anything. No inventory is being done by Andaman and Nicobar, I have not come across. Jharkhand has done, some other states, Karnataka has done. So this is also one of the important aspects. So business opportunity at a small pocket, locality wise, should be carried out, should be promoted. Then only it can, and also the reduced reliance on imported products. It also increases, like you were talking about this packaging, you are asking to Brigadier Sahab how industry can do that. So reduced reliance on imported products, social pressure to reduce waste in cohesive island community. So these are the things which are required. And this is an efficient waste management system. This is the flow charts, and I have taken it from Deep Bright. They have come out. So this should be strengthened, and depending upon the situation and challenges will be faced in near future, this should be revised. Next one. And this is the way forward. First, this capacity building, a strict implementation of revised solid waste management rules, and this manual of 2016, where I was also one of the expert member for development of manual, this adoption of new and innovative technology, and good waste management practices. Wherever, like I told, globally, you see the island, what are the good practices, and based on the situation like GIJ was telling, we have to remodel those situations and then adopt, and community participation as well as civil awareness. If we follow this, then only we can improve the solid waste management situation. So this is the things which I wanted to highlight. Lastly, I would like to emphasize that DBRITE as well as this CII can come out with some of the innovative steps to strengthen DBRITE to develop as a center of excellence, so that local problem can be solved by local institution itself. Like our institution was established in 1958. At that time, NIRI was the only institution where solid waste management was there. And they have 8 regional centers who are looking after the regional problems. But now, focus is to, like Prime Minister is telling, that we should have decentralized waste management system. So decentralized expertise should be there, so that local problem can be solved. So this is, I wanted to highlight in this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sunil, for such an enlightening session. So it is clearly evident that addressing the waste management in our islands requires a multifaceted approach involving industry and academia, and it needs to be people-centered. So we are now waiting to hear from Mr. Chandrakant Pradhan as the next speaker, who will help us to understand the waste management project that has taken place in a remote island place that is in Ladakh through a case study. So over to you, Mr. Pradhan. And I kindly request you to stay within your allotted time, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Chandrakant. I represent CII Foundation, which is a center of excellence, you can say, housed within CII, to look after especially social projects. So I personally lead climate resilience projects. So one of the initiatives that we do is looking at the waste issue. Thank you. I think one of the first waste issue that we looked at was the agri-waste. As you might know, in northern India, it leads to massive air pollution. So we actually initiated a project before 5 years, a small pilot, and then we have expanded that quite substantially to nearly 1,000 villages in Punjab and Haryana. So being a CII, being an industry association, our model is that we bring together all stakeholders, especially the industry stakeholders or the members. We go to the members, member companies, and basically request and facilitate a model where basically resources can be pooled, which involved financial resources as well as technical as well as human resources, and initiatives can be taken up at a large scale. So as you see, this initiative we have scaled up to 1,000 villages, and because of the initiative, the burning, the waste burning cases have reduced significantly, almost 83%. And we have and this initiative has received several recognitions, so I'm not going into the detail. Also, we looked at, because waste is also associated with water, because ultimately all the city waste and even rural waste are going to water bodies. So we also have an initiative that basically revives water bodies and wetlands. The first initiative that we had was in Tamil Nadu, in Chennai and surrounding areas, and now we have initiated another project in Delhi NCR. Coming back specifically to waste, especially solid waste, we basically work with the belief that community must take charge of its cleanliness. It is not possible for government alone to solve the problem. As we have been hearing, all the technologies, all the solutions are there, but basically it's how everyone work together that is what leads to the solution going to the grassroots. So with that spirit, basically we work, especially to complement what government is doing. So the first initiative we had was in Delhi, then we worked in we are working in Kerala as well as in Ladakh. So ma'am asked me to speak about Ladakh, but I'll speak in general what our learnings from these projects are. As I said, we have initiatives in these places. Fortunately, we don't have any work in Andamans and Nicobar, but hopefully this begins our interaction in this place. So we work, especially when we see the waste sector, we see that the issues are basically in 4 areas. One is that the infrastructure is inadequate, basically whether it is collection or recycling infrastructure. Technologies are known by and large, although there is always scope for innovation, but the infrastructure that we have is inadequate, and the community participation is that's a real concern, because governments have been in most places we are seeing that governments are actually struggling with this. And also the informal, the waste workers, their situation is actually pretty abysmal. They work under very extremely harsh conditions and in very unhealthy conditions, and their social recognition is also not there. And also that there is lack of innovation. So basically as a industry organization, we try to bring resources and work with the government as well as other local concerned authorities, so that these issues can be solved. I mean, these are some of the initiatives that we have done in Ladakh. So as you know, Ladakh is also an eco-sensitive zone, very different like Andaman Nicobar is. And recent years, because of rapid economic development, there is an influx of tourists, and that has brought a lot of positive side in terms of economy, but it has also brought more challenges. Especially plastic waste is a big problem, and most of the plastic, because it is also there are also rivers like the Indus, so all the plastics there, those are actually going to water bodies. So we have initiated a project which is being executed in partnership with the district of Leh, and especially we are trying to work on how we can bring more participation of the local communities and local businesses to drive local solutions. And as you can see, we organize lot of cleanliness drives, lot of trainings, lot of stakeholder consultations, etc., etc. Also, we help improve the local waste collection and local waste recycling infrastructure. As I said, in most of the places, there is knowledge, there is also motivation, but there is lack of infrastructure. So wherever we work in consultation with government and other stakeholders, wherever there is lack of whatever infrastructure, and most of the places we see that it starts with a very basic level. Like the waste collectors, they don't have even like basic waste carts, and they don't have even basic uniforms. So we try to improve that, as well as it goes to like setting up MRF facilities. As you can see in different places, we basically help improve the local infrastructure, like as you can see in Kerala, we have provided them e-carts, etc. And in Ladakh, we are working in 2 blocks in partnership with the district of Ladakh, and with the idea that these 2 blocks we want to create a model 2 blocks basically. And we are working with all the stakeholders, including local NGOs, local businesses, schools, monasteries, and with all the stakeholders, basically we are working end to end there. I'm not going into the intervention details because since the morning we are already discussing about what the solutions are, and we know what the solutions are. But there is actually requirement of lot of all the stakeholders working on these issues.
Sir, you have only 2 minutes left.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be closing. So as I said, we in these areas we do extensive campaigning. We also try to systematize the waste collection. And we have also established material recovery facility. Actually, what we have seen is that in Ladakh, in both the blocks where we are working, there was one material recovery facility, and it was not sufficient. So there was need for us to actually establish additional MRFs in partnership with government, and these are all run by women self-help groups. So we have trained women self-help groups to operate and run these material recovery facilities as a business solution. As I said, as you can see, we do a lot of stakeholder events. I think I would like to recall the conversation that was happening between Brigadier Bhattacharya and our friend from the industry. We also see that, like for example in Ladakh when we went, there are a lot of industry, they were clueless about what can be done actually and how they can actually participate in waste management issues. So we organize a lot of stakeholder events so that they can also get a roadmap about what can be done. So what I see is that with all these initiatives, what has happened is that in the places where we are working, we see kind of a holistic improvement happening. For example, due to all the awareness and campaigns that we do, the community participation increases, and that leads to a lot of households, especially women, taking part in waste segregation at home. And also when we improve the infrastructure like the waste collection vehicles and also the MRF facilities, it brings a kind of improvement in how the waste is treated. And these are work in progress. As I said, I mean, we have been working for last few years. And in most of the places we see that there is kind of improvement, but the road is actually much ahead, and we look forward to expand this program elsewhere also, and hopefully in Andaman Nicobar as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for encouraging us with the other related waste management practices happening all over India and in many places. I think that should motivate our local practices as well. So having heard so much about the standard practices, we are now to hear from Shri Kannan Pasupati Raj, who is the founder of Ecotech, who will be joining us virtually. He has created Eco SBR, that is Automated Sequencing Batch Reactor, technology for wastewater treatment and reusing the wastewater. Over to Shri Kannan Pasupati Raj on virtual mode, please.
Good afternoon. Do you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, at least the presentation. Do you see the presentation now? Yeah. Okay, just a moment.
So, slideshow mode, yes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm not going to, I thank you one and all for asking me to be part of this presentation. Ecotech is a company where we develop wastewater system or sewage treatment plants, and nothing more than that. That is the only thing that we do. And every plant that we give, our intention is to maximize the recycle and reuse of wastewater. So the industry that we usually kind of put these plants are basically everywhere where people live. Apart from that, hotels, slaughterhouses, resorts, even fish processing centers, warehouses, hospitals, IT parks, communities, and these are the usual customers that we have, or these are where we put plants and so on. So every plant that we design, we would like these plants to be, I mean, I've made this specifically for Andaman because these are something which are Andaman the requirements. Efficient and sustainable in design principles should be there for Andaman, and preferably nature-based treatment without much of use of external plastic material, which is inoculum or packaged units, which again, after many years become waste. So better to go right from the start with sustainable approaches where everything, all technologies that are being imported or taken to the Andaman Islands do not get wasted there, and they are basically much more nature loving and nature dependent systems. So the methodology should be fully biological, and the microbes that are local in nature. Basically every ecosystem has its own microbial development, and when locally commonly developed microbes are used, which occur naturally, these create much more resilient environment in wastewater treatment plants. And all plants are designed should be able to surpass the local statutory requirements. Most of the time, many companies, I'm sorry to say that, but many companies claim a lot, but they don't even come very closer to statutory requirements. They just make, even I've come across people using online methodologies where they want to plug their online monitoring system to the pollution control board, and that is also flawed or fraud, I would say. So this is flawed, and fraud systems are becoming the commonly used ones in India, but that's a sorry state. So we try to meet what is the statutory requirement or go beyond it. For this, we call something called Eco-SPR. We've developed something called Eco-SPR system. That's nothing different from any system but why it works properly is because of good design. Simply because of that. Doesn't matter what technology is there, if the design is right, treatment will happen. That's usually the case in the wastewater treatment plant. What we do little differently is to minimize the usage of electromechanical parts so that in any place where there is limited resources as in terms of human resources and also technically equipped people, the system should be robust and resilient enough to be managed locally. That's what we do. And airlift pumps are very simple pumps which do not need any service or maintenance until the life of the plant. And just because we keep things simple, the operations are very reliable. And what we have done very nicely is a fully automated operation. This is not just an operation which is going to be automatic and manual. This also gets feedback from the plant's operation parameters, and predictability of wear and tear parts is also possible, and that we have made it in such a way that it is very affordable, which was extremely expensive in the past, but now we do so many plants that is very, very affordable. And we have plants which can be fitted into each individual home to a large community of 500 kL, and we do up to 10 MLDs, but here I'm not going to show you any video here, which I can share later on how the plant works because of the shortage of time. And many other presenters have spoken a lot about what is needed for Andamans and what are the challenges in Andamans, which I think is the same when it comes to us as well. But only thing is, we have already put a handful of plants, or more than a handful of plants in Andamans, and they are working quite well in the last 7-8 years. So not only in Andaman, in Ladakh, Leh. In Leh, we've got close to around 70 plants, which is running in many hotels and in the army area as well. So when it comes to remote application, we consider ourselves as being one of the good choices of technology providers. So what we do to support communities and governments and institutions is that we get into the basics of design and calculation, for which data is very important, which one of the speakers said that data is not that easily available. But in case of wastewater treatment, this data is nothing but how many people live there and so on and so forth, which can easily let us calculate the need for needs analysis easily. So this data is very important. Then we do consultancy on biological wastewater treatment plants, conversion of existing plants which are dysfunctional or not functional at all, they need improvements. We do help people in retrofitting the plants which are existing. And in many cases, efficiency improvement, because the treatment process requires a lot of equipments, electromechanical parts and so on and so forth. It is most plants are very inefficiently running. And we are very good at efficiently running these plants or providing an efficient platform where you can really monitor the expenses before and the expenses after we have intervened. And again, we have a good competent technical support which can support any remote installation remotely. All our plants have the ability to be connected to the internet or through a phone. Nowadays, everyone has a phone and the phone can go anywhere. So once a person goes next to the plant, he can log into the plant through his phone and he can share the screen, support him in rectifying plants. So this technology has advanced, whereas we've kept it very affordable at this point in time, as I told you before. Now,
Sir,
so
2 minutes.
these are the things, and I think I'm ready for questions now, if you have any. Else, I'm also happy to answer questions later on.
So the question answer session will be held afterwards.
I guess I get to the time.
Yeah, very much, sir. Thank you so very much for that. We have a very patient audience here. Kindly be there for the question answer session at the end, sir. We have just one more speaker left. All right. Thank you very much, sir, on that useful.
Let me get out of this sharing this one letter.
Yeah, please.
I don't know how to do it, but yeah. I hope I'm out of the share now.
Ma'am, can you please confirm? Not yet, sir.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. I didn't know how to do it. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, sir. So that was Shri Pasupati Raj from Ecotech. So talking about his services on technical support training and support on design calculations for the users. Okay, the last speaker for the day is Dr. Santosh Yadav, Counselor of CI Center of Excellence for Sustainable Development, who will be delivering a talk on assessment of waste reductions, SUP-free, zero waste to landfill on virtual mode, please. Over to you, Dr. Yadav. You have 10 minutes for your session.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you very much to all, and hope I am audible and my screen is visible to all.
Yeah, yes, sir, you are.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So, from the day after the lunch, we all have speak about the waste management, sustainable waste management. So, background and all those things are with you. I will take you through the, what are the initiatives the CII has started with respect to the sustainable waste management. So mainly, as you know that I am working with the CII as a center, one of the center here is the Center of Excellence for the Sustainable Development. where we help the industry, in their journey to the sustainability target and ESG target and all those things, including the climate change related work. So, yeah, so any success, either it's waste management, water management, or any business success, anything is required. Three wheel, and it's all wheels are the connected. If any wheels are it's removed, it's going to hamper the thing. So the first one is, I would say, the legal requirement, and then the the individual efforts, and these two can help an organization can process very well. So basis of this principle, it applies to the solid waste management rules. So we have a waste management rules and regulations as well, where role and responsibility for the each and every one has been well defined. Where we get to fail because we avoid doing or taking any action on the management part or our role and responsibility. Before going to my next slide, I'll say one success story with respect to, because I heard the many speakers, they say about the what are the unique challenges or what are the unique idea can ANI adopt, and because this place, this area is a very sensitive area and the fragile ecosystem it's having, and we can learn around us. So one of the best example I'll say with respect to the the plastic waste management, as everyone has said that the plastic is one of the concern, it's very difficult to manage. So why not we can shift the responsibility to the users of this plastic waste or the plastic material. So one of the best example we had in our country is in the Char Dham Yatra. So one of the place called the Kedarnath Dham, and their administration, they have issued a QR code based, I would say, the packaging, whatever the bottles or the single use items you are carrying into those areas, it has you have to pay some extra amount once you return the used packet or used material, and they will return your process money. So that's for the kind of the people who are going for the kind of tourism or for the other religious purposes. But it was it was previously it was a worst scenarios, but now the administrations, they have earned crores and crores of rupees because of the managing all those waste, because all the people who have used their single use items and they bring back to the disposal site, and where they have get their money. So it's easily get collected, and they have earned a good a significant amount of money, and that's the case study can be ANI administration can check it with the with the Kedarnath Dham collector office and can adopt. So that one of the I would say the example I wanted to say before going to detailed presentations about what I'm doing here. So that's a good example, like QR code based material can system can be adopted. That's the two level of all the three wheels will work there. Like you can come out with the legal requirement, the law. Whoever in the islands visiting, going to some tourism things, they should adopt follow the law. That's a QR code based things. And individual, like who are going, they can follow. Organization can get benefit, the administration and other things. So that's the one example with here I wanted to say. Then you see that what are the challenges with the mainly with the single use plastic items. You can see on the screen, like most of the plastic is consumed in the, I would say, the packaging material, and the packaging is having 7 types of the plastics, and some of the plastic is having some value, like the PET, it can be easily collected and it can be recycled, reused, and they have many uses for that. It's having a good value as well. However, the one of the plastic called the polystyrene, it's having no value. It's just going to a landfill. So we need to think what kind of plastic we want to permit, and even the plastic we are permitting, how we are segregating it, that's the another aspect we have to think. Another aspect with respect to the plastic, people come out with the very fancy name called the biodegradable plastic, the bio-based plastic, or the compostable plastic. But once these all four types of the plastic gets mixed, it's another challenges for the waste management practices and all those things. So that's another call to the call by the administration has to take a call. Okay, what kind of plastic you are going to allow in your premises, because or in your territory or the state. For an example, conventional plastic, we have some of the methodology to know to collect, reuse, recycle, and all those things. But once the conventional plastic is mixed with the biodegradable or compostable plastic, it's not going to help. It's another mess, I would say, we are going to create. I'll say one of the example, like in 1920s, 1910, when the motor vehicles introduced into the world, people said that we have solved the problem, because those days the city or urban transport was used only for the horse cart and the or the ox cart, and they were the maneuvering they cross the street. So we have to think is that we are introducing some new problem to solve the existing problem, and how it's going to take it up. So it's an administrative call, it's a decision call. Then the individuals comes like if you will not allow these materials into your territory, it's not going to pollute it, right? So that's another aspect I wanted to highlight here. As the rules, that the plastic waste management rules we have, and under the plastic waste management rules, role and responsibility have been fixed to the PIBOs and the plastic waste processors as well. And that's a very appreciative steps, or the good steps taken by the government. They have shifted the responsibility to the whatever the plastic packaging material they are introducing into the market. It's the responsibility of the producers, right? And they have come out with the APR guidelines. And it will take a time, but in a future, all the plastic will have some value, because the plastic waste processor, they can create some credit, and they can sell it. So
Sir,
by
you
this
have
law,
only 2
it's
minutes, sir.
created some value. As a waste management rules, some of the plastic items are the ban. Government of India has made a task force to implement this, and how much it's effective, it's debatable, right? No. Another aspect that's a very good initiatives have been taken by the industry and the ministry to promote a circular economy in a plastic packaging, and several actions are being taken up by the industry and the government as well. Niti Aayog, UNDP, they have developed the guidelines for how to manage the plastic in urban area. So here I wanted to discuss more about you and all the researchers or the industry people or the anyone, like how we can change our packaging style and the packaging to eliminate the that's everyone, they said that multi-layer plastics are the major challenges. So it should be, some of the idea has to industry has to produce the monomerization of the plastic packaging. Another one is the MLP, like they are using the MLP. So they are the another aspects the industry has to think and come out with the solution for this kind of packaging. How the CII is helping? So the waste we are saying we have a process and all those things, but we need to find and make responsible of somebody, right? So CII here, what we have developed a protocol called the plastic use protocol, where we verify and certify the organization, institutions or the industry to be a single-use plastic free. So where we prepare the detailed inventory, and we implementation in the sense of the policy has to be taken in a serious manner, like the top management, for an example I'll say deep right, you have to take a policy decision my premises will be the free from the single-use plastic, and then it can be easily, if you have a policy you can implement it, but if we don't have policy, it's open for everyone to take a decision if they want to use it or not. So, we verify, we make the inventory for the organization of what kind of the single-use plastic you are using. We provide the alternatives, what are the alternatives of the single-use plastics, and we certify it, we certify the organization as well. So far, we have certified 250 sites in the country, which has been helped to, around the reduction of the 2.4 million kilograms of CO2 emissions by, stopping or eliminating the single-use plastic in the uses. Zero waste, as we say that, zero waste is the nothing to say amount of the greenhouse gases emissions, and also the fire and other hazards is available. So can we have a zero waste? Can we have a zero landfill? How we can have it? We have to adopt and divert whatever the waste we are generating. 100% waste has to be diverted from the landfill, and it can be reused, recycled, or can be have resources for the other purposes as well. And accordingly, we can achieve the SDG goal as well, that SDG goal for the 12 and the 13. How CI is helping? So CI is helping to the organization in the making a policy to make a single zero waste to landfill policy in the organizations. Also, we develop the information system, how to develop the waste management and waste inventory preparation as well. Also to define, we cannot say all waste will be zero, so we need to define what are the waste. We have to redesign our system, rethink our process as well. So all those backgrounds we work, and then we provide kind of inventory sheets or the development of the inventory of each kind of the waste wherever it generates, and also the waste has to be tracked, that's very, very important. Like we are sending our waste to some third party, they are saying they are the authorized vendors and they have authorization to process the waste. But is they are processing all the waste, or maybe they are extracting some precious substances from our waste, and remaining they are just dumping into some landfill. So that tracking is very important. It's a kind of the end of life of the waste. And then the data assessment, all those points, once we consider, we assess the data, we see that you have achieved the regulatory compliances or not. We do the site visit as well, and also discuss with your stakeholders how we are handling the waste. And at the end, we calculate how much waste you have diverted from your organization or your systems. Accordingly, we develop a roadmap, we provide the KPI, and then we issue a zero waste to landfill certification as well, based on the rate of the waste diversion. So this is the steps we follow, and we help the industry to be a zero waste to landfill. And so far we have certified almost all ports in the India, and some of them are being certified, some of the airports, some of the thermal power plant, some of the manufacturing sites we have certified in India for the zero waste to landfill. As I said, our approach is to best calculate the diversion rate, checking with all the rules and regulations the company or industry is adopted or not, and they are achieving a circularity or diverting all the waste or not. And the process, I would say, the diversion, how we calculate, diversion, as I said, that you have to first you have to reduce or eliminate or reuse. That's one of the scoring points. Also, if you are sending for the energy recovery without incineration, we consider it also anaerobic digestion, because we can extract the good amount of energy in the form of the methane and the compost as well. And co-processing also we consider for the landfill diversion rate. So these are 3 steps or 4 steps we consider for the landfill diversion rate.
Sir, I'm afraid we don't have much time.
Managing a benefits, it's always good. Yes, ma'am. I'm about to complete. Yes.
Sir, I'm afraid we don't have much time, so kindly expedite, sir.
Yeah. So challenges already has been discussed with respect to ANI, and opportunity and all those things already it has been discussed. The planning is very important with respect to the ANI, and then what I would suggest, the taking a policy decision is the very important to effective implementation of any any waste management system in the area. And this is my last slide. I would say, like, achieving a zero waste to landfill practice, it helps in several aspects of SDG goal. And how we can manage our supply chain, we can improve the CSR, we can make our brand as well. We are the zero waste to landfill company or the organizations. We reduce the environmental impact as well. And the most important, it's conserving energy, resource conservations, or the, I would say, going and reaching to a circular economy as well. So that's last of my presentations. Thank you. And I would like to hear some questions if you have. It will help to improve our practice as well. Thank you.
Sure, Dr. Yadav. Thank you so much for your valuable guidelines and the action plan, which is very much suitable, especially the success story of Kedarnath, a tourist destination, is very relevant to us, I guess. And a special thanks to you for your illustrious effort in bringing together all the important experts with their insights and experiences to address our urgent challenges. Thank you so much, sir. The session is now open to question and answers. If you have any questions, kindly raise your hand. It will help us to reach you better. So we have one question.
I just wanted to know, we are so much against single-use plastic instead of certification and all that. Is it not possible that we ban it altogether? That means the government issues an executive order that they will not be manufactured. That means we blame consumers not to use it, or the shopkeepers not to supply it. Why not ban the manufacturers? Nobody can manufacture, and hence nothing else happens.
Yeah, I can answer the questions. Actually, sir, ban is not a solution for any activity. So, many ongoing process get hampered, and it's that's why I said, creating another problem, coming out with another solution is going to be another problem. So, some of the plastic items is already banned. It's around 16 plastic items have been banned by the government of India since 1st July 2022. However, this ban is effective or not, that's under discussions. Another aspect I would say, the industry has to run, our social life and all those process has to go, whatever the requirement we need. So, this plastic has helped lots, I would say, in the protecting this, our beautiful earth. Otherwise, the way we have utilizing the resources, we have extracted all the minerals from the earth, and it could have more worse conditions. But the plastic introduced, and it has saved the lots of things. The problem is happened when we didn't manage well with the plastic, we blame the plastic is going to be create a pollutions. So, it's better to add some value to the plastic so it can be picked up by somebody and it can be reused or utilized somewhere. So the best solution is to getting something some good from the any substances. So plastic is not a problem. It's a plastic leak or waste leakage is the problem. So we need to work on the problem instead of blaming somebody because of you I am getting a problem. But even though government has taken so many actions to to control it, they have banned the plastic items, but still there is so many plastic items they cannot ban, because if they will ban, we cannot get the many supply, many food items safe and in the good condition to get that. So that's my submission, sir. Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. Any other questions? So I guess that is all. So to wrap up the session, the key takeaways. Yeah, sir has something to say.
So, if there are no more questions, I have got, again, I'm going to repeat what I said in the previous session. And that is, we know what can be measured can be managed. This is a very, very old saying. So if you can measure it, you can manage it. At the central level where the solid waste gets accumulated, there is some amount of measure. Now that is there with the government available. But then that figure is only for the municipal committee to plan the number of vehicles that they have to pick up that stuff and put it at a different place. So, but it does not help in any way in the circular economy. When you talk of a circular economy, each type of waste has to be treated differently. It has to be, it will find a different value chain, and the start point and the end point of that particular type of waste would be different. So they have to be treated differently. Unfortunately, that type of data is not available. Now, in the morning itself, the Chief Secretary brought out that first segregate it. Now, segregation is, we are talking about solid from, what we call green waste and dry waste. Now, I am talking about dry waste subcategory of that. That is what I was talking to this gentleman from the industry, that do you have a figure? If you don't have the data, can we find a method with the government where you can ask for this data from the industry at least through some sort of a mechanism which is formalized. And once that is known, we would be able to work well on the reprocessing of it and using it in some other this thing. I'll give you a very small example that I have, at least personally, I have been able to succeed in, is plastics and metals. So we have this Hisar military cantonment where I was the cantonment, whatever you call it, the station commander. Now that had a 1984, say, a landfill which was not ever cleared by the municipality. And that was the promise when this cantonment was set up. They had promised that it will be cleared, but it never got cleared. And I went there in 2013. So look at the number of years that went past. 84 to 2013, not a single thing had been picked up. So that is where I started this process of segregation, identifying what is it, and found end users of certain items out of that. A simple thing like plastics, when we got them together and month on month, when we started selling it, when we found the right buyers for it, for plastics and for metal scrap that was picked up from there, I could equip the station with auto rickshaws to collect this thing. It was bought out of that fund. The people who used to drive those were paid out of that fund. So the entire thing was self-sustaining. And every household had 2 bags or 2 dabbas. One was a blue and a green one, as is done everywhere. The green was picked up on a daily basis, and the blue was picked up once in a week. And it was further subdivided, and the plastics and the metals were taken out and given to an end user who was using it in a recycling factory. And that is what gave us the money. I had to fight with the finance guys to make sure to tell them that it is not a audit objection for us to resell whatever waste is generated in a military station. But we did it, and finally he agreed, and it went through. So the thing is, can we find commodity-wise or type-wise waste, solid waste? Can we generate some data? So can we, if there is a mechanism that can be done?
Sir, actually I would like to add, sir. Though I didn't show any figures data because it's a confidential departmental wise. So what are the DRCs, dry resource center we are having? We have outsourced to some vendors. They are further segregating, and every month we are transporting around 100, more than 100 plus tons of waste transporting from Port Blair to mainland, because we don't have any recycling facilities here. Actually, I was emphasized about the non-recyclable, which is lying at Port Blair only, because they don't have any value chain in the market, because they are getting negative, since that only mode of transportation is through containers, and one container is cost about 80,000 plus. So it is not that much affordable, and that is not much profitable to that vendors, though we have outsourced. And so that is why that waste is getting lying accumulated in our centers, sir. So that is the one of the major problem which PBM, Port Blair Municipal Council, is facing. Now, after introduction of this material recovery facility, we have certain machineries which is the raw material for recycling, sir. So now we are producing that raw materials like agglomeration machines we have installed. So now we are making some gattas. So it is locally called gattas. So that will be act as a recycled material, because all these light fractions that is made up of LDs, low density plastics. So it will make it as a densified, and now we are that has the market because of its volume. So they are unable to transport. Now they can transport. And apart from this, recent 2 years back, administration has mandated to use single this plastic in the road construction, and it's an executive order. Without using this plastic, the bill cannot be processed further. So what they the demand was suddenly hiked, and we don't have any processing facility. That shredding, actually before shredding, that has to be washed, because it contains some inert material, some organic fraction. So when it gets mixed in road construction, that road durability will degrade instead of increasing. So that was we faced, and that was suddenly we stopped because of non-availability, not processing of this waste. Now we are having such a machines which can process that type of materials, which can supply that fractions. So now after installation this of this MRF facility, now we can make some substitute, not fully. So now the legacy is still there. So that was, sir. And fraction wise waste quantity, the for Port Blair city we are having like glass, cardboard, and in plastic also, based on the resin numbers. So around 5 numbers different, like LDPP, HDP, all these category we are having, how much quantity we are sending it to mainland. And apart from this, we are now more focusing on these non-recyclable items, how to dispose it. And recently we got encountered with this Tetra packs. Last time the Tetra packs having some value, now that market is very less, because due to intervention of these South Asian other countries, now Indian recyclers are importing their waste. So due to which our waste value is getting reduced. So this was during COVID, our Indian market waste management suddenly hiked because of all this contamination, because of contamination issues. All they were, means Indian companies, they were stopped taking that material, and they were taking all the Indian materials. So that was it was a rocket high. So now that was sudden negative. So actually this market is also unstable. It is not constant every day also, every day and every hours, because of introduction of different types of materials. And now the Port Blair Municipal Council is looking for plastic credits, because after disposal and after recycling, we can generate the credits, plastic credits. So one credit is equivalent to 1 ton of plastics, and it has the market value. So now we will be going to negotiate with all these our vendors, and as well as with the introduction of this MRF facility, we directly going to claim that credits, so that we can sell our credits to the market. So actually the credits is will be purchased by PIBOs, producers, importers, brand owners. So they are the source of these materials. So data, yes, yes, sir. So yes, yes. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
No, but it is important to understand, ki if there is a, if someone has to put that data together to work on it, what is the barrier that needs to be once understood? So anyway, I think we are holding people back, so we will cut this conversation. But why I started, this was an open question. Please ensure that we have data, that is DBRITE, CII, government and the industry. If we can put together all our data, I think we will be able to give it visibility to the people who matter and who are ready to work on this to make waste management more profitable, it as a commercial venture, and take it forward.
Yeah, so you are right, and we DBRITE also, we are interested in those data, we are trying
integration, Data integration and data management is important, in which, that is why I talked about this confidentiality. Let us break those barriers and put the data together.
Because we are trying to lock up the recycled waste in construction materials for, as paver blocks for beach infrastructures with the, scope of tourism being developed in the 7-year strategy plan. So we just try to incorporate.
If there is a security issue, then I understand. But I don't think in this case there is any security issue which normally other sectors have.
Right, sir. So shall I quickly wrap it up, sir? Yep. The key takeaways before we wrap it up: waste reduction at the source, the need, intimate collaboration with government, industry and community, people-centered approaches to give birth to micro-level entrepreneurs in the island. Crucial role DBRITE has to play with inventories to help with our local problems. Characterization and monitoring of management strategies based on local condition. The requirement of inventories for current and future demands in terms of solid waste management. We have a lot of industry and commercial help available, let's not forget that. Success stories of mainland areas like Kedarnath, Kerala, Ladakh is there. So let's be optimistic to promote this circular economy. So there is a lot of work to do. Things are looking dire, but promising at the same time. There's a lot of momentum. We are optimistic about the future and we are capable of doing it. We hope it continues to happen. I encourage all of us gathered here to take the knowledge gained from this session and apply it to our respective roles. Let's work together to create a cleaner, greener Andaman Nicobar Islands. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now is the time to honor the speakers for the session. I would request all the speakers to be on stage, and our dear Brigadier Bhattacharya sir will give away the mementos for the speakers for the day. Shri Uma Maheshwar Rao from PBMC, please be on the dais. Mr. Divesh Prahlada, Dr. Sunil Kumar, and Mr. Chandrakant Pradhan, please. First, Mr. Uma Maheshwar Rao, Junior Engineer of PBMC, for sharing the ground realities. Thank you very much for your valuable time. We sincerely appreciate your efforts today. We wish you all success. And the next is Mr. Divesh Prahladka of Surendra Infrastructure. Thank you very much for your time with us today. Over to next speaker, Dr. Sunil Kumar. Thank you very much, sir, for your intensive suggestions. We look forward for fruitful collaborations. Thank you indeed. And last but not the least, Mr. Chandrakant Pradhan, for sharing useful thoughts on success story. And that is all, ladies and gentlemen, for today evening. Please have a good evening. All of you will all meet tomorrow. One group photo. Students can leave quietly. Please assemble tomorrow at the same venue at 9 o'clock in the morning. Thank you very much. People who are on the virtual mode, kindly be present on the screen so that you will be appearing on the group photo, please. But they are not visible in the screen, sir. All 5 people who are on the virtual mode? Yeah, thank you. Now we are visible. Please give us a big smile for the group photo. Mr. Vinod? Yeah, thank you very much, sirs. Have a good evening, all of you.